It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave! And I think he might just find it!
Hello everyone and welcome to the final day of LATAM Stage 2 2024, and that of course means it is the finals here. We will be sending a team to the major at the end of today. No idea who it's going to be. 3 competitors remain: Alpha Team, Team Cruelty, and 6 Karma. I'm Corbeck. Alongside me here, of course, Flynn and Jonah, as we get ready to jump into our first match. That's going to be the upper bracket final. I mean, Jonah, what do you think of the teams we have left here in LATAM?
Well, I mean, it's been a great battle so far, and obviously through the grind that was the double round robin in the north and the south, finally combining the 2 divisions into one beautiful bracket. Well, I think it couldn't have shaped up any better on the upper bracket side, with Team Cruelty and Alpha Team, the 2 1 seeds, moving on. Yesterday's lower semifinal best of 3, now that was a battle and really brought some of the most electric back and forth siege we've seen in this region so far. Really never knew which of those teams was going to come out on top between 6 Karma and Maycam, but 6 Karma, that's a big win for them. They stay alive and still have a chance.
Yeah, we saw 6 Karma be able to persevere through one of the games of all time yesterday against Maycam Evolve. I think that heading into this upper bracket final with our top 2 1 seeds facing off against one another in a best of 1, there's a little bit of an edge being given to the 1 seeds relative to the 2 seed that remains. But at the end of the day, best of 1 into a best of 3. Anything can happen. Anything has happened. And honestly, the upsets, they continue, as we saw another upset earlier today globally. So now it's an opportunity for yet another team to come in and upset the undefeated Team Cruelty and claim that major spot.
That's right, the NAL LCQ, the Brazil LCQ. We've been seeing, lesser ranked teams knock off some of the top players in their regions. It's Team Cruelty. They need to be a little bit careful, and I think that Maycam Evolve game yesterday illustrated that. But, we still have a really powerhouse Team Cruelty roster, right? Like, when I say they need to be careful, okay, they need to worry a little bit, maybe, Jonah, but there's still a 10-0 team coming out of the group stage. There's really been nobody in LATAM who's been able to match them.
Yeah, no matter how you look at this, they are still the favorites. Undefeated so far, have not dropped a single map at all since the stage began. And yes, we've seen teams be dominant before, but not like this, not at this consistent level. But you raise a great point, Corbeck. Yesterday showed in that opening game against Maycam that it's just not going to be a walk in the park for them, no matter who they're playing in the Final Four. With the stakes higher, the LAN environment, every team clamoring for the major, none of these games are going to just be free. They need to work hard to win this. Squeaking out an overtime win against a weaker opponent yesterday, I think, shows that this team does have some weaknesses. It was a little rough around the edges. I'm keeping my eye on today if they can really, settle down and play like we've seen all stage long. If they can, they cannot be touched. But if we see them play like they did yesterday, this is not a team that is guaranteed for the major by any means.
No, like you say, Jonah, the performance yesterday in their best of 1 against Maycam, it left some questions up. Again, I think the ban phase for the maps going to Clubhouse was also a question mark that we had highlighted heading into the game and for the duration of the game, to be honest. We'll see how willing Cruelty is to go to a more standardized map like Clubhouse moving forward. We've definitely seen them excel on other maps throughout the pool, throughout the group stage, so there's still opportunities for Cruelty to kind of exemplify their dominance and display why they were 10-0 for the group stage. But yeah, it was a nice little wake-up call to begin the playoffs. The nice secondary wake-up call here is that the amount of games that you have to play to make it to the major gets cut nearly in half if you're able to win this one best of one. You go straight to the grand final for one best of three. You lose this best of one, you got to play back-to-back BO3s in the same day to try and go to the major. That's a lot of siege.
That is indeed a lot of siege. And of course, we are competing in a LAN environment here today as well. So there's an actual stage. They're facing each other. You'll see that a little bit later in the broadcast. But one of the things that Team Cruelty struggled against with Maycam involved was aggro, right? We saw a lot of aggro coming out of ME. Team Cruelty not doing a great job of handling it. Alpha Team, their opponents today, aggro is the name of the game for these guys. They're one of the most aggressive teams in all of LATAM. Obviously, they're not playing with Gaspro today. They have Naza in as a substitute. We were a little bit worried about that yesterday, Jonah, but he stepped up to the plate and was genuinely one of the best players on the squad.
Oh, stepped up in a huge way. We were asking, and maybe that was the biggest question we were asking coming into the game, what would Alpha Team look like without someone who'd been leading statistically in terms of the contributions they've had this stage? Well, we got our answer. Naza was not only a positive contributor, was borderline the top contributor throughout that best of one. That's what you want to see from somebody coming in as a sub, and if they can do that again, they're absolutely going to go toe-to-toe with Cruelty. I don't have any doubts about that.
Yeah, it was a very impressive performance for Naza, and you talk about not only just Gaspro's performance in Stage 2, but the complete 180 this roster did when they inserted him into the lineup in Stage 1. This is a team with a negative record that was spiraling towards not being a playoff team. They put Gaspro in, who was their former coach, into a full-time player position, and all of a sudden, everything clicks. Everything seems to be firing on all cylinders, and it's Alpha Team's time to shine. So losing him heading into the playoffs was concerning, but they show up with Naza. It seems like they haven't missed a beat as of yet.
Indeed, and you know, honestly, the Alpha Team turnaround, even if they don't make it to the major, I think is a real great story of LATAM. Something they should really be proud of. To even get to this point was an impressive achievement if you go all the way back to Stage 1 and look at how we viewed them then to now. Amazing stuff from them, but they're going to have to be careful about their map selection today. Team Cruelty, obviously a team with LAN and major experience. They probably, I would say, arguably have the largest map pool here of all these teams. A best of one, Jonas, so obviously we're going to narrow it down to just one map, and it's going to be Consulate, which has appeared a couple of times here in the LATAM playoffs so far.
Yeah, this one's interesting. We haven't seen this one yet from Alpha Team and Team Cruelty. This is a map that they've been comfortable going to. Some map they are not necessarily banning, but a map that we also don't have a lot of looks at from this team either. So relatively unexplored territory here, and that should be good for both of these teams. I'd argue maybe a little better for Alpha Team if they can pull out a little surprise. As the favorites here in the entire region, Cruelty are kind of the top dog that everyone is looking to take down. So if Alpha Team have this map prepared, if maybe they think they can catch Cruelty off guard, maybe this is the upset that we see brewing.
Well, like you said, Jonah, it's very unfamiliar territory. The final three maps that were available in the ban phase, Cruelty starting the final three bans, it was Bank, then Cafe, and then ultimately to our decider, Consulate. Cruelty banned away Bank, which may seem a little odd on the surface because of their record on Bank and how easily they've been able to win it, whether or not they're digging deep in the strat book or not. But if you're trying to save that map, or at the very least play a map that you don't have a lot of tape out there on, I think Cruelty played Bank 3 or 4 times throughout the group stage, so there's a lot of available footage out there on how you play Bank, and leaving that up for a one best of one to decide how the rest of your day transpires, it's a risky proposition. And then the same thing for Alpha Team. They played Cafe yesterday. They won Cafe yesterday. But again, that's available tape with a substitute player coming in. It's going to be up there for Cruelty to have seen. Better to take that one out of the rotation. Go to unknown territory for both teams, especially if you feel comfortable, like you said, Jonah, on Consulate. That could be the haven where we see them find themselves in the grand final.
But here's the thing, guys. I mean, honestly, we know to a certain extent Team Cruelty, the one thing that they can always kind of rely on, even when the plans don't fail, and we actually saw this yesterday, is just raw mechanical skill, right? They are a very talented team of gunners. Alpha Team is too, no doubt about it. But remember, the best player from Alpha Team, I think, now currently plays on Team Cruelty, you know, from Stage 1 to Stage 2. I mean, Jonah, how do you kind of navigate an unknown map when you know that the other team is just going to be superior to you in a straight-up gunfight, if that's what it comes down to?
Well, I think you just play Siege like you know how to play. I mean, we talk about mechanically skilled players and, you know, the subtle difference that comes between a team of gunners and a team of maybe more, you know, methodical players who aren't as flicky and just crazy when it comes to those entry kills. But realistically, every single one of these players on 90% of the rosters here in LATAM can be a top player at any given moment. They just need the right environment, the right opponent to thrive. Do I think Cruelty are a little stronger mechanically? I do, but I don't think the gap is big enough to actually fundamentally change the way that either team should play this. Cruelty cannot just assume they're going to be winning gunfights. This is Siege. You walk into most gunfights, and unless you have a major advantage, they're still going to be 50-50, it feels like half the time. Alpha team should just play their game. They get to start out on defense here on Consulate, so that aggressive style, Corbeck, that you mentioned earlier, could work really well for them. This is a map that often does see a lot of defensive aggression, a lot of peaks, a lot of runouts, a lot of just good extension, a lot of good, I would say, map control for the defense. So this is a place where I think that style should still be their go-to, shouldn't have to change much.
Well, the top team from LATAM North and the top team from LATAM South squaring off here in the upper bracket final on Clubhouse, coming to you in just a few minutes.
Well, our final best of one in LATAM Stage 2, well, is this match right here. Cruelty and Alpha Team go toe-to-toe to see which of them can book a ticket straight to the grand final. That match being the ultimate decider for who makes the major. But this battle between the top seeds from the north and the south, well, Flynn, this has been a long-awaited contest.
This is what the playoffs are all about. This is what the Final Four is for. This is the merging of LATAM North and LATAM South, divided by ping during the group stage, but no longer any ping between the two teams on LAN. The opportunity to, as we've seen in Stage 1 and now through Stage 2 in these Final Four games, yell vociferously at their opponents from the tables across the way. We get some operator bans that don't follow the most conventional route. We got a Clash and a Valkyrie ban on the defensive side. Obviously, Consulate, a map that'll play quite well into the Valkyrie-sided intel gathering with explosivity underneath game. We've also got the Ying and the Dokubi being taken away, which means that every shield you could ever want at your disposal is available on the attacking side. You see the Montaigne initially picked by Mutombo. We'll see if he sticks on that. But it's Cruelty, who did not choose to go to this map, to Consulate. It was Alpha Team's last ban between Kafe and Consulate, and yet Cruelty still chose to attack, believing in their attacking prowess on a map that trends quite defender-sided globally and inside of LATAM. It'll give Alpha Team perhaps a slight advantage to begin the map. It's just one best of one away from the grand finals. If you lose this, you're double stacking DO3s to make it to the major. You win this, you got about 3 hours off to wait for your opponent to make it there.
Well, the stakes are higher than ever, as we've discussed. And these two teams consulate the map of their choosing. A map that we have not seen from either one of them this entire stage long. Alpha Team, pretty sure we haven't even seen this map from them in this calendar year. Maybe something they've been keeping up their sleeve for this very moment. Cruelty did play this at the major. They did play this a few times in Stage 1 with some back and forth results. Kept this on the back burner during Stage 2 until now. They'll start things on the attack. They picked to start on the attack as well. So really looking to see how they can start things off strong. Expect a team like them to pick defense to kick things off. Usually that is where you want to start to build that momentum, but they picked attack, which is either one, just putting some stock in the second half, hoping that that's really where they'll be able to make their mark, or telling us that their attacks may just be a little bit better than you might expect. In this round, of course, attacking this top floor, CO and meeting. Already sending some drones through to get a bit of information to allow Dante to work off of it. Down below on the buck, trying to clear out these defenders from console office. Give the rest of the team a bit more space to work off of, as we see Mutombo working his way up the stairs, pushing through now. The Nitro Cell behind him, expertly avoiding it as Naza tries to do some damage. Risky takes down the shield. Naza back and forth here on the angle. Ivan will now support Mutombo, but he gets lit up from behind. Dante and Fatal get things started. Ragnar with a team kill and Ivan with another. Well, that just leaves Ragnar all alone. He's got one kill on the round, but it was just on his teammate. And now he has to stare down 5 attackers. That is one through the wall. That is all he will find. Cruelty come bearing down, and already the trash talk begins.
Looks like we cut into the audio for the trash talk a little bit late. Martine, not letting it get to him, keeping a smile on his face. We've seen him on Kafe have a lot of fun. And through the face cameras and also this wide shot, we've seen that Alpha Team, they stayed pretty level-headed throughout the majority of their best of one against 6 Karma on Kafe. Round number 1 for Alpha Team on the defense starts out pretty well in terms of being able to stall the clock against Cruelty. Vulcan canisters detonating, holding and locking down the Cruelty attack in place, not allowing them to progress. And then at a moment's notice, they all start bursting in. One coordinated push from 3 different angles, try and absolutely obliterate the defensive hold. They did quite well. A little bit of an assist from the team kill there as well in the concluding moments, but Cruelty, they chose to start attack like you mentioned, Jonah. And they make good use of it, at least in round number 1. Attacking onto the CEO, successful, without even really having to employ much of the Montaigne, just really being a distraction at the top of the yellow stairs. Now we see Alpha Team swap bomb sites. Not looking to run it back CEO, at least not as of yet. Instead, they'll turn their attention downstairs to the basement, into garage and kitchen. Try and get on the board, level the scoreline, and not allow Cruelty to rack up an advantage on the attacking half.
Well, hoping for a better response here. Alpha Team changing up the site and heading down below to the basement. See if this garage site works a bit better for them. Naza playing equally as in the face of this Cruelty attack as he was last time, crossing the doorframe down below and repositioning as the flashes and now the pressure from Cruelty come in. You've got Dante making the swing down the stairs. Naza continuing to back off, but Cruelty doing a nice job of taking space fairly aggressively, fairly early on into the round. Slater, the only one still in position to fight this attack at the onset. Everyone else already tucked down below and waiting. As the information continues to prosper for Cruelty, Slater will eventually recognize that and start to fall off. So certainly good progress as Cruelty take control of the top 2 floors of this map.
You can see the amount of soft destruction as well that Cruelty have at play. The Buck, the Ram, the Ash, and also the Thatcher and Thermite to be able to facilitate opening up the garage panels nice and easily. There was a little bit of defensive utility for Alpha Team, strewn across the back of Server and towards the secret hallway, but it's not really the focus for Cruelty. You can see they've been given the top control upstairs inside of Piano and Exposition. They're going to take full advantage. The floorboards all begin to disintegrate, as well does the garage panel that was reinforced. Still Surya gates on the precipice of the breach, but those are easily dealt with the amount of flashbangs that have been taken on the side of Cruelty. It seems like an operator lineup was well prepared for this scenario. Second exothermic comes out onto the piano floor, right beside the expo hatch, and that will pop it open through the transitive properties of Thermite that we've seen. Naza down to 5 HP and behind the yellow pillar inside of garage, and Dante holding him at bay, but instead the nitro cell that comes to life for Slater, dropping Dante, removing the Buck, but still plenty of damage done to the Alpha Team defense.
But also allowing Naza to escape. That's pretty big because instead of being caught behind the pillar, now he is very much a threat, rotating back and joining the team. So as the Cruelty pressure builds up above, they still have a lot of work to do and 5 defenders to find with only 20 seconds. Naza, speaking of, has worked his way up more aggressively. Gives away his life here, but still wasting just a few extra seconds off the clock, and will make this push from Cruelty all the more challenging. Under 10 seconds yet to step into the objective, and Alpha Team take full advantage. Bastion gets 3, Ragnar gets 1, and Alpha Team close it out with a flourish, tying it up here on Consulate.
Yeah, Cruelty just running out of options in the later portion of the round. Good read on Naza's flank, an unfortunate siege timing for Naza as he's holding the lounge double door to spiral until the exact nanosecond that he gets pushed. So an unfortunate one there for Naza, but on 5 health, that really was just a Hail Mary. Trying to do what you can on the remaining health points that were gifted to you by Dante missing a couple crucial shots. But Cruelty, again, on the execute, they open up garage panel, but they don't feel confident enough to be able to push through. Instead, opting to go for quite a few Expo hatch drops, which is a choice. It's not the most sound strategy on the attacking side, as it does leave you exposed like we saw from the kitchen wall that was blown open by Alpha Team, and a crossfire from anyone who did venture into the back of the red car through the kitchen rotate. So Alpha Team reading the situation well, being able to stall out for a prolonged period of time and making Cruelty have to absolutely scramble in the dire second. It doesn't work out for them, so they level the scoreline. The 1-1 ball game. We get to see some interesting swaps again on the attacking side. Ivan whipping out the Glaz to begin this round. You see, for a Piano and Exposition defense, lots of focus on explosivity, 3 nitro cells, but also intel gathering in the absence of the Valkyrie. We still get the Solus returning and the Pulse.
Martin repositioning here as he, like we've seen from Alpha Team most of these defensive rounds so far, itching to find some sort of early pressure. No guarantee, though, of finding that, and I think that's been their strongest feat through these last 2 rounds. Their ability to, yes, be aggressive, but also back off, play safe, and not let Cruelty just pick up any kills for free. Naza, again, no matter what operator he's playing, always willing to put himself in a more uncomfortable spot, something he showed us when going 9-7 on that best of 1 yesterday. Comfortable in a fragging role, comfortable, more flexible if he needs to be. Slater dealing with some pressure from Mutombo now as the Monty comes right at him. Oh, well done by Mutombo. Good coordination from Cruelty to back Slater into a death trap, picking up the kill from the window. Cruelty will get things started and give themselves a 5v4 advantage. Bastion, though, not giving up this space without a fight. Still looking at the skylight, trying to fight this. Cruelty unaware, and Ivan goes down as a result.
Well, there goes your Glaz, there goes your Gadget player, and Naza, like you said, an uncomfortable position from inside of the closet. Nitro Cell goes soaring, and it puts Mutombo to 19 HP, and then Bastion's able to tag in for the help. Naza hits a nice shot onto Pyrox, looking for even more on the Yellow Stairs corridor, and he will let Dante know about it. It is just Fatal left alone, who got the opener from that Yellow Stairs rappel. And he'll take the 1v1 top side, taking damage, dealing damage, and able to clean up Bastion, but the flank comes in from Martin. Did a world tour around Consulate, winds up in CEO to close out the round. It's back-to-back defenses for Alpha Team.
Alpha Team, again, doing a nice job of exploiting a little disconnect here and there from Cruelty when they saw that they had a chance to really dig into it, put themselves in a position to thrive. I think Naza, best example of that, just taking the fight in piano, whipping around, and doing quite a bit of damage, actually claiming 2 kills, but I'd credit him even with a 3rd, as he really was forcing Mutombo into an awkward spot and ended up allowing, I think it was Bastion, who ended up actually getting that kill. Great coordination there, just locking down the site. These first floor objectives, not easy to defend, but Cruelty making the choice to go a bit more direct rather than taking the full control from above. And we saw how that got them into a little bit of trouble when that execute came around. Bastion able to make it work from above. And of course, without needing to move, Naza able to thrive on the site itself. Exactly what Alpha Team were looking to do. The best way to bounce back from that opening round loss. We'll take the next 2, do them even more confidently than the last. And now they are really set up to thrive.
Yeah, it's been one hell of a response for Alpha Team, considering that round number 1 transpired in the fashion it did. It again, does not go down in the history books as a flawless, but no 1v5 getting a wallbang headshot with an SMG-11 to remove the flawless, it still doesn't feel that great. Feels like a flawless round at heart. And yet the response from Alpha Team on the defensive side, being able to complete the rotation elsewhere from CEO, very impressive rebound from a rather deflating begin to your best of 1 to send you to the grand finals of the playoffs. Windows will open up, as you can see. Cruelty, they've changed strategies, even though they were successful on more Yellow Stairs-sided floods towards CEO last time attacking this bomb site. Now it's a lot of focus towards admin. The rappel in will put Dante down to 22 HP on the Grim. The Bees not assessing the location of any of the defenders inside a break room, attempting to take aim into admin and slow the advances of Cruelty. Naza as well in the basement, inside a server on the Pulse. He will catch the rotation of Pyrox at the base of the Visa Stairs. The Nitro Cell is just a hair too late, so now that'll give free access for Pyrox to wander on up the Visa Stairs. They'll have to be wary, though, of Naza's potential flank ability later on in the round.
Naza always being that active player, switching roles what feels like every single time he played. Well, we saw him on the Mute twice, then it was the Kaid, now the Pulse. So keeping really everyone on their toes, keeping Cruelty more so on their toes here, providing that extra bit of intel for this defense, currently on the hunt for some action down below. But look at the damage that Alpha Team have already dealt to Cruelty. Pyrox, 2 HP. Dante, 22. This admin take, sure, they've got the space on this side of the map, but that's about it. They've got somebody on that main balcony rappel as well, so you got Mutombo in position on that small closet breach, but still a lot of work left to do, and they still have not forced someone like Bastion out of this position. No pressure, top main stairs as of yet. No pressure actually working towards long desk, and as Cruelty, the longer they take, the more info Alpha Team are going to have, the better they should be able to reposition and get ready to shut this down. There's a good example of that from Naza. He'll open things up, take care of Dante.
Now the push through to long desk, is able to down off Martine. Pyrox as well on 2 HP, gets 2 kills. Matumbo has been down though. The flank from Naza, now it's going to be completed as he ascends the stairs, but all of his comrades have fallen inside of the objective. He hits the air jab, so everyone on Cruelty will be aware of the position now as he circles his way towards long desk, trying to get back towards meeting. Red pings throughout the bomb site, letting him know where the positioning of potential plant is. Cardiac sensor to assist in the fact, as well as he tries to duck and dive around the corner of the wall, but Ivan, who came from down below, able to reappear inside of the bomb site and secure Cruelty's second attacking round.
Cruelty able to tie things up and correct some of the issues they've been having here. Still smiling right now, both teams still having a good time, but as it gets down to the wire, you're going to start to see some of these smiles disappear and some of the most serious faces come out here. They know what's at stake. Now, this is not an elimination game. You win, you still have a chance in that grand final. You lose, you go to the lower bracket final where 6 Karma awaits. The match we're going to see next, and a best of 3, that will determine who stays alive. So right now, maybe a little bit less stress on their shoulders, but still the pressure, you know it's going to build as this matchup continues. Cruelty, the one thing that I think we've seen on LAN in this Final Four, the biggest difference from their group stage performance, well, entry kills has been one of them. Going 6 and 8, overall negative as a team in terms of the entry against Maycam yesterday. Of course, still winning that matchup 8-6, but losing out in terms of the entry game. That's especially notable because not only have Cruelty gone 50-50 in the entry game, they've been overwhelmingly dominant in the entry game, and that typically comes when you are a 10-0 team. Pyrox 19-8 on the entry, Ivan 18-8. Dante, Fatal, Matumbo, all in the positive. Fatal and Matumbo just +3, +2, Dante +9. The reason I give you all these numbers is to say that they are so good at getting in the building early and establishing that control. The fact that they haven't been able to do it as consistently on this map, the fact that this gave them a little trouble yesterday and clearly again here in round number 5, it's just putting them into a place where they're just not used to operating within. On the defensive, on the back foot, having to recover from some man disadvantages in some pretty major ways. Here, a great example of that as well, a 3v5 they now have to work their way out of. That's pretty significant here. And again, given the Cruelty dominance we've seen, you just wouldn't expect them to have so much trouble just starting out each of these rounds.
Nope, but we see it continue. A worrying trend for Team Cruelty, who opt to just face check Visa, and it ends up costing them at least one life, potentially another one. We didn't see how Ivan died, but on the Amaru, one has to imagine that it involved a Gara hook into a location that wasn't completely droned out. So it leaves Cruelty at a 3v5 disadvantage, and most of the Cruelty attackers, before the deaths had occurred, were still stacking Visa's side and trying to go for a server's hit. So Cruelty, once again, adapting the attacking strategy to try and find something that fits better into being able to fool Alpha Team into not knowing what is coming next, continuing to shake things up and keep them on their toes, and a server-sided take into this bomb site with only 3 attackers, one of them being Matumbo on the fully extended Montaigne, just leaves you so far down on firepower. These are heavy choke points that often involve trading out to be able to progress into the objective, yet you just don't have the numbers to be able to trade. Some miraculous shots are going to need to be hit there as Ragnar exposes himself momentarily, but there goes Bastion on the trade. Fatal and Dante now trying to work their way out of hell as Dante found himself inside of the bomb site garage side. Fatal on one trade, but both teams going 1 for 1. If they continue the trend, it's going to result in an Alpha Team victory as Fatal continues to push his way up the CC hallway. The pre-fire ineffective, and Bastion shuts it down. It's Alpha Team, at the very least, securing a tied side swap score.
Well, again, this is good stuff from Fatal, and we're seeing him contribute well. But this is the kind of thing we were pointing out about the entry, about Cruelty, clearly in a bit of a different place than we've seen them in the past. Not saying they're in a funk, I think that's a bit strong, but relying on Fatal to the majority of the fragging work right now is very unusual. He and Mutombo, they are your two pretty hard support players. They don't do a lot of flexing to different roles, different operators. You're going to allow Dante to be that flex, Pyrox and Ivan to do the majority of the work. That's the stat we've seen all season long. The fact that it is Fatal right now, 7-3, obviously Pyrox and Ivan still putting in some work, but Dante quiet. Not to say that that is the reason they're not succeeding here, but it's certainly a symptom of this larger problem, right? This clear discomfort that Cruelty seem to be experiencing overall. No, not too much concern here on Consulate just yet. They picked attack. They've gotten 2 rounds here, so when they shift over to the defense, they're going to be feeling pretty good about this regardless. But this is still worth noting that Cruelty don't quite look like the Cruelty we saw all group stage long. Had maybe a couple more issues, couple of things to work out that we just haven't seen appear during their competition in the North. That comes, though, when you play these South teams for the first time. I haven't seen them play before. Still getting used to the difference in play style, even though it may be very minor. We'll see how they can course correct. See if they can tie things up before we move into round 7.
Well, Dante bringing out a blast from the past, a Sledge shotgun, but as many will know, Sledge doesn't have an SMG-11 anymore. Now Dante is saying that, yeah, I don't need an automatic weapon to win in this position, pushing him down through the electrical hallway through Secret, with a shotgun and a sledgehammer against the world, potentially attempting to clear out anyone playing inside of the basement. There isn't anyone or Alpha Team down in the basement as of right now. Potentially trying to catch some rotations, maybe with the assist of Pyrox's death mark. We touched on Jonah regarding the opening kills and needing someone like Fatal to be able to carry the load. It's just seems to be a symptom of not being able to get the entries. You're losing your entries to Pyrox and Dante early on, so it means someone else has to pick up the slack. We're seeing this from an Alpha Team perspective as well. We're starting to see Bastion pick up the fragging department. Everyone else kind of peeling back momentarily. Fatal is going to get down inside of admin. This is a piano exposition clear, damage done to Martine, but the response from Slater is overwhelming. Pyrox now tries to advance, and he gets met with an SMG-11 to the face. It is just Dante with that Sledge shotgun, and Mutombo left standing for Cruelty. Try and keep things level at the side swap. 67 seconds will tick away against the last 2 remaining Cruelty attackers, and they don't look poised to be making much of an impact on the remainder of the round.
No, this is where Mutombo and Dante, you can expect them to sit back and just, do what they can, pick up an empty kill or 2, but a 2 versus 5. This level of inactivity here, don't expect them to pick up much. Just looking for a mistake or 2 on the side of Alpha Team. There's one, a little bit of overconfidence there from Slater. So Dante will at least get his 2nd kill on the map, but still needing to group up with Mutombo, make a bit of progress down to the site 1 floor below. It's a pretty big ask. There's still some defenders to worry about up top. Naza, one of those, will swing and get them both. Continuing to put on a display of some firepower. The new player coming into this team for the weekend, definitely showing up in a big way and contributing to Alpha Team's lead at the half, 4-2, as we switch sides.
So Cruelty opting to choose attack, as this was not their map choice. And yet, they get 2 attacking rounds. It's not the end of the world. More your standard scorer line. Naza's going to be requesting a momentary pause. Not sure if we're going to get it or not. But I will say that you're quite right in your assessment, Jonah, that Naza has been very impressive, and I'm actually very confused as to why we haven't seen him on another roster in the South to this point. We now stand in a situation where it looks like we are going to need some sort of break or intervention. We're yelling at stuff, and we're going to get things organized. Well, we're also going to need a little bit of time to get things back underway. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We will be right back with the second half of Consulate.
Well, the second half of Consulate now officially getting underway as our players have sorted out the tech issues on the LAN build. Flynn dealing with some tech issues of his own, so we'll be rocking solo for a few minutes while he gets back into the action here. 4-2 Alpha Team at the half, a successful defensive run after Cruelty opted to start on the attack and had a couple of issues, namely on the entry side. Of course, the stats at the bottom of your screen have been reset, given that we've seen that rehost. But to update you as to our progress, it's been Fatal leading the way on Cruelty's side. 7-4 for him. Pyrox 4-4. Second major contributor there on Cruelty. Over on Alpha Team, Naza, Bastion, both 7 kills apiece. Really seeing Naza come alive here, subbing in for Gaspro, who was the top player statistically on this team. We really questioned what Alpha Team would look like without him, and it really has been a very similarly strong team. And it's been great to watch. So as round 7 gets underway here, we'll see how Alpha Team shift things up on the attack. We expect Cruelty to be strong here on the defense, but this was the side they were hoping to play second. Maybe they wanted to play their stronger half second, or maybe this will just be their opportunity to hang on for dear life. Again, we'll send a team to the grand final. It will not eliminate anyone. The loser will go down to the lower bracket, where they will play in a best of 3 to see who stays in and who gets eliminated. 1 minute into this round here, and we'll see how Cruelty respond. Obviously down 2, hoping to make things work on their end.
Hey, dude.
Welcome back.
Thanks. I tried to open up Wikipedia, and my PC said no. And Ivan is immediately going to say no to Ragnar on the entry via the Nitro Cell. It's the opening pick acquired for Cruelty on the defensive side. A common theme that we talked about, that Alpha Team being able to win out on these opening engagements a lot more often than we're used to seeing for teams against Team Cruelty. Pyrox, he will be felled at the top of the spiral stairs by Martin, who continues to have quite the impressive stage overall, but also in these playoff games, he's been quite the performer. So now, reading the flank down below, 2 Cruelty defenders try to get engaged, and they both meet their demise. Ivan, though, on the third engagement, able to hit the headshot. So a 2v3, but you can see the health damage that has been done to Alpha Team. It's going to be Mutombo with a shotgun, supernova, and bearing 9 against the last 3 attackers, peeking towards Long Desk, attempting to take the angle and the gunfight against Martin on 10 HP. Bastion will join him, though, for the immediate trade. Should anything go wrong, the impact comes in and goes sailing over the head of Mutombo and doesn't connect. But it seems that Alpha Team are aware of the position the swing from Mutombo nets 1.
Oh.
We're still playing. There we go. Mutombo still now in a 1v2 as mirror windows set up as the plant is being attempted by Slater. Bastion holding for the cross. Potential yokais in play to try and disrupt the plant, but no! It is Mutombo operating a yokai, but he doesn't get it there in time. Into the post plant they go. Opportunity for Mutombo. Try and burst on in towards admin and take these opening engagements. Instead, he'll jump straight onto the diffuser, attempting to stick. Slater attempting the approach, and he will be successful as there's no pull-off from Mutombo. And it is Alpha Team winning their first attacking round, and Martin is letting them know.
Wow, I mean, that is exactly how you want to get things started on the attack. Keep this going, extend the lead to 3 rounds. Great place for Alpha Team to be. Mutombo, I don't mind that play on the Echo there. You want to get that Echo drone in a position and try to stop the plant from going down. Problem was, that yokai drone was well out of position, and he had to get it over in place to deny it. He took too long to do that. And at the same time, what that got them was Mutombo not holding any active angles because he was so far back. Not only did he miss the opportunity to deny the plant, but he also allowed Alpha Team to leave the site, to back off and play that safe in the post plant. One of those things that, obviously, hindsight 2020, wish you could have had that one back, but you assume that's where the yokai drones should be able to get that in position, but a little disconnect earlier in the round frees things up for Alpha Team. to let them take their very first attack. And this will draw the attack timeout for Team Cruelty, as we see Limon44, the coach in the back, covering his mouth so that Alpha Team cannot read his lips or see what he's conveying to the players, but trying to get a message across to the team to see how they can bounce back and try to get this game a little bit more close, a little bit more competitive.
This is the thing, right? Is you're going to start an attack. You're going to presume that you're able to walk into the side swap at a 3-3, preferably. Comes down to a 4-2 scoreline. It's not the end of the world, but all of a sudden, you were expecting to finish a lot stronger on the defensive side. And in round number 1, much like you were able to do to Alpha Team, they're in turn able to win their first attacking round. So now we enter a precarious spot for Team Cruelty, still without a loss in Stage 2. Should be said that yesterday's best of 1 against Maycam Evolve was the first time they've even had to go to overtime. All 10 of their wins during the group stage completed in regulation time, not needing any extra frames. Now we're starting to see Cruelty inch closer to their first loss of the stage, which would come at the most inopportune time. Maybe the only worst timing would be in the next best of 3. For Alpha Team, though, on the attacking side, things have looked very strong. Being able to respond to the aggression that Cruelty were wanting to bring, you see 3 simultaneous attacks for defenders of Cruelty attempting to swing and take an engagement. Only one of them walked away victorious, and it was Ivan. Then he immediately got traded out after 3v1 for Alpha Team. So Alpha Team not going to be intimidated off of their position, not going to be swung to oblivion, be removed from the match. Instead, willing to stand and fight, much like we saw from them yesterday.
Fatal still in the corner, right outside the breach. Either inside. Has not budged. Just now, making the cross and the retreat. To play this one a little more passively while still keeping an eye on anyone trying to make their entry down below. Looking to get active here, at least somewhat. The rest of this defense, similar position for them. Nothing too crazy, but just seeing if they can catch any of these Alpha Team attackers off guard. As you said, though, Flynn, Alpha Team will not be phased. Very slowly, methodically, taking this space, holding angles to try to put Cruelty into a bit of a kill box. That's Naz's job here. Hold this cut through the top floor as these defenders are forced to reposition, thanks to Bastion down below, hoping that maybe somebody comes across in front of that crosshair where he could possibly land the shots. Nothing yet, though. As we cross that 90-second mark and see more than just Bastion down below, you also see Slater in that position, waiting over on the VIP side of things, seeing if he can step up and make the move. Retreating, though, to join his team as the soft destruction below the site continues. Slater actually rotating all the way over to the yellow stairs side of the map as Alpha Team begin a bit of a rotation. Take a look at these outlines, all shifting to this CO window side, where now it seems they're looking to execute.
That's the thing. Seemingly the call has emerged to rotate CEO side. Dante, though, playing aggressive at the top of the yellow stairs, able to peek on out to the bathroom window. He's only good for 1, and now the pressure being applied by Slater as he pushes on up. Can't find anything more, though, and now the Vulcan canisters and the Toxic Babes begin to detonate within the bomb site, choking off the area available to Alpha Team to attempt to repel in and go for the plant. And you immediately see once again Naza hitting the roof, trading off the diffuser to Ragnar as well. 18 seconds ticking down against Alpha Team, and still so much utility to attempt to chew through the vault into the top of the spiral stairs. That's diffuser surrendered. Ivan as well is able to shut down Bastion, and Naza having one hell of a difficult time attempting to vault in through the projector balcony. Not going to be long for this world. Pyrox will put him to rest. It is Cruelty at the conclusion of their tactical timeout, getting back on the board.
Tough moment there for Alpha Team, who really just couldn't seem to make up their minds on where they were going to attack from. First off, opening up that wall right outside, meeting, really building in some pressure there from down below, then deciding to rotate to CO and make a push from the other side of the site. Now, generally, I love to see a good mid-round swap. I think it's a great way to make sure the defense has to stay on their toes. Slater did a great job there of stepping up and getting that kill onto Dante, but they ran into the problem that they hadn't dealt with enough utility on that side of the site when they eventually wanted to go for the push. Flynn, you mentioned the Vulcan canisters, the fire standing in their way. There was simply so much utility between them and a successful push that they quickly realized time was running out and they would have to just take some fights from the yellow stairs, have to send someone in and try to win a gunfight or two. When that didn't work, they quickly found themselves at a man disadvantage and then once again pivoted a second time, tried to make their entry top of main stairs, back towards the breach they had already opened, and none of that really worked. So Alpha Team, lack of commitment there, maybe their issue. They had made up their minds a little sooner, dealt with that utility on one side of the map. Could have seen a little more success when it came to the actual execute. Credit, of course, goes to Cruelty to be able to identify that shift and shut it down. And that gets them their third round, a much-needed recovery after that tack timeout.
Well, we now see Cruelty head over to the garage defense, but employing operators on nearly every floor. You can see the double roam topside from Pyrox and Ivan, and Fatal on the mid floor just outside of Tellers. An opportunity to come to blows with Naza, who's now elected to take the blitz, vaulting straight into the Visa door, and he's going to find an opponent immediately, hits the ADS on the fadeaway, and rejects Fatal's retreat back to the bomb site. It's a quick opener, and Ragnar as well gets another one. The drop in down below into server. Ivan able to shut down Ragnar, pushing through yellow stairs, but Martine still continues to decimate everyone in his path. We are only 70 seconds into the round, and it's a 2v4. Still up against a Deimos, a Lion, and a Blitz. So much intel will still be attempted to be gathered against these last two defenders, and there's really nowhere safe to go from here on out as the Death Mark comes in up against Matumbo, isolating his position. Ivan's going to stand directly on top of him just to try and play the trade games for survival.
It's a good call here, but it is the aggressive call, the high-risk decision. Ivan taking an even bigger risk by working his way straight towards Archives here and looking to make a swing. Could catch Naza, who has no idea that move is coming, but now Ivan's position is known. Alpha Team should be able to collapse on this. But take a look at their positions. Actually, nowhere near close enough to deal with it, so Ivan is going to get away for free. Still very much alive, still very much a threat. Matumbo trying to be the same. Ooh, but exposes himself to Martin on the swing. Ivan now the only one left. 3 members on this Alpha Team attack. Now trying to find him and take him down. His location known. Martin tracking him with the death mark. And Slater securing the objective down, securing that diffuser. Alpha Team securing that final kill. They take yet another attack, and Cruelty cannot keep that momentum going. They move ahead to match point.
Well, it got a little scary there for Alpha Team, allowing Ivan to hit the flank through Blue Hallway all the way into server. Drop your blitz for free and completely escape. And yet, still the collapse onto the bomb site, successful enough to once again play the trades, play the mathematical advantage that you have. The early portion of the round facilitated by this aggressive entry, and you put yourselves on a match point. It's going to require 3 straight defensive victories from the side of Cruelty to send us to overtime. This is a best of 1, but neither team has their life or their stage on the line as of yet. The loser of this game will play in the loser's bracket in an elimination best of 3 against 6 Karma at the conclusion of this match. And with at least their hopes of reaching the grand final in as fewest maps played as possible, Cruelty are going to run it back downstairs in the garage and kitchen. Also employing, again, stretch operators that will facilitate the roam and try and deny some intel gather. We got the Mute and the Vigil with the Solus. Opportunity to spread the floor and really get aggressive throughout the map once again. But if Alpha Team, they recreate their push from last time around, minus the Blitz plus the Montaigne, all of a sudden, Cruelty is going to be in for a world of hurt, attempting to collapse on attackers who already have significant control.
And Cruelty have not dropped a map this entire stage, but need 3 rounds in a row to prevent this one from being an unprecedented result in stage 2. Would send them down to the lower bracket. They'd play in a best of 3 and would have to do this one the hard way if they want to make the major. What appeared to be the best team in LATAM, without question, is now facing a lot more difficulty than we might expect. Again, you're seeing these teams, they understand that they will have a second chance, but to see this result against a team that looked major ready as ever. Well, now could change things a bit. Far from out of this, we've seen crazier things before. Waiting for this push to come in from Alpha Team as, well, the breach down below starts to get pressured. And up above as well. Alpha Team begin to make their entry. Bastion doing good work. Ragnar, both of them on the hard breach. Trying to open up a space to get into this map. Take some time. And now seeing Alpha Team rotate fully to the other side of the map, it's very clear that, well, they're going to change up how they want to approach this side.
Yeah, it's one of the big difficulties. A no chance as he's looking the wrong direction. Fatal cuts through one. Ivan another. Martine hits the floor. Bastion able to trade out one and progress towards security. Attempting to go for another one to level the man count, and he will indeed with the bearing 9. Continuing to chew through opponents. Slater trying to join in and potentially revive Martin. So now the Twitch back standing. We stand at a 3v3, but the health advantage significantly in the favor of Cruelty on the defensive side. Attempting to reject the push. Pyrox gets one onto Martine. Ivan's been downed though, twisting and turning his Bastion, as now he's the last man standing on his team, and Pyrox is able to shut it down, one with the T.
Normal for the Dante willing to control can, but this last round, of course, for the Dante willing to control can, but this last round, of course, good for Cruelty as a whole. 2 rounds to go as they head back upstairs now to console office and well, we apologize for the issues, folks. Hopefully, we are back up and good to go. Thankfully, you missed pretty much nothing, just that final round of regulation. 6-6 as we go into overtime. All square, Cruelty able to win the last 3 rounds in a row, getting themselves to this point. So you got to imagine carrying quite a bit of momentum into this. However, those 3 rounds were on the defense, now responsible for the attack. So we'll see what they're able to get done here. Alpha Team gone quiet. Even the tech pause wasn't enough to kind of bring them back to life here. Maybe the tech pause, a good 10-15 minute hiatus, could be enough to get them back on their feet, maybe slow what Cruelty have been able to build. But once again, the top team in LATAM, what it looked like through the group stage, Flynn, Cruelty, back-to-back overtime games in these best of ones.
Back-to-back overtime games, but there's no more sacrificing points. It's just do or die. So to be able to steer out of that 6-3 deficit, pretty impressive thus far for Cruelty. We didn't get to see, apparently there was a clutch by Ivan in a 1v2 to send it to overtime. We unfortunately missed that part, but again, just showing you the individual prowess of these Cruelty members, be able to continue to progress further in this best of 1, trying to avoid that elusive first loss of the stage. I'm sure that anyone has actually qualified straight to the major without a loss on a map yet. The vault in from Pyrox into Bathroom. Slater and Bastion, though, both come to life. The defense working out well for Alpha Team, being able to slow down and completely deny any entry from Cruelty topside. Now Matumbo taking significant damage from a goo mine, requires coverage on the yellow stairs. That's where Fatal will head. A frag grenade will pick up Martin. All of a sudden, big deficit in terms of the man count starts to slowly turn back around into Cruelty's side. Now the Solus will be tracked by the death mark. Bastion's gonna have to get out of dodge in a hurry. Tante picks up Slater in the meantime with the Vendetta. Death mark on another opponent, but still able to connect, and Matumbo catches the jump out. Everyone for Alpha Team dropping like flies, and it gives Cruelty an opportunity to bring this round back.
Wow, I mean, every time it seems like Cruelty are out of it. Again, these last few rounds have been so impressive. They've been able to get themselves into a winning position. Now a 3v2, they hold the lead. Matumbo, low HP, still has to deal with a goo mine in his foot, but he'll take that out. Grab that diffuser and get ready to move on up. Naza, though, he's got different plans in mind. He swings, takes care of Dante. Matumbo, he goes down as well. Naza doing good work up above and tearing this Cruelty attack to shreds. Ragnar, he's the one to close it out, and Alpha Team take the first round in overtime.
Alpha Team back onto match point and, well, series point. So this is a best of one to send yourself straight to the grand finals. The 1 seed versus the 1 seed in LATAM North and South. Yeah, we're probably gonna need all 15. We'll see what Cruelty can respond with here on their defensive round in overtime. But for the time being, it's Alpha Team once again in the driver's seat, being able to command the momentum and the tempo of the match. It was a really good resistance topside to the entries being brought by Cruelty from the bathroom through yellow stairs. Bastion as well trying to go for the vault out from the top of CEO to get back downstairs and was caught by the ADSing of Mutombo. Quite the chaotic round, like you said, Jonah. But we still find ourselves in a similar position. Cruelty with their backs against the wall. It was an 8-6 victory for Cruelty in their first best of one yesterday. They're going to need an 8-7 victory if they're going to remain flawless. That will also comprise an attacking round win, which certainly hasn't been the most available type of round win so far through this match. Cruelty on the defense, to at least get to that round 15. We're going to head upstairs to CEO on the defense to try and shut down Alpha Team, who have Naza back on the blitz to try and close out this upper bracket final.
Naza, man, has really been so impressive. We especially see him thrive on that defensive side. That last round, just another indication, another, well, I suppose, piece of evidence in that manifesto of his, putting himself in such a powerful position on this team and someone to watch out for if Alpha Team can continue to make this performance work. Again, match point. A chance to close this one out, end it here in overtime. They haven't been able to close out their previous match points, though, 3 of them. So still, definitely a lot of work to do, especially on the attack. This has not gone well for them recently. Can they find their success again? They're going to have to deal with the somewhat active Cruelty defense, and a swing here from Ivan is able to down and finish off Martin. Good work from him, but now Alpha Team, off of that, they're going to step up quick. A bait from Bastion, in and out of the window. During that time, Naza on the blitz steps up and gets a kill. Alpha Team looked like they were ready to plant. Instead, they back off and go for it the second time. Again, Bastion with a bait. Strange what's going on here from Alpha Team. The second time, it doesn't work. Naza will lose his life instead of getting a kill. Interesting that Alpha Team have been waiting for this moment to actually go for that defuse. Bastion in for the 3rd time, and out the window he goes once again.
Got 1 Gara hook remaining, and it seems like he's going to have to use it in a hurry. Carrying that diffuser, it will spring into action. Ragnar gets 1. That's Ivan, though. Inside a connector, able to drop Slater at the top of the yellow stairs. So it is just the CEO repel contingent. Ivan loses on the swing. Still, Yokai is employed, being able to disorient defenders. The diffuser is being traded hands. Ragnar on a higher amount of health, and the shotgun point blank for the coverage. There goes Fatal, and it's a double up on the Supernova! Alpha Team able to dethrone Cruelty's flawless run! It is Alpha Team to the grand finals, and Cruelty will play for their lives in a best of 3.
If there was any team to take Cruelty from undefeated to now facing elimination, it would be the top team in the South. It would be Alpha Team, who had an absolutely electric start to the stage. A little bit rocky these last few weeks, but they get back on their feet at the best time they could possibly do so. Here, when they needed it the most, against Cruelty, to go straight to the best of 3 grand final to play for the major. Such a good spot for them to be. We'll see if they can continue that going. And, well, if Cruelty now playing in the next matchup have to worry about them surviving this. We'll bring Korbeck back in here as we look to close this one out. And, well, talk over this one as, well, Cruelty, for the first time, Korbeck, that is loss number 1 on the stage.
What a time. What a time to have loss number 1. Of all the places and all the games that you could lose, you lose a best of 1 to Alpha Team. Admittedly, I guess they haven't played them before, but I think all of us probably a little surprised by that result. I mean, there were hints perhaps in the Mayhem Evolve game that there were cracks in the Team Cruelty foundation, but in this game, just kind of outplayed. I know we missed some of it, Flynn, but I mean, where did the wheels come off for Team Cruelty here?
I don't think the wheels necessarily came off. I think Jonah touched on a very salient point during the beginning of that map, though, which was that the entries for Cruelty, they dried up. There were a lot of opening engagements that weren't based off of intelligence. They weren't based off of any utility that was being used to gather any kind of location on a defender. It was very much, we're going to walk into an area of the map that we are going to either presume is clear or just face check and try to win off the individual gun skill, which we've seen work time and time again for Cruelty in the group stage. But now, coming against the #1 seed in the South, there's much more on the line. There's much stiffer competition against you. It's very reminiscent of what we saw at the Major in Manchester for Cruelty, where trying to play off of that individual performance, it did not net them the same kind of reward. So now they find themselves in a best-of-3 against 6 Karma, keep their hopes at not only the Montreal Major, but the 6 Invitational alive.
Well, Flynn brought up the entries, right? And it wasn't just about that. It was, right, several different things. Who's contributing, where they're contributing, how often this Cruelty team is finding success. It just looks like a slightly different team than we saw in the group stage against very similar, different, but very similar caliber of opponents. We thought they were well and away the favorites here in LATAM to make the major, but Alpha Team proving that that is not necessarily the case. Yes, you could say this is a best of one. It doesn't mean all that much, but Cruelty, they were the kings of the best of one. They were undefeated through these one map performances. So Alpha Team, you got to give it up to them for a scrappy win in the end. Nearly got out of hand, but I mean, 6-3. They were leading substantially for a moment. Nearly won that thing 7-3. Had to take it to overtime after Cruelty made it work, but still closed it out there. So Alpha Team, now they really are the team to beat.
Yeah, well, Alpha Team, they'll top the bracket here, so Cruelty is forced into kind of a long road home. They're going to have to play a best-of-3 after this against 6 Karma, and then they're going to have to follow up with a rematch, another best-of-3 against Alpha Team. I mean, I'll be honest, I think that the likelihood of them making it to the grand final is decent, but then again, I wouldn't have pegged them, Jonah, as losing that match, so I don't necessarily know where the floor is for Team Cruelty right now.
Yeah, it's funny, right? We would have expected them to go all the way here. I still expect them to take down 6K. Frankly, I mean, if you think of a matchup that is the most expected result, it's going to be 6K Cruelty. I would have said 6K Alpha Team as a toss-up. Won't say the same thing for the match we got coming up. Obviously, still a long way to go and a lot to discuss there, but I do think Cruelty have a pretty significant advantage, and unless this looks exactly like what we just saw from them here, they shouldn't have too much of a problem closing it out in 2.
Well, Alpha Team adding to the host of upsets we have seen here at the end of stage 2 across all of Rainbow Six Siege. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with Team Cruelty versus 6 Karma after this break. Welcome back here, folks, to the LATAM Finals. Today we will send a team to the major. We thought that there was a good chance it was going to be Team Cruelty, but Alpha Team swoops in, gets a victory in a best of one, and now Team Cruelty has to fight for their life against 6 Karma to get back to a chance at a rematch with Alpha Team. I am Korvac, alongside me here, Flynn and Jonah, as we get ready to dive into our first best of 3 on the day. I mean, Team Cruelty, we didn't expect to see them in this position. I don't think we necessarily expected to see 6 Karma in this position, but at the end of the day, Flynn, Team Cruelty, yes, they had entry rows. Yes, they can't win on mechanical skill. They are still a very good team, and there's no reason to think that 6 Karma should be able to walk this in against them based off of what we just saw.
No, I think if you look at the performance throughout the group stage and throughout the playoffs, you still have to give the edge to Cruelty. Again, the conversation about how many games you're going to have to play today to make the major if you're Team Cruelty starts to become a bit more of a factor. Not only have you just played an overtime best of 1, but to make the major, you've got to win 2 more best of 3s. In comparison, 6 Karma have been sitting on the sidelines, not having to exert themselves, and Alpha Team will be able to sit and watch this series before they meet their opponent in the grand finals to go to Montreal. So there's a lot now being stacked against Cruelty. Just the way that things broke down on the schedule, ways the bracket broke down for Cruelty. And again, we've said it many times before that a best of 1 in isolation doesn't usually mean a whole lot, but there are points in the calendar and points in the bracket where a best of 1 can be the difference between your season continuing and your season ending.
The question we asked about Cruelty was, could they bounce back from yesterday's performance and play like themselves today? The answer, unfortunately for Cruelty, was not so much. They're still dealing with those same Final Four woes that kind of came out of nowhere. Need to remedy that. This is their last chance. They've got a best of 3, which they are heavily favored in. They've played 6 Karma twice and beaten them twice, 7-4 and 7-5 in 2 independent best of 1s. We know they're the better team, but do they look like the better team so far this weekend? Yes, but by a very slim margin, right? That's the difference here, because 6 Karma, they do have a real chance here. That's for sure.
They definitely do, and I mean, 6 Karma, it's a team, I've been a little critical of them because I think they lack a little bit of star power, but at the end of the day, I mean, they fought hard to get to this spot. They are not a bad squad by any stretch of the word. Obviously, when they played Team Cruelty in a best of 1, they did lose to them, Flynn, but like you just said, best of 1s don't prove everything, and I do, think that 6 Karma is a team that has some things that Team Cruelty will struggle to adapt to, namely, they feel like more of a system team than Team Cruelty.
Definitely on the defensive side. On the attacking side,
well, yes, they've had woe, yeah. It's not been great.
Listen, there were moments throughout the group stage where their attacks did look procedural, and they did look like they were going to employ a lot of map control to convert on an execute. For whatever reason in the playoffs, they have come in with the mindset of just blitz the site. Regardless of operators, regardless of composition, regardless of objective, just blitz the site. And it has netted some particularly poor results thus far through the playoffs. And I think for 6 Karma, maybe going back to what was working in the group stage might be needed, especially against a team like Cruelty, who they're not going to be completely put on their heels by aggression. This is a team that can still shoot back, and isolating the Team Cruelty into 1v1s, that's not going to be the advantage it used to be for 6 Karma. There's a significant amount of firepower across the server from 6K right now that they did not really match up very well with during the group stage. And again, trying to take isolated gunfights against Cruelty, it's probably good night for 6 Karma if they're going to do it again.
Well, they showed us that firepower yesterday, even on the clubhouse attack, which was kind of the most notable improvement for 6K, and the thing that we got to talk about going into this matchup, because as much as we harped on 6K's attacking woes coming into that best of 3 against Maycam last night, this could be a very different story if they've started to find their stride again. One thing's for sure, they should not play Chalet. They got to keep that map so far in the rearview mirror that we do not want to see this one again. But Clubhouse is on the table, right? Consulate, it's on the table. I think 6 Karma do have a chance here, as I've mentioned. The attacking woes, they figured it out last night, and that was enough improvement to give them a real shot.
Yes, we've said a couple of times that, or I have said at least, that Team Cruelty probably has quite a large map pool compared to a lot of LATAM teams. Six Karma, though, did compete in Element 3. They've played at some higher level competitions. I would imagine that their map pool is a bit substantial here as well. But like you were saying, there's some maps that they don't want to go to. And, well, I'll be honest with you, Flynn. Kafe, one of those maps, Six Karma does not like it.
No, it's, again, one of those maps that is interesting. And then Six Karma picking Bank against Cruelty. We mentioned off the top in the beginning how much tape was available. I'm seeing Chalet still be available. I am terrified.
They gotta ban it. They have to ban it.
They have to, right? There's okay.
Thank God.
Thank the Lord.
God.
I was getting worried there for a minute, boys. I think we all were. Kafe, Bank, Consulate. Gonna be honest, immediately, I feel like that's got to be Cruelty's favor in the ban phase. Again. Picking Bank against Cruelty, we've seen how dominant they've been, regardless of tape that's out there. This is a team that played defaults and played in team deathmatch and still walked away with a 7-1 victory. So for Six Karma to pick into it, you got to be feeling really confident about your ability to match toe-to-toe with the firepower being brought by Cruelty. Kafe as well, a map where they have struggled historically. And I think, again, for Cruelty, picking it is probably a nice start to the map and a nice start to the series that can give you some momentum heading into Bank.
Surprised that Cruelty didn't pick Chalet. I certainly would have if I was looking at this map ban and going, what map can we absolutely obliterate Six Karma on? It's going to be Chalet, but Kafe is not too different. It's a map that 6K didn't necessarily look all that strong on in that opening game against Alpha Team, and now they'll head to it again, trying to pick up the pieces here. But Cruelty, map 2, right? We see Bank. You know, we know how strong Six Karma has been on this map. They've shown us some good performances against Revan. I think I was most surprised that both teams seem to be on the same page coming right out of the gate in the map bans. They banned Skyscraper, they banned Labs, the two maps that these two teams have already played against each other, and Cruelty has won both times. So at the very least, we're not seeing a repeat here. 3 separate maps that we haven't seen either of these teams play against one another this stage, and Consulate as a finish, as we just saw on that last map, not Cruelty's necessarily best territory ever, and as we saw yesterday, 6K, well, they can play there too.
Yeah, they do okay on Consulate. Let's just put it to that. I was going to say they favor it, but I think it's better to say they do okay. I mean, they beat Mayhem Evolve in overtime yesterday, like you alluded to. I mean, we don't talk about it very often, I think, here in LATAM, just because strategies are different. But specifically looking at like a map such as Bank, do you think that favors Team Cruelty, Flynn, just because they're a team that has a little bit more major experience, has a little bit more experience in terms of coordination, playing in a LAN environment? You look at a big map like Bank, and I feel like coordination is so important there.
Definitely. And I think for Cruelty, you know, they've demonstrated their abilities on Bank. And I think for Cruelty as well, like you say, the real estate on that map is a deceptively enormous map.
Yes, it's huge.
And Cruelty, when it comes to coordination, they are pretty succinct in terms of the attacking side. They are a well-versed team on the attack, but they are not afraid to send someone on a solo mission to just kill as much as they can. Just basically make it a suicide mission on the attack, send an Ashe, send an IQ, send a Grim, to just do what you can. And they often rip through their opponents pretty heavily by just setting up a flank and waiting until the midway point in the round to devastate their opponents. And that's what we're probably going to see on Bank. On Kafe, there aren't that many opportunities to do a similar kind of strategy, so we're going to get to see a Six Karma take the battle front on with Cruelty. When we get to Bank, things are they're gonna spread out a little bit more.
Well, Team Cruelty versus Six Karma, it's a best of 3. Who will get a chance to face Alpha Team in the final and get their chance to go to the major? We'll find out right after this break.
Well, the premise is simple. A best of 3 to keep your major hopes alive. Win, and you have a date with Alpha Team, and a best of 3 to go to the major. Lose, and your chances here are done. You say, hey, good weekend. Final Four has been fun. You say goodbye to all your friends, and you leave the LAN environment for good. Six Karma and Cruelty, two teams we did not expect to be on the chopping block at this stage in the game. Six Karma surviving an unexpected matchup against Mayhem Evolve. Cruelty unexpectedly getting knocked down from the upper bracket and forced to play with elimination on the line. Favored in this matchup quite substantially. Cruelty looking to take down an opponent they have beaten in two separate best of ones so far this stage. 7-4, 7-5, Skyscraper, Labs. It's gone their way before, but here, three separate maps, the stakes higher than ever, and Six Karma trying to look like they might just be in the best shape of the stage. Flynn, how you feeling about this one?
Well, I am interested initially with the operator bans coming out from 6K. We saw through the majority of the group stage, they were often banning a shield operator nearly every single game. I think there was one group stage game where they didn't ban a shield. Majority of the time it was Blitz that was being banned. And yet, we saw Six Karma attempting to run the Blitz more often than not in these playoff games. Returning to form, it seems, for Six Karma, returning to their group stage bans at the very least, taking the Blitz away of the availability as Six Karma will be beginning on the attack as well. And for Cruelty, we've seen them flex both shields so far. The Montaigne and the Blitz. Doesn't really seem like they have a preference either way. So Six Karma opting to remove the more aggressive and the more explosive shield operator. And Cruelty, for starting on the defense, they're going to begin reading and dining. We have seen all four bomb sites utilized on Kafe through these playoff games to middling success. I would say the mining and dining has been okay thus far. But for the most part, everyone's seemingly very comfortable even on a top floor defense, which isn't something you see every single day on this map, as the top floor is very exposed to those repels that we saw coming out yesterday on Kafe. We'll see what Six Karma have done to make adaptations and make changes to be able to respond to what we know will be quite the amount of force being brought by Cruelty to consistently get in their face and take as many fights as possible.
Well, Six Karma, looking back at the game they played on this map against Alpha Team yesterday, the map that sent them down into this lower bracket position, it was on Kafe, and it ended up with a 7-4 final result. Six Karma, starting out on the attacking side, much like they are now, came out of the half with 2 rounds under their belt. They were only able to secure 2 rounds on defense, and so that is why they ended up with that 4-round total, but something they'd be looking to meet or exceed here. 2 rounds on the attack would definitely be a good place to begin. And as they work their way in from this top floor, trying to take this top-down approach, that's exactly what they're looking to do again, this time against a different opponent. Not going to say more formidable, because Alpha Team just proved that they can take down Cruelty just the same. So maybe this is Six Karma's chance to prove that they've got a little something left in the tank. Slow start to this one, as only now we're going to see Six Karma start to get some boots on the ground and take some space. But as you're seeing from this defense, not trying to let them do this without hurting quite a bit. Pyrox will pop up and get a kill, but 2 right back for Six Karma. Ivan now equalizes with that kill onto Swag.
The rotation for Ivan being cut off by Skimsies. He tries to retreat to the top of the white stairs. Kurt's taking some damage upstairs as well, presumably from the barbed wire that was laid at the resting place of the skylight. So it means that there's an opportunity here for 6 Karma to get on the board. And I will say, I do like the strategy adaptation here. We saw against a reading defense in round number 1, the very first attack for 6 Karma on Kafe yesterday, as the run out happens for Mutombo onto Skimsy. Instead of retreating back to the pillar store, he's going to hit the deck and go in through tables as Fatal gets claimed. Rayduck holding the retreat up the brown stairs. Mutombo very aware as the Grimbees will come out and identify the location. He still ascends the stairs as Rayduck will attempt to get the plant down, detected by the Grimbees for the final time. Mutombo will hit the flank to 90, and there's more bees awaiting him at every entry point back into his own bomb site as the plant has been completed and it's now a 1v2. Bearing 9 against the world for Mutombo, and the attackers press upon him. Shotgun comes out, but it cannot fire in time. 6 Karma, they get the first attacking round on Kafe.
Well, an unexpected result, but a welcome one for 6K, able to push through and take that round win. Obviously feeling the energy here, something they'll be looking to harness all series long. Cruelty, on the other hand, I mean, you see them now. Uncharacteristically quiet as things do not start out the way they were hoping on their own map pick. The game plan is clear, though. You saw the approach from Cruelty right out of the gate. In-your-face aggressive defense. That was very clear with a good old-fashioned white stairs window jump out. It was very clear with Ivan taking up this forward position in piano. Mutombo going for yet another aggressive move outside. But that aggression, maybe it was just a little too much, because revealing their positions, allowing 6K to know that the site was open and clear, they could push on in, get that diffuser down, and then lock it down in a post plant. So well done from 6 Karma. Nice adjustment there, really showcasing the strength of their attacks when they can get things going and really identify the weak points of their opponents. In that case, identifying that the site was more vulnerable than Cruelty may have liked, taking advantage of that, and doing so nicely. Cruelty, though, love that. Already shown us that this aggressive style is going to remain the pattern here on Kafe. Dante, the Caviera here in round 2.
Yeah, this is an operator composition on the defense for Cruelty that I'm not sure has ever been replicated before in professional play, as we continuously swap back to the free camera POV of Dante. A Cav with a Clash and a Vigil and a Maestro. It's a group of operators that you don't often see. We've got Ivan as well in the Vigil, hiding inside of VIP, in response to a Glaz and Montaigne being brought by 6 Karma on the attack. What I did want to mention for 6 Karma's previous attack was that it was a nice read. You could see them sitting outside for a majority of the round, not trying to take engagements and letting Cruelty come to them, which is very opposite of what we've seen from 6 Karma, a team that has tried to rush the site and blitzkrieg it as much as possible. Now Swag is going to take some damage topside down to 6 HP, but I did like the adaptation and the read coming out from 6 Karma in their initial attacking round to let Cruelty fly out of windows into their waiting arms if they were going to do so. 6 Karma play the trades all the way down with a plant completion. It means that they are able to isolate onto the bomb site quite effectively, and we're going to see this again from Cruelty, trying to hold out inside of Bakery. Clash on the Montaigne, the battle, but now the Glaz through the smoke falls on the entry. Rayduck, though, slow approach. It's netting quite big rewards for 6 Karma. Pyrox, though, able to trade one back out through the smoke. Lots of shots in that Alda, but Rayduck gets the double on the Montaigne.
You can't let the Monty take his shield down and dome you like that. Cruelty, little rough around the edges here, that is for sure. Big problem, though, for 6K. Despite the progress they've made down below, they have not made enough progress up above. And the vertical presence from Dante, in combination with Mutombo and Ivan down below, are able to at least get one kill back. 6 Karma know they have to deal with this eventually. The 3 remaining attackers down below trying to make something happen on the site. Mutombo challenging them head on, and Dante still able to do the damage onto Kurtz up above. That leaves just Falls and Skimsy. The only 2 left to make this one happen. Dante on 1 HP, but Ivan 100 to his name, and he steps up and takes care of the Brava for good. It's just Falls, and Dante on 1 HP will finish him off. Cruelty find their answer as 6 Karma stall out in the Bakery.
Yeah, 6 Karma, honestly, I I don't even dislike that attacking round for 6 Karma, just because the timing, if it was a little bit faster and they were able to progress past Pyrox without needing the Montaigne of Rayduck to take those 2 engagements, there weren't kill holes established up above. You had the Vigil and Kavera both hiding and waiting to play late rotations to open up verticality. But if you're able to progress as soon as you're able to make your way into Bakery, Pyrox drops a little bit sooner, maybe Mutombo is dealt with a little bit better, then all of a sudden 6 Karma is able to flood the bomb site because there wasn't any clear indication that Cruelty were going to be holding from above. Thankfully though, Mutombo is able to stall out 6 Karma just long enough so the Kavera and the Vigil can fly into action and escape on very low HP, but still get the kills regardless. So Cruelty, they lose topside, or they lose reading and dining. They win downstairs and kitchen. They'll now try for mining and dining. Strict aversion to the top floor, at least as of right now. I've seen it come out a few times throughout the course of the weekend in these playoff games. For the time being, Cruelty opting to use the top floor as positional advantage as opposed to the objective itself.
Well, let's see what Cruelty want to do to change up these defenses, keep 6K on their toes. Biggest difference that we both noticed, Flynn, between rounds 1 and 2 was a little bit of a slight step back in terms of the aggression. Yes, there was a Caveira, we'll keep that in mind, but they weren't quite as in your face to that 6 Karma attack as they were in that very first round. Even for Cruelty, that was a bit more aggression than we've come to expect. 6 Karma clearly were prepared for it and ended up winning that round as a result, but a little bit more patience on the Cruelty side got them over the line on round 2. Again, a lot of focus on this extension this time, much like that first round, but it does seem that 6 Karma won't have to deal with quite as much aggression on the Cruelty side, just your standard positions. Mutombo here in Cigar Box is one of them. Dante down below, another, and a beautifully placed C4 takes care of Swag as he was dropping down the hatch. The body falling lifelessly below, and another C4 takes care of Rayduct, who was pinned in the corner. Quite literally an explosive start for Cruelty as 6 Karma struggle to get into the building.
Look at Dante and Mutombo utilizing the 2-round Zoto canister to freeze the attackers on their entry into top red. The response comes out from Kurtz as he makes his way into the bar, still avoiding the Humidor player, and attempts to follow him up down through the hatch. Kurtz, it was 2 quick kills on the side of Cruelty. Fatal now has to go for a fly out of a window, detected and spotting the Claymore to the base of the white stairs. Kurtz able to bring 6 Karma back within an inch of this round. Ivan, though, seemingly completely undetected from inside of pianos. The diffuser is recovered by Falls, and he is cordoned off from Ivan thanks to that castle barricade that is set up by Cruelty's defense. Kurtz slowly making his approach down towards dining, narrowly catching the rotation through fireplace. Now instead, heading into reading, trying to cut off any roamers. But the return for Ivan successful to the bomb site means that it's still going to be a man disadvantaged engagement for 6 Karma. Try and push into the objective and clean up the kills.
All's looking for something here, knows the position of one of these remaining Cruelty defenders in the train. Had a feeling Dante maybe was coming up behind him, but could not react in time. That leaves Kurtz on his lonesome. 1 versus 3, Dante, Ivan, Fatal remain to try to shut him down, but 25 seconds, Dante, he'll take the fight proactively, and Cruelty go up 2-1.
You gotta love to see the innovation there for Cruelty, using the Zoto canisters to hold everyone in place, and then the Nitro cells come pouring in at the top of the red stairs to completely decimate the coverage that the shield player had, and also Rayduck's Montaigne. As Swag was the first to drop, but down to 38 health, and then shooting away the Zoto to allow for the second Nitro cell to detonate. Very impressive there for Cruelty, reading their opponents and knowing that the top red entry was going to be the primary point for 6 Karma to get into the building, especially with that shield. Now we get to see a bit of an alteration as Cruelty, they're going to head back downstairs to reading and dining, the site, which they lost in the very first round of this map. But since then, they've seemed to reorganize and seem to have a better game plan to be able to execute upon 6 Karma. 6 Karma for the time being as well, not opting to bring a shield as of yet. Things can still change as we do get some operator swaps happening on the attacking side, but heading into a reading and dining attack again that took a long time to progress on the top side, waiting for Cruelty's aggression. Seems that Cruelty are not going to give 6 Karma what they want in these later rounds.
While Reading Room and Fireplace Hall, Cruelty will reattempt this, hoping that this time it will go their way in a very different lineup from what we saw from them right out of the gate. Doing away with the Echo, doing away with the Smoke, bringing in the Mute from Mutombo, seeing Ivan the Vigil. It doesn't mean that aggression is going to change. Ivan still has the ability to get very active and look for some early fights, and there it is! Falls caught unaware, goes down early. You'd think Six Karma would have caught on to this by now. They seem to be able to shut this down brilliantly in round one. A very different story ever since. Ivan now heating up and on the prowl. Look how active he is getting. Looks like Cruelty may have spoken between maps and just said, hey, let's just unleash Ivan. Unleash the potential of this team all over this map. Kurtz works his way in, but Pyrox, the second frag leader, there to greet him. Another Kiva barrier on the window. Once again, slowing down this Six Karma attack, and Cruelty really looking good right now as Ivan gets his double. Finally finished by Rayduct. But is that too little too late? A 4v2 Cruelty lead.
So the thing is, Six Karma not really catching the aggression that we saw the same way in round number one, where it was posted up on repels and waiting for the Cruelty approach. This time around, Cruelty picking their spots a little bit better, finding more openings, and finding isolated attackers, which is the big thing. We saw the vault out of the White Stairs window in round number one. That was immediately shut down by two attackers holding the position. Now we're going to have a lot of isolated 1v1s. Dante is just narrowly missing the backside of Swag as he pushes in, but he's able to catch Dante inside of the, or catch Rayduct inside of the freezer. Swag is going to bail out of the position. Vaults over down into pillars, waiting the approach from the remaining four defenders. And Dante will go on an absolute tear. He and Ivan ripping through the Six Karma attack. And it is a lead, again, extended by Cruelty.
Cruelty, man, really have found their stride here. Six Karma, I mean, the energy we saw from them round one is clearly left this team. And now they look to regroup. Tack timeout for 6K, so both teams will have a chance to discuss and talk things over. But Cruelty have absolutely found their stride and remedied all the problems they had on that same bomb site not too long ago. What's crazy is we've seen what feels like very little action on the bomb site itself. Another round where we saw plenty of aggression from that Cruelty defense. A lot of in-your-face, a lot of swings. Six Karma just not able to remedy that for the most part. This discussion here, as we said, the tack timeout allowed by both teams here. They will have a chance to talk things over. The coach gets to chime in on the discussion. And so Six Karma will look to come back from this ever stronger and see what they can do to claim another attacking win. As we pointed out, their game against Alpha Team, they ended up losing at 7-4, going 2-round victories on both sides. Hoping that they can come away with that same scoreline here, is that's about the point we've reached. 2 rounds would be nice, as Cruelty have definitely secured a nice cushion.
And that's the thing, you can kind of see the ebb and flow in this matchup. Both teams just trying to find the limit at what they're able to achieve in terms of the aggression and how quickly they want to ramp up the tempo. We saw from Six Karma's attack towards this bomb site the last time they attacked through Bakery. Again, the progression was slow going thanks to the clash that was being brought by Mutombo. We don't see a similar lineup coming out from Cruelty this time. We might see a return to the Six Karma lineup that afforded them so much access to Bakery early on. But also Cruelty finding the moments to pick their spots, like I said, on isolated attackers. In round number one, Six Karma were very grouped up and playing off of one another to play the trades awaiting the jump outs from Cruelty. Since that round, though, Cruelty have found their moments to strike a lot more opportunely and been much more successful on that. We also talked about Cruelty's ability to garner the opening picks, how successful they were throughout the group stage. That has certainly returned here on Kafe through 4 rounds. The opportunity to go up 4-1 here for Cruelty, once again defending the kitchen bomb site that required some late round verticality coming out from a hidden Kavera and Vigil. We're definitely seeing an entire operator swap coming out on the defensive side for Cruelty this time around. It doesn't look like they're employing too much verticality, although Ivan, he's in the middle of red stairs. Might be able to fly into action early on and, again, catch another Six Karma attacker unaware.
Love it. Ivan just rotating operators every round and still just being as much of a menace on the defense. Dante, I mean, he's got plenty of kills to his name now, leading the way with 8 after that last round. No one gonna actually take a fight just yet, as well, Cruelty are waiting for 6 Karma to make their way in the building, but as I say that, Pyrox happy to swing and take care of Kurtz down below. The smoke to take the first fight. It's a bit unusual, but I suppose that's what made it so unexpected. Ivan, he'll get himself a kill as well, finishing it off from the hip fire on the fadeaway back through the window. Cruelty just continue to bring out this strategy, and 6 Karma have not been able to quell the storm. Rayduct will work his way in down below through this white hall. He gets totally destroyed by Dante. Ivan onto Swag. Every single gunfight seems like it's going Cruelty's way. Somehow Ivan survives the nade, but cannot survive the swing from Skimzy. But a 1v4 now for the gridlock. Assuming Pyrox can get recovered. He will, as he inches his way down the white stairs. So for this last 60 seconds, we'll see what Skimzy can do.
Well, again, everyone for 6 Karma's attack on an island, isolated from any potential trades. We saw a kill, and we saw no follow-up from anyone else on 6 Karma. Dante will ascend the brown stairs and continue his hot streak here on Kafe to make it 4 in a row for Cruelty's defense. And yeah, a lot of attackers for 6 Karma just very isolated and unfortunately losing consecutive fights. You got a smoke walking down white stairs, shotgun point blank onto the buck, there's no follow-up. We got the vault out onto the snow balcony, there's no follow-up. It's just consistent 1v1s that 6 Karma are losing, being caught unaware, and also being outgunned, outpowered, and also a hip-fire vaulting finish-off there is also kind of nice. It was nearly a flawless. Pyrox got down by the track stingers and then revived to more health. We haven't seen a health reset in a very long time since the DBNO revival health was dropped from 50 to 20, but did actually gain Pyrox 10 health in that endeavor. We're going to see Cruelty. We're going to make it 5 in a row. 6 Karma starting off with a good attacking philosophy in the first round, and honestly in the first few rounds. But Cruelty, quick to the response, able to adapt, make changes necessary to make 6 Karma's life an absolute living hell, attempting to entry into Kafe. Cruelty get that illustrious 5-1 lead, 4-round advantage into the side swap, only necessitating 2 attacking round victories to take their map pick of Kafe.
But that is it, right? This is their map pick, and that, at the end of the day, is what 6 Karma can rely on to keep the spirits high. Going into map 2, regardless of how this one finishes off, even if Cruelty can take the 5-1 and quickly run away with things on their own attack, Bank is a tough map to play against 6 Karma. They've looked strong there from the start of the stage. We've said that from day one. I feel like I've said that even for a couple of years, even under the same organization. The different rosters that we've seen under the 6 Karma banner have all seemed to know what they're doing on Bank. Maybe Skimzy's a big part of that. Maybe they just both happen to be good at that same very map. But I feel like Cruelty will have their work cut out for them on that second map regardless. So 6 Karma, even if they can't pull this back here, shouldn't be too big of a deal. This is still the first half on Kafe, though, and there very well still could be a lot of siege to play. Mostly if 6 Karma can get this second attack. Matumbo, not sure where he's going. If he's going to be under that hatch, you're going to have to look up the hatch, my friend, because that's where the pressure is coming from. So maybe that aggression didn't work from him. The aggression from Ivan will be soon to follow as he takes the next gunfight. Did look like Swag may have been running in place for a moment, so maybe him lagging out in that position, unlucky. But as Kurtz also falls, Cruelty retake the advantage.
Well, regardless of the circumstance, it's going to drop Falls and Swag to a collective 0-11 at the moment. Fatal as well picks up Skimzy, and even more shots ring out. It's Ivan absolutely displaying dominance from inside of Piano, laying the trap with the castle barricade that he impacts away and opens up the rest of the round. 6 Karma caught in the trap at the top red stairs, and they barely progress through the map yet again. Cruelty, they do establish that very coveted 5-1 lead at the side swap, only needing 2 attacking rounds to get onto a map that they are very familiar with. It may have been 6 Karma's pick, but Bank is still a very strong map, and we see again the tandem of the Tuber Azoto canister on red, locking attackers in place, and a Nitro Cell comes soaring in to finish the job. It's been a nice adaptation here for Cruelty, letting 6 Karma get into the building and then taking those fights, as opposed to being caught by flying out the windows. Only 2 more rounds here, and we'll see what kind of shield implementation Cruelty go for, like we talked about. No Blitz available, thanks to the operator bans, but we've seen Mutombo be very comfortable on the Montagne throughout the playoffs and throughout the group stage, and we'll now have to see what 6 Karma's response is on the defense. We've noted their attacking lows, but their defenses, for the most part, through these playoffs and through the group stage, has been pretty stable. So there's still an opportunity to run this back here for 6 Karma. By no means is the map entirely over, it's just a very nice run of form that Cruelty are on.
Yeah, 5-1, that's going to be great no matter how you look at it, no matter what map is to come, no matter how strong we think 6K can be on their own defensive side. And, oh, man, Dante onto Skimzy to open up the round. Would love to know where that transpired, how Skimzy, the Mira, is dead first. Could have been a snowbalk run out, could have just been a spray through the window, but you got to imagine Skimzy had something to do with that, took his life into his own hands for a moment and tried to make a play. Dante, 13 kills to his name. Ivan with 8. Incredible numbers from these 2 top players. On the other side, Swag has yet to find the scoreboard. Falls as well. 2 players, 0-6. It's not a winning formula for 6K. See if they can grind this one out, though. If there's any place for Falls and Swag to thrive, it'll be on the defense here. It'll be their chance to let Cruelty come to them. Let the fight get taken to them instead of the other way around like we saw on Cruelty's defense. We'll see. Dante and Ivan still alive here and very much a threat, and that very well could be the win condition here for 6K. Falls feeling the pressure now as the Candelas come in from Pyrox. Ivan will make the first swing, and Rayduct is his first victim. Kurtz, he'll go down next as we just see an onslaught from Cruelty. Falls gets on the board with his very first kill, but now he is the last player standing, and Ivan will shut him down before he could do any more damage. Cruelty are on an unbelievable roll here on Kafe. It is 6-1.
6 in a row for Cruelty, and again, being able to read the opposition setup quite well. And regardless of that opening pick onto Skimzy on the Mira, still, the adaptation for Cruelty mid-round, you could see all the soft destruction that was being brought in the attacking lineup for Cruelty, and that was in response to the castle barricades, the Kibas, and the Miro windows that were being brought to lock down Piano, lock down top red. It seemed very early on that Cruelty, either in the pre-round during the drone phase or in the early phase of the attacking round itself, decided we can very much isolate Cocktail side, make Cocktail our point of entry with Candelas dropping down the skylight, and make that our immediate point of ingress. That sets up the rest of the round. There was follow-up from the red side, but it was after that the repels came in through Heaven Window and the Candelas came down to the skylight. 6 Karma as well, opting to run back, very similar strategy. We've got the Aruni gates this time around with the Warden and Pulse, so no more Azami Kiba barricades. The objective itself goes downstairs. But for now, 6 Karma on the defense, on their backs. Cruelty seemingly reading 6 Karma like a book at every turn and finding the adaptation that is really hampering 6 Karma's ability to shoot back.
Well, can they pull this back from a 5-round deficit? The question of the map. 1-6. Long way to go for 6K. Cruelty have just looked so clean ever since they took that 2nd round victory, and 6 Karma have yet to secure a single one. Ivan, he's now reached double digits alongside Dante, a combined 25 kills between those 2 players alone. Swag and Falls, their kill combination is just 1. Skimzy on the hunt will be able to take the first player down as Dante was caught on his drone. Did not know there was a pulse on the board. No IQ or anything like that on the side of Cruelty to identify that. No Deimos being brought here. We'll see if they're able to pick up from that loss. Would not be surprised if they can. But a big loss. That's Dante gone. He was the Deimos after all. So, unfortunately, as he was droning out trying to use that utility, get information on where those defenders are so he could use the death mark. he will not be able to do much more. Look at Ivan, already up through the 90 haul. Totally blindsides Falls, gets that kill. Does find himself in a bit of an awkward spot, though, and Kurtz on the drop down will take care of Fatal. Ivan's in laundry, though. Cruelty just absolutely rolling in and taking names. Mutombo, he's got Kurtz done. Ivan's going crazy. He's got 14 to his name. Mutombo will finish it. Cruelty feeling good. 7-1 to open up the series.
7-1 victory for Cruelty on their own map pick of Kafe. The attacking woes for 6 Karma seem to mirror some defensive woes on Kafe all of a sudden. And now, in a hurry, after our first best of 1 in the upper bracket final, took quite a long way and quite a hefty number of rounds to complete. We're done at map number 1 in this series in just 8 rounds. Interesting to see that Cruelty are dominating so heavily after their performance on Consulate. Consulate is still the decider should we get there, but good omens early on here for Cruelty.
No matter how you look at it, though, 6 Karma now have to bounce back in this series. Backs against the wall, having just lost the opening map 7-1. Can they bounce back on Bank? That's the big question, and we'll find out after this.
Welcome back here. Map 1 going the way of Team Cruelty and in a decisive fashion as well. 7-1. Six Karma didn't even have a hope right there. I mean, Kafe, Jonah, remains a cursed map for 6K. They don't like it. Cruelty, on the other hand, they absolutely loved that one.
Oh, I mean, that one was exactly what Cruelty were hoping for and the best possible way to get back on their feet. And I was curious about this heading into this game, if it would actually be a blessing for Cruelty to go into the lower bracket and have to fight for their life. Because now, if they can take this momentum straight into the grand final, even against a team that just beat them, I think that they would beat Alpha Team. I think that they would get back on their feet and do better. Great start. Obviously, Map 2 is a very, very different story considering it is Six Karma's pick.
Yeah. I talked heading into this about the way that the schedule broke down, the way the bracket works, and Cruelty may be having to employ a lot more endurance than their opponents. If you replicate that scoreline, I'm sorry, that's a tune-up game. That's not too much energy exerted heading in to a rematch against Alpha Team. Six Karma now, at the very least, is their job to extend on Bank. Is their map pick after all. But I think for Cruelty, honestly, a very smart choice to go to Kafe. We were thinking Chalet might have been one of the more obvious picks, but also Six Karma showing Chalet early on. And whether or not the adaptations made from Cruelty were a byproduct of the amount of tape that was out there for 6K on Kafe, or just smart mid-round adaptations, again, Cruelty looked like they were reading Six Karma at every turn.
Well, we'll see if 6K can swing their way back into this one. Back up next. I'll turn it over to you guys.
All right, thank you, Corbeck. We can dive right into this one with a full head of steam because our teams are ready to go and Six Karma are hunting for the bounce back. Hunting for some of that momentum, which they have certainly lost after winning the first round. They have not won a round since. This is their map pick, though, and they start out on the defense. So no better place to reestablish their dominance, reestablish that they want and can send this series to a third map. Cruelty, though, of course, have the mind to deny that. As we said, these two teams hit each other twice in the group stage of this second stage. Very significant because Cruelty won both of those games. However, they were both competitive and a lot closer than most of Cruelty's matchups. They played Skyscraper, they played Labs, 7-4, 7-5. Cruelty, of course, looking to do the very same thing here and win this one in 2. But this one could be a very different story. As we've said, Six Karma, they've looked good on Bank in the past, and no doubt that's why they picked that map here against their Cruelty opponents.
I was just watching the player cams there for a second. Matumbo, we're going to need a tech pause as well. Matumbo was kind of just giving the rest of Cruelty a little bit of a pregame speech, whether it was strategic or whether it was just motivational, trying to carry over some of that momentum from map number 1. Regardless, it seemed like it was very different in the face cams from Six Karma, who were very isolated on their own monitors, and then everyone kind of staring at Matumbo on this the Cruelty side, trying to understand and listen to what their teammate was saying. It's an early lead here, and a very, very successful map number 1 for Cruelty, as we do get this tech pause. Six Karma on Bank, an opportunity again starting on the defense to be able to start on the more favored side. Just statistically on every map, defense is going to give you a slight advantage at minimum. Bank trends 50-50, but we've seen that Six Karma can put up some good defensive rounds on Bank, most notably in that first game of this stage against Revan. They were down 6-3 on Bank against Revan as well for the first game of the stage, and Six Karma brought that back to an overtime victory. So Six Karma having some experience with their backs against the wall on Bank and still coming away with the best outcome possible. They're going to need to replicate one of those performances here just to get us to Consulate, or it's Cruelty. We'll set up that rematch with Alpha Team in the grand finals. 1 best of 3, send a team to the major, and Cruelty will have done it the hard way if they are able to go all the way to the grand final and win, as they have been sent down to this lower bracket by Alpha Team once already. Consulate was the map where that happened. So, Cruelty, with lots of designs of making repeat appearances at the major, we get underway in round number 1. Probably in the back of their minds, Consulate weighs heavy as to whether or not they want to repeat that map. And they want to close things out nice and early here on Bank.
Well, if I was a betting man, Flynn, going back, diving into the map history of both of these teams, I still like Cruelty on Bank, despite how much we praise Six Karma for their performances here in the past. In some cases, the distant past. As you mentioned, Six Karma, they beat Revan in comeback fashion on this map. Comeback fashion, though, suggests that, well, there were still some issues to work out on the very first day of the stage. Cruelty, on the other hand, we've seen this map from them 3 separate times throughout Stage 2. One of those opponents was Revan. Much like Six Karma, they also played Revan here on 2 separate occasions, beating them 7-4. And then again, when they faced Revan the second time, beating them once again at a score of 7-2. They also took Cinta Negra here. Did some good damage there at a score of 7-1. As the stage went along, Cruelty improved. And they'll look to do the same thing in this map, as they already get that very first kill to start things off. Kurtz is dead. Cruelty, a 5v4 to start.
Yeah, we're not sure how Ivan got in the building, but he did in a hurry. He got the opener onto Kurtz. And we're going to look to see both Swag and Falls if they can have a rebound performance here on Bank, as they collectively, as you pointed out, Jonah, and as I pointed out a few times as well, not the best statistical performance on Kafe. But when you're getting 7-1'd, nobody really on your team is going to stand out as an individual in terms of their performance. Hard hold into open area coming out for Six Karmas. They lost the top control from Kurtz from that entry from Ivan, but instead, everything is held pat momentarily in the bailout from open area, being facilitated by Six Karma. Rayduck dropping down the hatch to join the rest of the team downstairs and to make sure that the site itself is held. Falls at the base of the blue stairs, will smoke out the top of the stairwell. He's not going to play it point blank with the shotgun. His hatch is going to get opened up. He's going to opt to peel all the way back to the bomb site as the CC hatch is still reinforced. And that will provide the cover necessary to retreat to the blue hallway.
Dante bearing down on the site here has got some information to work off of, knows that Six Karma just made their retreat. Despite that progress, though, Cruelty's still doing some work up above on the hatch. Fatal getting the hatches on open so they can get this pressure going not just horizontally, but vertically as well. The gunfights just around the corner. You know that's coming. Six Karma do as well. So hoping that maybe momentarily they can rely on their utility to delay this, but still with 2 Tuberau Zoto canisters in pocket, those X-Kairos pellets will detonate, and the access to the site for Cruelty continues to strengthen. Same thing goes up above. The pressure's still building for this Cruelty team. And Six Karma, they can only stop this for so long. Candela's come in, though, and here comes Skimzy, activating the goggles and stepping up into action. Dante, he'll go down. Cruelty, just 2 men left. Fatal, with 10 HP, will try to get this diffuser down. Mutombo is the only one who can cover this against 3 defenders, now looking to retake. Rayduck takes the fight and wins it. Diffuser down, but it is all on the shoulders of Mutombo. He's going to have to win 3 gunfights, but barely comes out of the first one alive. 4 gunfights, actually, as Six Karma managed to revive their down defender. So 3 more needed, but Six Karma, a substantial man advantage. Here's the problem, though. Time ticking away. Six Karma have waited far too long to actually get into action. Mutombo gonna proactively look for the gunfight up above in office, but 15 seconds. Mutombo drops down. What? Did not have to do that. Had the angle from above. Goes for the fight and loses it. Six Karma take the first.
Unbelievable attempt at the post plant there. Mutombo trying to win out. He's trying to contend with the flank. He's trying to contend with a reinforcement coming out in the post plant from the defense. After a rather exciting, compelling back and forth round number 1. And unfortunately, though, we're going to have another tech pause and we're going to go to a short break. Don't go anywhere. The conclusion of map 2 is on the other side.
Well, thankfully, we return as an unexpected tech pause delayed us for longer than we would have liked. That wasn't the servers, that wasn't a sound bug, that was Skimzy's in real life desk that had like fallen and was too short and they couldn't raise it back up. Listen, man, LATAM is a crazy place. Even our tech pauses are special. But we dive back into Bank, Cruelty up a map, a 7-1 victory on Kafe, looking to do the same here on Bank. But much like that opening map, 6 Karma, they claimed the very first round. And after a sizable tech pause, both teams will head back into the lobby, looking to head back to repeat results if you're 6 Karma. Cruelty trying to bounce back if they can.
Like you said, just like map number 1, it was 6 Karma who got the opening round, and they lost 7 in a row, so you're definitely not trying to repeat that performance. Swings coming out, Skimzy being caught inside alone as Ivan once again, wasting no time getting into the building. Bombsite might be different, and now he's going to be given a way out. Immediately vaults out the top square windows. As Fatal gets on the rappel behind him, so did a little bit of damage, took more than he dealt, and no opening pick very early on here for Cruelty this time. Instead, amassing on the rappels outside of Square and outside of CEO. And the first opponent that they might run into, going to be this mirror window inside of Janitor. Fatal on the rappel with the Selmas. Potentially handle that. Twitch their owns, as well as an opportunity to be able to contend with the mirror windows. A lot going on here for the utility to try and counter these mirrors, but nothing has taken shape as of yet for Cruelty in the attack. Everybody's sitting pretty static for the time being, including Dante, who still hasn't left the roof.
Still there. Waiting for the queue to drop down, maybe get some information. Unclear where exactly he wanted to go initially, whether he was going to pressure stock or go straight towards the site, but for a moment, it was the printer window, and now it is up with Ivan into stock. So, it doesn't seem that Cruelty can fully make up their minds as to where they want to make this entry, but they are well underway to doing so now, as they do have control of this top floor. So this destruction will begin, intel gathering will begin, and the only real threat to Cruelty right now is 1-6 Karma defender who has still not vacated the top floor. Kurtz catches Fatal unaware. A crucial lack of information results in 2 deaths for Cruelty. They've lost Ivan and Fatal. They get the kill onto Rayduct in response, but that is a devastating start. Not to mention, Kurtz is still a factor. Finally, Dante will deny him, but the time that Kurtz was able to waste, significant. Down below though, Skimzy didn't know there was somebody actively watching the holes. This one quite a mess deep into round 2. Cruelty retake the man advantage in a 3v2 for them.
Once again, the X-Kairos from Pyrox will detonate on the outside of the hatch, destroying the electric claw, but falls prone up against the Maverick holes on the quad wall into kitchen, able to equalize the man count once again. The deployable shield for Swag to play behind. As the flashes ring in, they're not going to disrupt Swag. He is the warden, now knifing away at the barricade inside a small office. Dante walks straight in and decapitates Swag, putting the plant down, and Pyrox has his cover. It was a man disadvantage that Kurtz was able to establish in favor of 6 Karma, and Cruelty, they bring it back to level the score.
And a beautiful display of executing under pressure. Less than 10 seconds left, still chopping down a barricade, but a beautiful pre-fire from Dante to get the kill. He combines nicely there with Fatal, and they get it done. But a shocking turn of events there in the end. A back and forth round the entire way, as we can expect this map to be. Biggest problem there for Cruelty, and you saw it right there again, was the information they did not have about Kurtz and the fact that the top floor was actually not clear. That wasn't a late game rotation. It wasn't like an Oryx popped up the elevator hatch or anything like that. He was there the whole time, and Cruelty just did not pick that up. Because of that, they lost 2 bodies, and at that point you're thinking, well, the round might just be over. A 3v5 though, the Cruelty just work their way out of and make it work to equalize at 1 apiece. Skimzy unfortunately exposing himself down below. That was an unfortunate move. Kurtz, naturally, he was eventually going to die in that position up top, but did waste a good bit of time. Really, Kurtz did his job. It was just about the rest of the team if they could step up and also do it with him. But unfortunately, they could not, so Cruelty well, much like that last map of Kafe, didn't win the first, they won the second, and then they won every single round after that. I don't think we're going to see the same thing, but this is already a good start.
For Cruelty as well, we didn't get to see it on camera, but we did get to see Ivan's work later on from the overhead, as it was an Ash charge that dealt with the janitor Mira. So it talked about all the counters that were being brought by Cruelty. It was Ivan who made that swift entry on the Ash, got the hell out of dodge from the top of square stairs, thanks to Fatal opening up the window behind him, and then returned to have later effect on the round. Pyrox now picks up the Ash, and Fatal onto the Lion. So we've got Mutombo bringing the ace, so big role swaps happening on the side of Cruelty. After being victorious on a round, they came down to mere moments on the clock remaining, and worried about bandit batteries from Falls on the elevator hallway. Fatal getting in position to grenade them away. The OD comes out, and the grenade misses, so you're still going to have Falls going for the trick. Onto the wall, and Swag will drop Dante. So nothing getting accomplished here for Cruelty as of yet. The second frag grenade, it will remove the bandit battery and facilitate the breach from the Selma, and Fatal's grenade will also catch Falls on the rotation back. Unusual interaction there for the bandit to die to the frag grenades these days, but nonetheless, Cruelty will take every advantage they're given. That's a level man count. It looks like Fatal, he wants to go for the spider rappel down the skylight.
Cruelty able to get that kill back, a big one onto Falls, but once again, time will be a problem for them, and this will come down to their ability to execute under pressure. They were able to do that successfully in that second round. Can they do it again in round 3? Ivan, another big kill for him, but Swag this time is quickly able to trade that back and take care of Fatal. But two big gunners in Ivan and Pyrox are still alive, and in combination with Mutombo, well, they'll be fighting an even 3v3 for the next 45 seconds. Swag, a swing, not thinking that Pyrox was Spider-Man upside down on the rappel. Goes down to that unexpected move. Skimzy again retaliates, as does Kurtz. He's been the key to the bank performance so far for 6 Karma, and that is once again the case here in round 3. Kurtz with the final 2 kills, as Cruelty cannot seem to take care of that player.
I think every skylight on that side of the map, we didn't see a square skylight spider rappel, but the other 3, there's 2 in lobby, and there's 1 on marble stairs, and I think there were repelling attackers at one moment or another on every single one of those skylights, and 2 of those repels netted kills for Cruelty. Again, not something you see every single day. That's how Falls fell to Fatal's frag grenade. That's a lot of Fs. And for Kurtz, being able to respond from inside of the bomb site, like we said, being able to kind of be the backbone in the fragging department on this team throughout the group stage. The newcomer coming in and leading the charge in the entries. He's had to forego some role changes throughout the playoffs that haven't netted the best success in the attacking side, but certainly on the defensive side, Kurtz seems to be much more consistent and reliable as opposed to having pop-off rounds and then vacating for a few more rounds following. 6 Karma, they get 2 defenses on bank, looking to make it 3 as they'll head back downstairs to the basement to try and continue the run of form on the defensive side. Cruelty on the attacks. They were able to successfully get the plant down in CCTV, but leaving in a 1v4, technically a 1v3 as Pyrox was downed, still a precarious spot to be in, even in a post-win. You saw Mutombo attempt to play it best he could, but you're going to look to see Cruelty attempt to have much more control over the bomb site, and especially quell a lot of the utility that will come over from Red Hall. Nitro cells and toxic gas canisters flood the bomb site, and it really chewed through Cruelty's ability to hold the bomb while putting it down.
Defender detected outside for a moment is, well, 6 Karma clearly having someone willing to get a bit more aggressive. Ivan, he's about to walk into a death trap. Several defenders on the other side of this, including one right behind the desk. He'll drop away to safety as Ivan survives a dangerous engagement. Skimzy getting out of there as quick as he could, but man, that was near disaster for Cruelty on the entry once again. Has not gone well for them in these last 2 rounds, but surviving what could have been a rough spot there for Ivan. And through the first minute, will keep all 5 attackers alive. That was a risky move. And even though it was potentially very dangerous for Ivan, it also managed to clear out the space super quick. You had to drop down fast to get away from Ivan if you were Skimzy, so a little bit of damage, but that's all he'll take as he drops away. Cruelty take the control that they've been hunting for a while. We did see another 6 Karma defender, though, still in position a moment ago. I think in that elevator spot again. Kurtz, though, was that player, and he has since dropped down. So it's not going to be another big move from Kurtz, at least yet, in this round. Could still happen later, as Cruelty will make their way through the next 2 floors unimpeded until they run into Falls on the blue stairs. Big fight for Dante to take here.
See, once again, going away from the convention for Falls, playing at the base of the server stairs, which is precarious when this hatch gets opened up. As long as it's reinforced, and this is probably a safe position to play, but more often than not, we see the M590 come out point blank at the top of the stairs, and now Falls sprinting headlong into the flash grenade, and Falls wins it, whips out the shotgun while completely blind, and the gas does the rest of the work for him. Ivan as well, being chunked away on health at the base of the main stairs. He's going to immediately turn tail and go back topside. Try and provide more overwatch from above as opposed to getting into the fray in the midst of the objective. Lots of damage being done to the side of 6 Karma's defense, but we have the Glaz with the smokes now to attempt a plant attempt. That is going to be Pyrox taking even more damage, and through the smoke on 15 HP, it's the Glaz against the Warden. The battle of 2 players who can see through the smoke with the nitro cells. They still connect. 6 seconds ticking away, and now Matumbo has to refill for the plant. Pyrox for the coverage, and Swag gets one. Pyrox with another in the post plant, and that Bearing 9 is devastating 6 Karma at every turn. Looking for even more. Pyrox, give him 4 with the sidearm, and it is just Kurtz alone on 8 health who's gone upstairs to try and go for the flank towards blue. He's gone all the way topside at the top of square. So now Matumbo, also with a Bearing 9 in hand, sitting on the blue stairs, waiting for the approach from Kurtz. No more nitro cell. Shots ring out from the TCSG, but on 8 health, 1 shot from that Bearing 9 will say goodnight to Kurtz, and as he turns the corner, the pre-fires will hold him at bay, and Matumbo able to lock things down. 6 Karma unable to deny the plant attempts consecutively downstairs, but this time around, also unable to get the retake.
Well, that one needed a wild move from someone on the Cruelty side to pull it off, and guess who stepped up in the perfect moment? It was Pyrox, who led this Cruelty team to the major last stage, looking to do it again tonight, as he drops down out of nowhere and gets himself a quad. Tough moment there for Dante, as he got himself in an awkward engagement to start, but it was Pyrox who dropped down the hatch, took the risk to get involved very heads up into the fray, and took care of business down below, getting the kill onto Swag and then letting Matumbo close it out from the long flank from Kurtz. It was one of those moments where Pyrox dropping down really could have gone either way. Had he dropped down and very quickly died, we would have definitely been saying, could have played on the hatch, could have tried to play a little safer. But frankly, since we did see so much response there from 6 Karma, they were able to deny the initial plant attempt, and the Glaz, Matumbo, who was busy initially with covering the planter, turned into the player who had to actually get it down himself. Pyrox dropping down was almost a necessity to allow the diffuser to go down safely. Big risk, but one that he absolutely excelled in, made it work, and put Cruelty, gave themselves their second attacking win to tie us up at 2.
Yeah, Cruelty starting to bounce. Although these attacking rounds, they have been victorious. They are coming down to the knife's edge, the final 10 seconds, where the round is won in both of Cruelty's victorious rounds. We see a Scopos make an appearance now from Swag as well. Operator, that's been pretty absent from this series thus far, and really from a lot of these playoffs. Kairos will be shot off the stock hatch from the hallway by Raduct as well, so trying to make sure that the progression for Cruelty is slowed, as it has been for a majority of these rounds. Cruelty, other than Ivan jumping in on round number 1 to get that opening pick, it's been slow going for Cruelty to clear the map and feel safe, and they've even missed Kurtz a couple times, hiding in a corner that's led to some unfortunate moments. Matumbo, though, holding an EMP. Ivan as well, waiting to jump in. This might be against the Fenrir Dread Mines. And this might be an immediate rush for Cruelty into the printer window, trying to absolutely ramp up the tempo.
Smoke goes out. Ivan, watchful eye from the printer window, and Mutombo will be the one to push in. He goes deep into that second smoke, under that cover, trying to get this diffuser down. Dante, Pyrox, clean coverage. The intel from Falls is nowhere to be found. Swag can't stop this. A manual retake needed for 6K. The flashes still pour in. The quick execute from Cruelty has worked to perfection. Falls is going to have to go crazy. He gets himself a double. Kurtz adds on as well. 2v2, and all of a sudden, this one is doable. But they still have a lot of work left to do. Fatal and Pyrox can hang out in the post plant. A frag grenade, dangerous, but Pyrox gives his life away. Plenty of time now to go for the counter defuse. A clash in the way, so Fatal drops down, has to swing this, needs to swing this, and the clash denies it. Another incredible comeback in the mid-round. 6 Karma cannot help but laugh at Cruelty and what they just missed.
I can't help but laugh. That's amazing. While blinded, partially, we presume, 'cause we didn't see the POV of the clash, but Falls. What a round to come to life. He had a very disappointing Kafe, and all of a sudden in the 2v5, able to whip out the SMG9 on the clash, pick up 2 kills in the middle of the bomb site. He didn't have any friends with him, just him and Kurtz against the world as Swag was locked out at the bottom of the marble stairs. But 2 kills of the SMG9 for Falls. Kurtz able to hold off inside a small office as well. And then the body block to facilitate the counter defuse. Absolutely magnificent. There's a question to be had about whether or not you could cover that diffuser from up above, as that entire stock floor is soft. But hey, it's a wonderful round for the side of 6 Karma, and the Clash being able to body block. Cruelty, they drop another one, trying to ramp up the tempo, have a huge man advantage in the round. And again, in the post plant, unable to hold on. Now 6 Karma, they will look at the CEO, try and hold out as they did the previous time around, and extend the lead to 4-2 into the side swap, which would certainly be a welcome sight, given how they were down so vociferously on Kafe, down 5-1 at the side swap and then losing the next 2 rounds. Valkyrie camera, not spotted by Cruelty, that will continue to collect intel against the repels on the north side.
It's great work from 6 Karma there to make that retake happen, but yeah, Cruelty not the best work there. The question of could you cover that diffuse from above is one of several questions we'll be asking after that one. Pyrox, his position was a mystery. Kind of got lost in the sauce there. The chaos took over, and Cruelty really couldn't make it happen. Loved the execute. It really was beautiful. And it looked like it should have been a guaranteed round win for them. But unfortunately, fumbled it there. Will not get a chance to do it again. Their final attack will come on this top floor site, as CEO is the final site of choice for 6K. Cruelty on the window, repels, trying to do some damage early. What? Balls jumps out now, gets a kill. He'll die to the Claymore. Was Ivan purposely swinging in? It had to have been accidental because that was wild. He goes down. 6 Karma, 4v3. Great spot for them to be in to potentially take a 4-2 lead.
Yeah, it seemed like, again, Cruelty trying to amplify the tempo, trying to push the pace in this game, and just getting denied. Falls with 2, like you said, traded by the Claymore on the jump, but still, the damage done. Ivan and Fatal now stand with 3 kills collectively, with quite a few deaths in tow. Toxic gas onto the marble stairs is going to halt progress for Dante. Instead, he's going to sprint right on through it, taking the damage. The DMRs ring out through the smokes, countered by the attacking side. Dante makes it to the top of the marble stairs, peering into meeting, waiting for the approach of any defender. And they're locking down a defender inside of meeting. That is the smoke on the ground. Radok taken out of play, but Swag has the response. Pyrox from outside of stock is able to lock down Skimsy. So we're back down to the 2v2. And it is diffuser control from Mutombo as he continues to progress on the roof to try and join Pyrox. Tough spot to be in, as there's, again, 33 seconds for Cruelty to start and join together on the 2-man push into the bomb site. Mutombo having some difficulties progressing from the top of square, but he sees the peak and throws the Selma at the worst possible time. Swag collects the kill onto Pyrox, and Kurtz, he will not be dissuaded from his position inside of CEO. The DMR rings out, and he's even going to ask for a pause after the fact.
Wow. Six Karma, talk about a response. They win a round they had no business winning thanks to some fantastic hero play from those remaining defenders on the site. And then they take the next one. They cannot help but smirk. I mean, what a time to be Six Karma, now leading 4-2 at the half. A map that we've seen them on before, a map that Cruelty themselves have excelled on before. But right now, could not put together more than just 2 rounds on the attacking side. Now, we know Cruelty and we know their defensive prowess. What we saw on Kafe, that aggressiveness, we can expect to see it here. You see Cruelty shaking their heads, another tech pause, and they are not thrilled about that. Do not have a chance to talk during this break. Limon44 in the back will not get a chance to add to the dialogue here. They just got to sit and wait for these defenses to come around. Now, at the same time, you know, swimming around in the minds of Six Karma is what just happened to them on their Kafe attacks. It was the aggression from Cruelty that they brought out, which was wildly effective. They have to put a stop to that if they want to win this map. They cannot allow Cruelty to run as free, as rampant on the defense as they were able to do just one map ago. Now, looking at this map, at least the way it's gone in LATAM, this has been 55% defensive sided. So slightly leaning defense at the end of the day. A 3-3 half is fairly common here, but a 4-2 split for the defense, it's not too big of a deal. So Cruelty, they're not going to feel overly uncomfortable here, although you can tell they are getting antsy and they do not want to have to sit and wait for this one to resume.
Well, they won't have to wait much longer. And I do think both of these teams now are certainly feeling the pressure of the series. It's Six Karma transitioning onto the attack, which, again, has been an issue throughout the playoffs thus far. And also Cruelty, now dropping some rounds where you feel like you have the advantage on. You have plant down, you have man advantage. Not just round number 5, but round number 1 springs to mind as a post plant that didn't go their way as well. I think for Cruelty, there was an opportunity to be leading 4-2 at the side swap. Would have put them in the driver's seat, but instead, now Consulate gets a little bit closer. And Cruelty repeating the performance on Consulate that put them into this loser side of the bracket would end their stage and end their run, and most likely end their possibility of qualifying to the 6 Invitational on points alone. There have been a lot of upsets that have made things very wide open in terms of probabilities for the 6 Invitational on points, but Cruelty really needing to still extend the point gap by making it to Montreal to have a chance. Six Karma, though, now things start to feel a lot more doable, a lot more possible. Suddenly, a breath of fresh air on the side of Six Karma, responding to a 7-1 loss in which you lost 7 rounds consecutively. It's a difficult task, and you have to commend Six Karma for the mental ability to withstand what they went through on Kafe, turn around, and have some pretty serious resolve in these rounds they've also not had an advantage on. They continue to find a way. So it'll be Cruelty on the defense, their first one of the second half. And again, we're seeing mirrored images in terms of holding inside of open area. Hatches already opened up and facilitate the drop back should they need to. But it doesn't look like these TCSGs from Dante or Ivan have any plans of falling back anytime soon.
Yeah, still some presence from this Cruelty defense. Pyrox taking a fight here. Wide swing and says goodnight to Skimzy. That drops the diffuser in his line of sight as well. He'll surely communicate that to the rest of his team. Ivan, long angle for him. Dante the same, trying to get aggressive as well. He is the only one who's been shut down as of yet. The next player, though, to try to find a kill, well, that was Rayduct. But Ivan will take care of him. Pyrox, Nitro Cell gets another, locking down this diffuser in that hallway. Swag needing a kill here if they want to have any chance at coming back in round 7, and has yet to do the damage he needs. He did down Ivan. That is most of the job. He'll run in and finish the kill. Ivan eluding him for a moment. But enough to get this one at least winnable. 2v3 now. Swag half health, Kurt's full, and he should be able to cover this diffuser without issue. Pyrox no longer holding that diffuser. Instead, he's rotated all the way above. What? Swag is alone pushing into the site? Kurtz is now in a 1v2. He's got the first kill. and is now in a temporary 1v1. I had no idea what Swag was up to there. Maybe trying to catch Cruelty off guard clearly didn't work. Mutombo's got a shotgun. Pyrox has the Vector, and Kurtz has 14 HP with less than 30 seconds left. He is caught in a kill box. Yes, he's on the site with a diffuser, but one man, so low HP, you're not going to be able to get this down without at least getting one more kill. He's hoping that Cruelty will swing. He's not going to get that lucky. Eventually it happens while he's looking up. Mutombo claims the kill, and Cruelty get their first defense.
We talked about it, Jonah. The aggression that was brought on Kafe on the defensive side by Cruelty, causing havoc and causing issues for Six Karma. And yet again, the refusal to back down, Pyrox ascending the marble stairs from the basement, gets the opener onto the diffuser and the collapse into open area. It's not effective enough. You're dropping a lot of bodies and utility and time. I also agree that Swag push into the bomb site. Interesting timing to go for that. But I think the round was lost here inside of open area. Pyrox putting on a masterclass in the marble stairs. And for the most part, everyone on Cruelty being able to, again, exemplify their gun skill, bring the aggression, bring the fight to Six Karma, and absolutely not allow any opportunity to come back into the round. 14 health on the bomb site with the diffuser. Not the best of spots to be in. Oh, it was a tough one to attempt to win out for Kurtz. We now see Six Karma on the attacking side have some difficulty clearing out open area. There were other aspects of their entry into the map that looked solid in terms of preparation, allowing Pyrox to really just have his way with every moment and every corner of the map is going to be problematic if that trend continues. Cruelty on the defense, you see the emergence of the Solus, which is just slowly ticked back up in play rate. Ever since the changes at the beginning of the season, Solus fell off a cliff in the play rate, but now it's becoming more and more crucial and more viable on these defensive rounds to still garner the intel of where electronics may be, even if you're unaware of what the identity of that exact electronic is all the time.
Eventually, Six Karma has to get a handle on this. You gotta think. Eventually, they'll find a way to stop this aggression. This objective, though, shouldn't be too bad as far as aggression goes. They don't necessarily need to clear out the entire map before attacking it. You're already on the rappel, already on these windows. The maybe biggest form of aggression you're going to see from Cruelty is maybe just jumping out the window. Six Karma, obviously, they are ready for that. They have 3 sets of claymores. That is 6 claymores in this round. So obviously, they're taking steps to dealing with Cruelty. That kill will go a long way to adding some protection. Falls will claim the first, who will down Mutombo as well. So already very good progress for Six Karma as Pyrox will try to recover his teammate. The swing will get him a kill, but Swag will take care of Ivan. There goes Six Karma, finally understanding how to stop this Cruelty aggression. Gotta say, this is a surprising objective of choice for Cruelty, given how potent these extensions have been. Wow, Fatal had some info. Given how potent these extensions have been, you must think that they would want to force Six Karma to really lean into that, to clear out this map. Instead, Six Karma can just sit on the rappel and wait. Swag is the one to claim that final kill as Cruelty go down. Six Karma keep the 2-round lead.
Well, that's the thing, being able to respond to the aggression and lay the trap. You got the Chalet repelled on the lobby windows, and as soon as there are shots, or as soon as there's movement, it seems like Cruelty defenders are drawn to that. They're using echolocation. They hear a sound, and they all have to sprint towards it, and it catches them off guard. Six Karma able to hit the shots and hold the angles necessary to catch them on rotations and over-aggressive peaks. The Chalet laying waste to 2 defenders. Not something you see every single day. But also the Capitao bolts inside of Janitor. So they're able to Ash charge the first mirror window. We've seen this a billion times with the second pocket mirror window inside of Janitor. And then you open up the one that was Ash charged. But if you Capitao asphyxiating bolt the position where the defender needs to stand to go for the swing, see you, dude, then they can't actually effectively swing out and be able to use the mirror windows. And they hadn't even ejected the destroyed mirror window as of yet when those asphyxiating bolts came in. So it really meant that Janitor was locked down and there was nowhere left to go. And everyone on the site really crumbling to outside angles being held by Six Karma. maybe Cruelty feeling themselves a little bit in terms of their ability to shoot, and we're going to get a tech pause as everyone left.
Why did they leave?
I don't know.
They're supposed to play the game. The admin's like, hey, 6K, they left. 2 of them. He's like, what? These guys are sitting over here. Those guys, they got up. These guys are doing what they're supposed to do. Those guys, they left. Pausa technica, more like pausa hit the baño. Am I right, Flynn? He's still pointing. He's trying to explain. Again, these guys in the chair. Those guys gone in the middle of a match? This is crazy, man. We've seen some wild pauses. We saw a pausa technica or a pausa for the desk. A pausa for like a headset issue. A pausa for the bathroom. Looks like they'll be back in roughly 2 minutes, hopefully, as got the sign from the admins in Mexico that progress is being made on the bathroom visit. And this is wild. Cruelty, clearly they need a breather. 6 Karma able to apply the pressure there on that top floor and, as we said, get back to that 2-round lead. Sitting good right now on their own map pick. This is the point where Cruelty really needs to stop giving up rounds and no longer have that cushion to play with here. 6K get 1 more. They'll find themselves on map point and send things to that map 3.
I mean, again, these are all decisions made well above my pay grade. But if I'm 6 Karma, I'm pissed. Like, they call attack, and they get to just extend the tack beyond 45 seconds by physically leaving the room.
It is wild.
Like, again, it's all above my pay grade. I'm not here to make decisions. I just cast what's in front of me. It looks like people have returned. We're getting fist bumps coming out, and the timer is ticking. So 6 Karma, hey, they had another minute to just kind of talk about how they wanted to close this map
rules?
out.
Let's not have rules.
It's above my pay grade. I'm not here to make decisions. I'm just here to ask some questions. We're going to see Cruelty now, after everyone has returned to their seats, we hope, being able to send defensive objective to Tellers and Archives, the one bomb site we haven't seen yet. So once again, just like Kafe, we're going to go around the world in objectives played, all 4 being utilized by the defensive side. 6 Karma onto the attack, really responding well, in stark contrast to what we saw on Kafe and in the first couple rounds here on Bank. Being able to respond to the aggression, to lock Cruelty defenders down and isolate them on long-range engagements that favored the utility and weaponry that was being brought by 6 Karma. So they now stand 2 rounds away from sending us to Consulate. And like I said, Consulate, the map where Cruelty got sent to this lower bracket by Alpha Team, it's starting to weigh on you a little bit. The performance on Kafe have given them some confidence that has allowed them to overreach slightly here on the defensive side.
Well, Ivan now feeling a little pressure up top. As we said, Cruelty made a nice adjustment here, not going to this top floor bomb site, back down, trying to make use of this extension up top if they can. That's been really where they've thrived, when they can force 6 Karma to just walk into the building. And if they can, Cruelty have been tearing them apart. Dangerous now for Ivan. Needs to open up the barricade behind him to get through. Throws a nitro cell really as cover. Ends up wasting that piece of utility just to get out of that awkward position he accidentally wound up in. Gets out of it, though, through the first minute. Everyone's still alive. 6 Karma trying to obtain a bit more information as they work their way up towards the site. A site we don't see often. Teller's Archives. Dante the first to strike, though. Ivan quickly on the back of that will swing. Kurt's really the only one leading the charge of this map for 6 Karma on these entries. Will get a kill as well. Swag and Falls, though, have also reached 9 kills, and they are very much still alive. So the early threat has been dealt with. Cruelty now leading a 4v3. 6 Karma still looking to obtain more information before eventually making the move, because again, clearly some info was lacking. Matumbo takes care of Swag. A response by Skimzy, but again, as long as Cruelty play these trades, this final minute should be all theirs.
The walk-in through the lobby, unsuccessful. Being rejected by Cruelty is, once again, 6 Karma try to amplify the tempo, much like we saw from Cruelty on their attacks. The frag grenade into the double door of open area, but backing his way into Ivan's waiting arms. Not the approach you want to take into the bomb site, unfortunately, as he was aware there was a defender holding inside of open area, but unaware of the crossfire that was established between the site and open area. So now that leaves Falls alone in a 1v3, make it a 1v2! Didn't see the POV of the shot, but it is a nice headshot onto Mutombo nonetheless with a DMR. Still 2 full health defenders holding down, and the diffuser is still surrendered inside of lobby. You see the icon for the diffuser still there in the lobby reception area of Bank. The swing comes out through the flashbang, and Ivan will collect, and we're back within 1 round.
Back within 1, just like that. Cruelty. Clearly, this has got to be the game plan going forward. Let's not see that top floor bomb site again. If you make 6K clear you out, you're finding success. The story was the same on Kafe, and it maintains here on Bank. Those entry kills, the roam clear, the extension on the defense, it's all going Cruelty's way. I mean, it started out with a bit of a move for 6K, trying to kind of walk right up towards the site. That didn't work. Cruelty were all over it, despite maybe some awkward positioning early by Ivan. He's the one who closes things out with a kill in the end. So Cruelty able to bounce back, like we said, and narrowing that deficit once again to just a single round. They'll head back downstairs to lockers and CCTV, where they were successful last time, and bringing out very similar attacking lineup. One change, though, and that is the introduction of the Vigil coming out.
Cruelty defense, while it has been active in the early portions of the rounds, it hasn't really been as successful other than the round that just transpired. We saw lots of swings get punished on their CEO defense, and even at that, it was Pyrox who really had to come into play on the marble stairs last time they defended CCTV and lockers. The open area hit, not really, or the open area hold, not really doing a whole lot of damage. So, like, Dante's just completely taken his hands off his mouse. I don't think that's appropriate.
What the heck is he doing? What the heck is he even doing?
He's hiding. I don't even know if he can get out. I don't know if he's stuck or something, but he's chilling in loan office, and we'll see if the Vigil flank. Again, I don't think that's appropriate. I don't think you can show that on Twitch. But we see the drones come out from the side of 6 Karma on the attacking side, and they're going to have a difficult time finding Dante, as he is the Vigil with the ERC cloak, and to be honest, he's inside a printer. He's inside a printer, so I think that will also be very difficult to spot.
Dude, leave the copier alone, man. This is getting out of control. We gotta settle down here, guys. There's a game to play. There's a minute 50 to go, and 6 Karma still have a lot of progress to make, as we've said, but will they find Dante, who is having some fun on his own in the office in lobby? The swing up top from Ivan, this will be a great distraction. But Swag, look at this. Up through the garage, Rayduck down the stairs. Big moment here. Dante, does he know there's still someone in main lobby? He's got a barricade in his way. Oh, this could backfire in such a big way here. But here's Ivan, another flank. Dante, he gets his kill after all of that. Takes care of Skimzy, who was there to deny that very thing and could not stop Dante. Had a good time on his own, and look at that, he had a good time with some friends. A 4v2 as Cruelty looked to tie things up.
Again, I honestly, I really like that from 6 Karma. You know, last time around, open area hold. This time around, we're getting a 2-floor roam coming out from Cruelty on the defense. Yeah, we take the Osa. Again, I don't like the diffuser going garage with the Osa. That's definitely one alteration I would make. But the push going site direct, because 6 Karma, they have had a tendency to go site direct on attacking pushes, and every now and again, it's worked out for them in terms of avoiding the roam. However, they get collapsed upon. Pyrox is allowed to retreat, as that ATM's hold didn't really quell Dante or Pyrox on the returns down to the bomb site or lobby. Shots will ring out from Kurtz. He's going to let Ivan know about it, but at the end of the line here, this is probably going to be a tie game. Yeah, Kurtz just runs into the fire to end the round. So yeah, it's a tie game, all right. We got a round and a half right there with infested printers and suicide by fire at the end of the round. all the same to say we're going at bare minimum to round 12 on map 2.
I mean, of course, wouldn't have it any other way. We're tied up at 5. We have to see 12 in regulation. We may see more in overtime. Tac pause for 6 Karma. We saw the tac pause bathroom break combo from Cruelty earlier. Now it is 6 Karma's turn to talk things over and regroup. They've lost the last 2, facing some difficulty now on the attack. Seeing that Cruelty have made some nice adjustments and have been able to claw this deficit back to a good old 0. Well, it looks like Cruelty are poised and ready to take the lead. And you can see the stress starting to eat up 6 Karma here. Talking things over. The coach behind the chairs. He's crouched down. You can't see him now. Covering his mouth, not allowing himself to be seen by the opponents just across the way. As this attack pause concludes, 6 Karma will need to lock back in. Cruelty, other than that top floor site, have been very successful on defense. And as we discussed, we are unlikely to see that site from them again. They know what works. They know what doesn't. Forcing 6 Karma into the map, forcing them to take space, has been Cruelty's way of tearing them apart.
I think as well, just the spread across the map. It's not being contained as well by 6 Karma in these other attacking rounds. You could really see it on CEO. The trap was laid to try and make sure that anyone who swung or took an aggressive angle on the defensive side of Cruelty was immediately punished. Long-range weaponry, the Chalet specifically on the lobby windows. Also, DMR's posted up on the north rappel into CEO as well, making sure that Cruelty had nowhere to go. In the following rounds, we've seen a lot of freedom of mobility for Cruelty on the defense. Just so much room and so much opportunity to spread around the map and have as much control over as much real estate as possible for as long as they want. Cruelty now, 2 rounds away from negating the need to go back to Consulate, the map of their demise and the map that sent them with their first loss of the stage. Down here, it's still there. It's still lingering in the background. 6 Karma, just 2 attacks away from sending us there. But now 6 Karma, like you said, on attacks that are not onto the CEO objective. We're going to need to see a regrouping following the tactical timeout for 6 Karma, trying to understand what the progress into open area can look like for them.
Dante, pivoting off of the Vigil, onto the Pulse here. So less on information denial, more on information gain to see what he can glean for this defense. Maybe he's the one to swing, or maybe he will relay that information to the team so they can take some fights and win some fights early. One thing we're seeing from Cruelty, though, at least right now, a lack of an overwhelming presence on this top floor like you might expect. 1 defender, it seems, up above right now. C4 just missing 1, but the other player, Rayduct, he goes down as he works his way into stock. So we saw a combination of early C4s prepped, and only one of them will land. Fatal will finish it with the shotgun as he takes care of the Lion for good. The other player looking to gain information was Swag on the side of 6 Karma. He's at 50 HP, but still a factor. Identified 4 of those defenders, so with that Deathmark tracker, can pin down just about anyone he'd like as the rest of this team moves in up above.
I mean, look at the battle in terms of operator composition between these 2 teams for intel. We got the IQ, Lion, Deimos, Dokkaebi on the attack, and then Mute, Pulse, and Valkyrie on the defense. Both teams trying to assess where the others are located desperately via utility, but it's Cruelty who continue to decimate 6 Karma. Pyrox, I think that puts him at 17 now. It does. The MPX, his weapon of choice to lay waste to 6 Karma. Falls, able to sneak his way into the bomb site. They've isolated a defender over towards ATMs as well. That Swag is able to pick up Pyrox. Now the approach for Falls and Swag a little more viable. The diffuser is surrendered inside of stock, though. Match point staring them down the barrel on 50 HP for Swag and 100 for Falls. The attempted flank once again for Dante on the Pulse. He's able to split the 2 remaining attackers, get in between them both, and maybe have a significant effect. And he does have the reaction onto Swag. Hits the headshot and walks away on 12 HP. Nitro Cell ripped, but he is going to detonate it just as he dies. And Cruelty, they run it all the way back to match point and series point.
Well, it started off with not the Nitro Cell, but the Capcan trap we saw there up above. I mean, wild start, and they just kept up the pressure. I mean, doing what Cruelty have done so consistently throughout this series, and really feel like they have found their stride again. This is the team that we saw throughout the group stage. This team just taking gunfights, winning them. I mean, just lethal, left and right. I mean, ending it there with a nice little C4 from Dante. Just a nice touch to close it out. The point is, Cruelty, this is the series they needed. This is the way to bounce back. And it's good to see that they are back on their feet at 6-5, trying to close things out in regulation. Unfortunately, though, and Flynn, I don't know if you can explain this, but this site selection continues to confuse me. Clearly, they've shown that they can win lockers, tellers, open. Why go back to this site when it did not work last time?
Well, I think the big change that's going to be made here for Cruelty is Pyrox bringing the Wamai, is they're aware of the strategy that 6 Karma employed last time around that really negated their ability to not only swing towards the banana windows, but also utilize the mirror window inside of Gen. So these asphyxiating bolts, smoke bolts, potential ash charges onto the mirror window as well will all get caught by the Wamai magnets. Pyrox, you can also just fly out of the building and drop Kurtz as the ash and do a significant amount of damage to Skimzy as well. So the opener acquired for Cruelty, the mirror window is intact, and that is pretty much the only thing that was gonna stand between the mirror windows and the test of time. The ash charges removed. You can asphyxiating bolt behind them to make sure there's no swings, but you can't remove them from play entirely unless you're able to facilitate the Selma directly on top of it, which in the middle of the bomb site is quite the proposition.
Didn't even realize Pyrox, 17 kills, slowly but surely working his way up to an insane total. Matumbo, his 7-kill total will not increase. Cruelty still shocked, man. This bomb site, just not the one they, on paper, should succeed on, just based on what has worked and what hasn't. Not out of this yet, 3v4, but this one feels like overtime is coming, and if they're not careful, I mean, this could slip away from them when it changes sides in OT. Dante, he's on the hunt, of course, on the vigil, so he's going to get active and try to bring this disadvantage back. But 6 Karma, they don't need to go through the building here. They could just hop on the rappel and do what they did last time, but it seems like they will. You've got somebody on that CO rappel. You've got somebody outside the lobby rappel. 2 players are actually going to try to get their boots on the ground at the moment. One of them in main lobby gets bodied by Dante, the boss G. Working wonders for him right now. He finds his 11th kill as he is firmly into double digits. Cut down to 6 HP, though, for his trouble. It'll be tough for him to stay alive. Does bring things back to a 3v3, though, even though the health may not be equivalent.
Really use Ivan being alive. Skimzy makes his way into the bomb site, and he's able to do some damage to Fatal as he's detected by the Grim Bees. Walking up the spiral stairs, Pyrox down and finished off by Falls. 2 defenders remain on the backside of the mirror window. Dante makes his ascent back up the square stairs as Fatal is going to lose his mirror window. All 3 remaining attackers for the side of 6 Karma collapsing upon Fatal, and Dante needs to get back as soon as possible, peering in through the top square walls with that boss G that can do devastating amounts of damage, but he has to hit the shots, and Fatal wanders into the waiting arms of Skimzy. It's 6 HP left on Dante that cannot fight back, and 6 Karma are going to send us to overtime.
I really don't know what they're thinking there. Going to that top floor bomb site again. I'm going to say it, but it didn't make any sense. Teller's Archives, it was open. They won it last time. Yes, it is the least played bomb site on this map, but Cruelty deal with the exact same problems they did last time. Aggression on that top floor site just does not work as well. You just cannot swing the windows willy-nilly and expect to win some gunfights, and there aren't going to be as many attackers in the building for you to deal with. Once Swag and Skimzy took control of the site, the defenders, who, yes, were playing aggressive, found themselves boxed out, found themselves out of position. So now they have to go to overtime after maybe the wrong call at the end of the day. I don't love that we see these players standing up. Could have sworn there's a game to play. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it ends here in a tie. That could be new and exciting. But waiting for overtime to start, it is anyone's game. Overtime map 2, 6 Karma trying to send it to Consulate. I don't know. Cruelty looking to take this. They've got the momentum. They just couldn't put it over the line with that last one.
Well, a little more time for everyone to just chill out and think about the stakes. Think about what is on the line here. Cruelty, given their performance on Kafe, is given the safety net of knowing that there is a map 3 on the horizon should they drop this in overtime on Bank. 6 Karma's map pick after all, and they are able to push us to the absolute depths on Bank. Consulate, still an idea for both of these teams. And we've seen 6 Karma on Consulate a few times, and we've seen Cruelty, like I said, a few times recently on Consulate. But before we get there, we're going to have to go to a short break while we get everything underway. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
localizaron una bomba.
6-6. We go to overtime. Cruelty, all that defensive success, and now they have to attack. 6 Karma, fortunate that they can now switch back to the side where they were more successful, securing a 4-2 split to start, and now they can see if they can harness that energy again. It's been back and forth this whole way. It's been closely contested. We've seen some insane hero plays. We've seen some wild plays, wild decisions. But here we see open area, the site of choice for 6 Karma's defense. This is an interesting choice as well. They won the top floor site twice. Went 1-1 on open. Went 1-1 on basement. But it is this site that they pick now. Could be hoping that when they get to that second defensive round in round 15, if they have to go that far, that then they'll be able to play their strongest site, that top floor. Or maybe they've got a little adjustment here, a little something up their sleeve.
We also got to remember that the one round they won on this was a 2v5 clash body block for the post plan. That's not the most sustainable record to have and try and run back again, but it does seem, for the time being, that Cruelty are not going to be rushing in through the cover of smoke through printer window in this round. Instead, taking a more methodical top-down approach to the round. Also trying to limit any rotations, but hatches are opened up for Kurtz to be able to drop back down as he is the lone man topside for 6 Karma's defense. TCSG do a walloping of damage, and we also hear the ACS firing off from Swag. As Pyrox makes his approach in through the lobby, Dante gets the opener onto Kurtz. So that is the top floor cleared out immediately by Cruelty within the first minute and change. Vault down the marble stairs into the barbed wire, do a little bit of damage to Ivan, but now that position held as well, waiting for the approach from the clash of Rayduct, and here comes Pyrox once again, and Swag walks away from the gunfight on 5 HP, but he's leveled the man count at the very least.
Well, big work from him. The level the man count, lighting up Swag, lighting up Rayduct. Cruelty have done good damage, especially onto the clash. It's a very good damage to get onto someone who is very hard to kill. Cruelty winning in terms of the HP, but map control still a lot of it to secure. A lot of these defenders still to pin down, force out. Rayduct falls, comfortable on the site. They'll be joined by Skimzy. The only one off-site, a major threat, that is Swag. A rare lurk from the Maestro. Don't see that very often. Down below, biding his time to work a flank. Ivan potentially his victim of choice a little later in this one, if he's looking to come up main stairs, or if he's looking to come up the marble side, could be a threat there. Someone on Cruelty, though, will have to get a bearing on this sooner or later. Instead, it'll be a fight with the super shorty from Ivan, and somehow he comes out of that with the kill. Now he is in the site, spotted by Rayduct, but Matumbo gets a kill onto Swag. The flank will be no more, and Falls is the only gun up right now as Rayduct has been finished off. 1 for Falls, 2 with the Vector, 2 more to find as they bear down upon him. 3, 4, Falls does it all! Cruelty lose another round that was in their grasp as 6 Karma, a comical hero play to put themselves on match point.
Falls, he had a quite quiet cafe, but he has awoken and seemingly elevated his entire team around him here on Bank. Match point in favor of 6 Karma on their own map. Potentially 1 round away from sending us to Consulate. Cruelty have the 4v1 yet again on this bomb site. And I said trying to win the extreme man disadvantage clutch was probably not replicable. And yet Falls with a Vector in hand, hits 4 headshots, and absolutely obliterates Cruelty's flood to the bomb site, trying to win out on the individual gunfights. And again, Falls able to persevere and overcome the push from Cruelty. 1 by 1, they all challenge him. And 1 by 1, they all fell. It's now down to Cruelty on the defense to send us to 15. Well, we're going to Consulate in a hurry. Cruelty not opting to go for the open area defense. Instead, they will elect to hit the basement as their defensive round in overtime. We'll look to see what 6 Karma can bring on the attack. Approaches and entries so far have not played in the favor of 6 Karma on the attacking side. We saw the Garage push, trying to avoid the roam the last time 6K attacked this objective. That got picked apart just about everywhere else except for Garage. So we'll look to see what changes 6 Karma can make on the approaches. They're going to have to contend with more roaming up above. Dante immediately fashioning himself quite the network of kill holes with that TCSG. Reinforcements at his backside. It will be a nightmare for 6 Karma to try and slog their way through and open.
If you're Cruelty and you don't go out to play Alpha Team in the final match for whatever reason, that last round was the one that you were going to replay in your head 1,000 times. 1,000 times. A 4 versus 1. I think had they clicked the mouse, they would have won it. 2 people bearing down on him, a stream of bullets would have done the job. There's no real safe cover there behind the desk. Not a moment that Cruelty want to remember. One they will quickly want to shake off, but it will not be allowed to happen here as 6 Karma. The comeback. Swag. A double kill. A rare attacking success as Cruelty are just falling apart here. EDD, that works. And Kurtz will get shut down, so one of the several double-digit kill attackers will fall now. But 4 bodies still remain for 6K. Consulate looming in the distance here. A map that Cruelty have been shaky on at best. And a map that, well, both teams were eager to go to tonight. Pyrox with 17 kills. He'll look to try to get to 20, possibly, if Cruelty want to send this one to round 15 and have any shot of taking this in 2. Matumbo, he's done all right, but Fatal, and on the quieter side this time. C4 up. Shot out of the air, so it won't find anything. Under 1 minute to play. Pyrox seeing if any aggression can bring this back, but this one looks like it's going to be an old-fashioned execute.
Candelas all go pouring down the red hallway hatch, but Fatal, able to hit the headshot, comes to life. At the perfect opportunity, Skimzy wins the first engagement, but Fatal with another one. It is all down to Fatal. He's gonna have to hit the 4K. He's got 3 of them now. Swag gets dropped in the midst of the bomb site. One last Candela for Radok as he attempts to go for the plant. Inside a CC on the doorway. Fatal avoids the Candela, but the plant is being completed. Radok pops on up on the CC doorway. Fatal firing on the backside, and he's able to drop it to 9 HP. The bailiff out in hand in desperation, but Radok in the post plant clutches up, and 6 Karma are gonna send us all the way to Consulate.
A miraculous move from 6 Karma, and well-deserved. They head over to map 3. Should it have happened? Absolutely not. Is it happening? You bet your ass. We go the distance. Neither team refusing to give up without a fight. Cruelty take their map. 6 Karma squeeze out their map. And Consulate will have to be the map to decide it all. Might be embarrassing for Cruelty to lose some of those last few rounds, but 6 Karma, you bet they are hyped. They are the team going into map 3 with all the energy in the world. No better place for them to be with a major spot on the line in just a bit. They want to get to that grand final. They want a chance to play for the major, and they just might if map 3 goes anything like map 2. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we will finally get our answer to who is moving on and which one of these two teams is packing their bags.
Well, it's on to map 3 here of the lower bracket final. It was arduous, tense, at times even lewd here, but in the end, 6 Karma, they'll push it the distance in overtime against Team Cruelty. It just feels to me, Jonah, Team Cruelty cannot always play above their reliance on individual gun skill. Like, really, at the end of the day, when they're trying to be forced into some sort of system, they just can't always hang on to it. It's not consistent, but they just can't always hang on to it, and it really costs them.
Oh, it cost them in a big way. I mean, they had a moment. They had the opportunity they were looking for to win the map. It came once in regulation. They picked the wrong site. We said that well in the middle of that matchup. We're like, all right, great. Just don't go to that bomb site. You're good. Screwed that part up. And then screwed up a 4v1 freest round of their life in overtime. Right? And obviously, shout out to 6K for making that happen. But can't just one team do good? You know? Can't just one team look like they're major ready? Man, it would be really refreshing. It would be a great way to continue this series because Cruelty should have won that 2-0. But now they go to a map that they don't look all that great on. Frankly, neither team do. But this is, for the 10-0 team to come out of the group stage, this is mind-boggling that this is what we're seeing from them. It really is.
I think that is probably the thing that I find most shocking as well, is if you had told me that we would be watching them slug it out against 6 Karma in this ugly kind of slap fight. They cleared them first map, and you just go to bank, it looks awful. I mean, we're talking, Flynn, about a team that Team Cruelty easily cleared 6K in the group stage. There was no hesitation in those best of ones for them to just beat this team down. What's going wrong, in your opinion?
Well, again, like Jonah talked about, like you talked about, very isolated engagements, and Kafe allowed you to funnel attackers into kill boxes. And unfortunately for Cruelty, and fortunately for 6 Karma, Bank is just not one of those maps. There's so much surface area to cover that you really are just on an island. Unless it's Pyrox walking up marble stairs and absolutely destroying anything that comes in its path, all of a sudden we're at a man disadvantage pretty repeatedly. And for Cruelty, like you said, going to Consulate now, map number 3. It's the map that sent them here. It was the first map they lost in stage number 2. Now they've lost Bank as well in stage number 2. Not the greatest succession of maps here for Cruelty, other than the 7-1 on Kafe. So it really does come down to the wire for Cruelty. And like I said, if they were going to wrap this thing up early, that would have been nice, because you still have another best of 3 to play after this. So you're guaranteed, if you win this game, playing 6 maps. You had 1 in the BO1, 3 here, and then at minimum 2 in the final. A long day. A very long day to keep your stamina up and keep your composure, and it's a long road.
You're telling me.
It's a really, really good point, honestly, when you think about, you know, I get that. I feel like we're reaching the end of your tether here, my man. It'll be okay.
I've lost it. It's gone. No. Don't even have hey, I'm not hanging onto the rope anymore. I am off the cliff. I'm gone.
It has to end on Consulate for one of these teams. The thing is, I mean, Team Cruelty picked a terrible time to find out that they could lose games. Going to Consulate, though, I mean, Jonah, maybe I'm wrong in this, but I feel like Consulate may play slightly more like Kafe than Bank plays like Kafe. I mean, maybe a smaller map gives Team Cruelty a little bit more comfort. Maybe they can channel, as Flynn was saying, some of the 6K players into more of those kill boxes, let's say.
Sure. I mean, since the Consulate remake, it has turned into a map that does kind of thrive on the chaos. This is something we see right now, you know, Lair, who even knows what's going to happen. But I do like that comparison to Kafe, right? A lot of tight corners, a lot of potential to really open things up and be very explosive, right? Both teams on the attack showed us that they like to do that. Both teams, especially Cruelty on the defense, showed us that they like to do that. We didn't see Cruelty thrive on this map earlier, and I was very confused because it seems like a place where they should thrive, and that defensive style they brought out on Kafe, they showed it again on Bank. It should work wonders for them on a map like Consulate. It's the map where the SSG style roam that I feel like we talk about on Clubhouse more, it's the map where that was born. It's a map where it is possible to really extend, hold every corner of the map, and make those attacks absolutely pay. But didn't go well earlier for them, so clearly there's something about Consulate that has vexed this team to this point.
Well, we'll see if Team Cruelty can get it done or whether Six Karma sneaks it out against the undefeated group stage team. I'll turn it over to the two of you for Consulate.
All right. Thank God, though. I thought you were about to send to a break, and I was about to lose my mind again. I was like, Pausa Technica number 30. No, it's okay. We go into the map as we dive into Consulate. Flynn, for what is going to be our final map of casting LATAM this year, this stage. Yeah, based on what we saw for next year, who knows how this is going to look. Six Karma and Cruelty going toe-to-toe for the final time and our final chance to see these two teams go at it. One team will go home. The other will head to the grand final where they will play Alpha Team with a chance to go to the major. The Blitz and the Monty. Obviously, two bans. Clash the third. No shields here on Consulate, which will certainly shape this heavily.
Yeah, you see the triple shield ban. Now, Six Karma, like I talked about through the group stage, they weren't necessarily averse to banning a lot of shields. Their two most banned operators through the group stage was Blitz and Clash, most often paired together. So this is familiar territory for Six Karma, who will begin Consulate on the defense. But at the very least, it gives us a matchup where no shields will be present other than potentially a Fuse shield or an Osa shield if it gets brought out. But this is an opportunity now for games to be very explosive, rounds to be heads-up gunfights, which is probably where Cruelty feel the most comfortable. Not a whole lot of stacking and trading going to be necessary if everyone is gun up. It's going to be quite the chaotic explosion of gunfights back and forth. It's 6K on the defense, like I said, starting topside CEO. See what they can do, as we did see Cruelty stumble momentarily on Consulate in their earlier game against Alpha Team. So it's time to see what Cruelty have been able to do in this map number 3 in terms of making corrections and reparations on some of the mistakes that they made, especially on the attacking side. But their defenses, they also took a minute to wake up there, having to run 3 in a row just to send it to overtime, still end up losing the map. So for Cruelty, much like we saw on Bank, trying not to throw away those man advantages and trying not to throw away round advantages to Six Karma. We can see Six Karma in the overtime being able to clutch up in Consulate just as they did on Bank.
Well, right off the bat, we'll see how Cruelty want to make things happen on their attacking side. Of course, we won't be able to see that defensive aggression out of the gate because that is Six Karma's responsibility to show that to us first. They'll begin on the defense after all. Cruelty bringing Ivan on the Amaru, so you know that they will always have the option to spring into action and get a little bit more explosive, especially on this top floor objective if they so choose. That console office window, typically the target of the Amaru Gara hook, and a great way to get into the site before the defense can prepare for it. But Cruelty, they have to know that Six Karma know this map like the back of their hand. They've been here plenty of times, they've won this map plenty of times, and that Amaru through the window is something they love to bring out. So they're going to be prepared for it. You better know it. You can see that Falls is in a similar position, just on the other side of that wall, and with a Kiba barrier in front of his face, he will step up and get the opening kill onto Pyrox.
It's the Yingon too, so that means a lot of that execute operator utility that's used to disorient any of the defenders inside of the bomb site and have sound cover for the plant is also removed from play. And Falls, even though he's on 18 health after that first skirmish, he's not being dissuaded from taking even more engagements at the top of the yellow stairs. Ivan, though, reads the flank coming out from Swag, a Supernova, with a headshot to shut down the rotation at the bottom of yellow, but Falls, on 18 health, hits another headshot, Skimsy as well, tags in, the rappel coming in, and Falls hits the deck on the drop shot for the triple kill, leaving Fatal alone in the 1v4. DMR in hand has two defenders locking down his location at the top of spiral stairs from the long desk, and Falls! Give him all the kills from inside of CEO. 18 health in a dream, collects 4 for Six Karma to win their first defense.
What a start, and exactly what they needed to do to get this momentum back, right? The end of Bank was a little back and forth. It was Cruelty who had the momentum for a while, but Six Karma, they win it in OT, and they come out in round 1 and do some damage. Exactly what they were looking to do to start, and Falls, the man who did the majority of the work. Cruelty walking head first into that trap. No smiles on this side right now. A team that is very rarely on the back foot who has never been in any sort of elimination position this stage. Haven't had to fight for their lives, didn't have to fight for the playoffs. Getting here to the Final Four was a guarantee pretty much from, well, halfway through the stage. This was a team that looked so dominant through the groups. And here, well, they faced quite a bit of difficulty, losing their first map, Consulate against Alpha Team in a best-of-1, losing their second map ever this stage. Bang! Against 6 Karma just a moment ago, and now they have to stare, well, I will say a nemesis of a map directly in the face. A place that they did not play at all this stage until Alpha Team. And until now, 6 Karma.
You can see the loss of Pyrox there being really instrumental in the beginning of the round for Cruelty, as they just trying to steer out of the problematic position they were in, which is we can't really disorient anyone. The attempted rappel just point blank through the CEO window, rejected in a heartbeat by Falls. Again, a swinging drop shot Ferrari peek around the corner. Probably not the most anticipated gunfight you could take on the Cruelty side. At the end of the day, there's just nothing stopping Falls from making those swings. And at every turn, Cruelty get picked apart one by one. Falls once again returns to the Azami. The 9x19. Certainly his weapon of choice to do significant damage to Cruelty's attacking contingent these days. We've also got an uninterrupted position topside. This is Skimzy, all the way up in admin for the time being, as the boogie drones will come out from Pyrox into Piano and Exposition to rip up the floorboards onto the bomb site. It does not appear that anyone on the side of Cruelty's attack at the moment has clocked the rotation and clocked the potential flank coming from both the server stair side and Skimzy topside inside of admin. Potential dangers lurking here as Skimzy gets closer and closer to the top of the spiral stairs and could spring into action and surprise Cruelty at any moment notice.
Well, Wall is opened up into Garage to do so with a full 90 seconds left. It's a good milestone to hit for Cruelty. Map control hasn't necessarily been the full focus. The reason that's clear is because you have Skimzy lurking up above. He's gone unnoticed, and a flank here could be devastating for Cruelty. So much pressure on the first floor. Didn't drone out every inch of the top. Looks like they've got some attackers watching the flank. Can they stop this, though? Rounding the corner, misses the first shot, turns around, and Ivan will still not be able to do it. Skimzy makes his retreat, but not down. Instead, up the stairs just a hair. And I don't know if Cruelty are aware of it. Fatal just wins the fight with the shotgun. What is it with Cruelty in the Super Shorty right now? They'll come out on top in that engagement. A lot of time wasted, but as we've said, good progress made from Cruelty thus far. Falls on the Azami, so much damage being dealt to Cruelty. He'll take another kill. Dante and Ivan both gone. Pyrox gets a response, but 20 seconds, and they still have to execute.
Falls is absolutely making mincemeat of everyone on the side of Cruelty, continues to push in, and finally blinded and finished off by the Super Shorty as Fatal has to get the secondary shotgun engaged to try and close out the round. The plant being completed by Matumbo, the walking in through the smoke, Rayduck on low health, but Pyrox puts him to rest. It is just Swag inside of the kitchen, and Cruelty able to win their first attacking round of the match and level the scoreline at 1s.
We are all tied up as Cruelty make it work. Not a clean round by any means. The flank devastating to the progress they had made, but thankfully, they'd already done the job of opening up the breach. That round goes very differently if that flank happens and the breach is still closed off. If they don't have the angle there, they don't have the ability to smoke that off and push in, they are not going to get past a very stalwart defense. They're not going to get past Falls, who was incredibly effective in that pillar position. Got the kill there onto Dante, was a menace. Pyrox, though, loved the little extra aggression he brought in the end. That round, Flynn, saw 3 kills with secondary shotguns on the attack. I don't know if we've ever said that before. 2 from Falls there, 2 from Fatal there, 1 from Pyrox in the end. A wild finish, but Cruelty keeping themselves in this fight. 1-1.
Listen, desperate times call for desperate measures. No better time to whip out the secondary shotties if they're going to be successful than when your back is against the wall. You're facing the end of your stage. Elimination from the playoffs in Stage 2 of LATAM. One more best of 3 away from the major. But it's the victor of this map that will get to fight in that best of 3. The loser, as you said a couple times, Jonah, will pack their bags and head home in the LAN environment for this Final Four. Ivan making a quick entry in through Visa, as we've seen the Cruelty opening pick department bounce back and forth. There's been an ebb and flow to how well Cruelty have been able to acquire these opening picks and what the response has been like for 6 Karma. Now 6K looking to again quell the entries and quell the aggression being brought by Cruelty as they try to move swiftly in towards the bomb site. This is the Piano and Expo defense. You see the return of the Solus as well, feeding intel to the 6K defense. The collapse is coming in through lobby. Lots of electronics, not sure of the identities, but now the logic bomb, it'll ring out. Cruelty now executing onto Tellers.
And looking to make their move here with that information from the logic bomb. Looking up, Ivan taking the moment to actually step up the stairs. He's got an opportunity here. Back turned. There goes Kurtz. No chance. He was busy looking at the floor down below. But a kill onto Dante means that was just a 1-for-1, but a very effective trade. Skimzy now taking a lot of damage, but it's actually Ivan who goes down next to the floor, but not finished off as Pyrox claims the next victim. It's Rayduck. This explosivity here from Cruelty. Insane pressure applied now on 6 Karma. Skimzy was 2 HP. He got finished off there by Fatal. Sight control falling. Flashes come in. Falls, feeling the pressure. The Toxic Babes can't save him now. Swag also feeling the burn at this point as another logic bomb goes off and Cruelty look to take advantage. There's Pyrox on the swing. Another kill for him. Matumbo closes it out and Cruelty. Now that's the team we know. That's the explosivity we have come to love.
Well, my favorite part about that is it wasn't the bomb site. Piano exposition was the objective, and yet everybody dying Visa side, everybody dying Tellers. Quite the collapse being brought, and the dedication from 6 Karma to continuously refill the position. You saw the attempted flank up the server stairs to get back into Tellers. At the end of the day, everybody flying in and taking the fight. It looks like we're going to get an early tack from one of the two teams. I would anticipate it's 6 Karma, but for Cruelty at the moment, being able to reacquire that form of getting those early kills, and it is 6 Karma, and will burn their tack through the conclusion of 3 rounds. Lots of opportunity still left with 6 Karma on the defense, but you would like to see 6K be able to stack a little bit of that defensive advantage on a map like Consulate, and Cruelty, to their credit, we questioned this map being available as the decider, given their loss on it in the best of 1 to Alpha Team. They had their woes on the attacking side. They clutched up on the defense when it mattered most. Now we're getting to see a more improved Cruelty on the attacking side of Consulate that has certainly netted them a strong position against 6 Karma, who are, again, forced to burn the tack, forced to regroup, and try and reorganize the mental and the rotation of bomb sites that they will opt for. Only winning on CEO. In round number 4, we'll see them head back.
Interesting choice to take the tack this early. I mean, I like what that brings them here, an opportunity to prevent this from getting out of hand. But it's only 2-1. The biggest argument for that tack is really just the fact that it is 6 Karma on the defense, and they're definitely looking to rack up more than just 1 or 2 rounds here. You're really looking for 3, if not 4. So hoping that they could bounce back from this. 6 Karma really has been a story of resilience, a team that has been rocky, but managed to get through to the playoffs, managed to survive to this point. What felt like an underdog victory over Maycam yesterday in the lower bracket, best of 3. Set themselves up for success here. Kept themselves alive. Cruelty, as we've said, is a very different opponent. An opponent they played twice, lost to twice. And yet, in Cruelty's second map loss of the stage, 6 Karma are able to deliver that on bank and force this 3rd map. But as you said, Flynn, to the top floor we go. 6 Karma trying to lock down console office and meeting. Cruelty, as before, have Matumbo on the Amaru, so at any time could step up and look to make the move. Dante on the Ying. Because the shield operators were the priority to ban, that means those Candelas are very much a factor here. And Dante could very well look to send those in early, and we could see this execute already brewing.
There goes the Gara hook and the EMPs, and there was verticality being employed. There were 2 defenders downstairs, but this plant, it will press on. Radok gets down, the plant completed, the Nitro Cell comes out way too late, and everybody on the side of 6 Karma begins to fall. Kurtz with 1 response, but we've seen this post plan a million times, and it would require quite the throw off a cliff here for Cruelty. The timer continues to tick down. Ivan has the below coverage as well. Shotgun to the face of Falls, who won't be allowed to continue the torrid pace he's been on. More shotguns ring out for the attack, and Mutombo will let his opponents know it's just Kurtz alone on 35 health, being tracked with the death mark. Dante hits the headshot, and it's 3 in a row in the attack for Cruelty.
And now here comes the trash talk. Little energy coming in from Fatal, but well deserved after that one. A clinical execute on CO, something we've seen so many times across all regions of play, but something that, as proven here, is very clearly difficult to stave off. There were 2 things that 6 Karma could have done to stop that. Shut it down right in its tracks and get the round win. Both of those things were Nitro Cells. They had 2, and they missed them both. One looked like they were trying to come in from down below. The other just a throw from the site. Neither were able to connect, and that diffuser going down pretty much ended things. That bomb site ranks probably number 1 at most impossible retakes from the defense, alongside CEO. Similar rappel positions on bank. So difficult when the attackers can just sit back and wait for you. Great work there for Cruelty, making it happen. The EMPs, I think people really underestimate the value that they bring to the table on an execute like that. Disabling utility is great and all. Getting a wall open is great. But disabling a pre-placed Nitro Cell, now that is a great bonus when it comes to an execute like that.
Yeah, we saw Swag in the early portion of that round on the Malusi, wandering around through the mid-floor, and he also had 2 impacts in the back pocket. I thought he was going to be positioned inside of Piano or X position to try and impact the floor out from underneath any plant attempt. But we saw the Deimos on the entry in through the closet and in through Piano, meaning that that position was not really viable to hold. So instead he pivoted to the bottom of the yellow stairs to try and impact and run out. He got rejected by that Supernova. Now we're seeing the escalation. Swag walking up the yellow stairs, but Ivan picks up Skimzy upside, and now Skimzy's dropped. The retreat down yellow stairs. Ivan on an R4C running rough shot as he gets the triple kill, all off screen. Ivan absolutely demolishing the side of 6 Karma. Fatal will be dropped at the front door, but now the last 2 remaining defenders separated from one another. Kurtz upstairs inside a lounge, and Raduct downstairs on the bomb site. Notably, this is a garage defense that is not being manned by many 6 Karma defenders in the objective itself. Ivan makes his walk in as he's being able to hold down position inside of Piano. The lounge rotate, it's cut off by Pyrox, another R4C. It springs into action and it leaves Raduct alone. The 1v4. Pyrox is on 5 HP, but now the floorboards above Raduct's head, they're going to start to absolutely evaporate. You got the boogie drones, you got breach charges, flashbangs come pouring in. Could it be another 1v4 for the side of 6 Karma? No! Fully blinded Pyrox will finish it off with the knife, and that's 4 attacking rounds on the side of Cruelty.
At this point, Cruelty are just having a blast. You see the smiles there. You see the way Pyrox ended that with a nice knife to the back. A beautiful finish, a nice flourish to close out the round, and really looked to put the dagger into 6 Karma's hopes. What a turnaround this has been. Map 2 may have been rough, but Cruelty have come out swinging on Map 3. And man, they just do not look like they can be stopped. 1, 2, 3, 4 rounds taken swiftly here by Cruelty. And they look to close this one out as soon as they can. There's Pyrox again. Great way to end it. The trash talk continues as Cruelty are fully aware of the position they sit in now. 4 attacking wins on Consulate is certainly an accomplishment. 5 would be insane. 6 Karma, they've already taken that tac timeout. They took it 3 rounds in. So they will not have a chance to regroup. They will not have a chance to talk things over. They just have to keep their head down, grind this one out, But Flynn, it is looking like this one could be just nearly over unless we see something change very quickly.
Well, I think it feels a lot more impactful that Cruelty are winning these attacks. Just, again, the shape that the attacking side has been in for 6 Karma throughout these playoffs hasn't been 100%, to say the least. We definitely saw that on Chalet. We've seen that on the first playoff game against Revan. You know, there have been mishaps on the attacking side. I think right now for 6 Karma as well, the attacks on Kafe in this specific series also not looking too stellar. So, being able to walk into the side swap with Cruelty having won 4, maybe 5 attacks, depending on how this round transpires, just puts 6 Karma in a very tough proposition at the second half beginning. You do see more entries being acquired, and Ivan, we saw this on Bank, as Falls will catch Matumbo. He tries to walk in on the Fuse. Not sure if that was a Fuse shield. I did not clock that. At the very least, the opening pick acquired this time around from 6 Karma. As I was about to say, Ivan had much more success in the last few rounds, being able to walk in and absolutely decimate anyone who walked in his path, much like we saw in the beginning of Bank.
Well, that's a good kill to start off the round, certainly for 6K. I have to worry about Matumbo. Pyrox has been a menace alongside Ivan. 15 kills between the two of them here. Really lighting up the scoreboard these past few rounds. They're going to have to bring this one back. Dante, Candela in hand. That's not going to find anyone. Oh, but it will get Falls to retreat, so pistol out. Dante gets it done. He's got support from up above as Fatal drops down to join him. What a move there. Looks like we actually may have seen Falls flash. You saw the hand over the Legion's eyes as he spun around and walked away. But Dante will do it again. It worked well the first time. Can he do it once more? A swing off the flash, and he gets his kill.
Oh.
He gets another, make it 3. Kurtz and Rayduct both go down. Swag, 0-5. Rayduct, 0-5. Skimsy, done. And it's just the Warden to hold this off. He gets on the board with a kill, his first of the map. But he has to find both Dante and Ivan, who are still very much on the hunt. Another round of Candelas comes through, but Dante won't force it. Couldn't tell if that was intentional or not, but he drops down right into the waiting arms of Swag. Might have wanted to take that gunfight, but instead backs on off. Top floor control still in Swag's hands, so Ivan just has to avoid the information, find a safe spot to plant, which is so very difficult to do on this site. He'll relocate, a goo mine in his foot. Ivan feeling the burn here. Behind the wardrobe, and it gets down. Now it's a post plant. Waiting for Swag to make the move, waiting for the swing. Both exchange bullets, but Ivan wins it with the pistol. God, that was close. Came right down to the wire, but Cruelty pull it out, and it's 5-1.
5-1 at the side swap, and nearly brought back in the 1v3 for 6 Karma to have a glimmer of hope into the transition of objectives, but unfortunately for 6 Karma, unable to weather the amount of brute force that is being brought towards these yellow stairs and in through connector. A valiant attempt to try and bring that one back, but it falls just short of the finish line, and now Cruelty, 2 defenses on Consulate away from mirroring their scoreline on Kafe and setting themselves up for another best of 3 in the grand final to send themselves back to a major. Saw a lot of Ying bans earlier on in the playoffs, and they've been traded out in favor of the Shield bans. As soon as that happened, you could see Cruelty spring to life with the Ying at every opportunity to absolutely disorient and obliterate their opponents. Swag tried as he might, but he could not bring it all the way back, even in the post plant. The wardrobe really being the MVP to facilitate the plant at the conclusion of that round. Now 6 Karma, they're going to have to match at the bare minimum what Cruelty has done to them on the attacking side, which, given their form on the attack so far this weekend, is a tall task.
Well, this does not appear to be the map for 6K, and right now they're down 5-1. The Mets down 7-3. It's a tough night if you're rooting for the underdog right now. And 6 Karma, maybe they had it on Bank. Maybe they had that energy. Haven't found it in a while here on map 3. This is feeling a lot like Map 1. It was a 7-1 Cruelty victory, and it looked a lot like this. Cruelty now on defense. We know how aggressive they like to be, the fights they like to take. The Candelas will certainly make that a little more difficult. Can't take these fights while fully flashed, but you can certainly send out the fire, send out the smokes, and slow down this team from pushing on in. The Vulcan canister's out, and that will delay Swag for a moment. He's only got the location of the Azami pinned down, so he could only find one of these defenders if he were to send out that next death mark. Looks like he just wants to take a fight. Screw information. He'll walk in with a shotgun and take care of Mutombo.
So much utility utilized on the attacking side, but it's worked and pulled all the utility out of the defense's pocket as well. Kurtz now matching what Ivan was doing with that R4C. Devastating damage on the objective itself, and really the plant hasn't even been attempted as of yet. Dante gets one, but Fatal falls on the objective. Falls himself will now jump in and try to get the plant down. Impacts from down below will stop the plant. He puts Falls on 7 HP. It's the 1v3 for Dante as he tries to corral the remaining attackers up above who have control over his bomb site. Valkyrie cameras, though, throughout the objective and throughout the top floor will continue to relay information. The plant being reattempted now inside a projector. There's more information being provided. The pings, the shots come through the floor, but they can't finish off what is left of Falls. He's able to complete the plant through the intel on 7 health points. Now Dante having to reascend the Visa stairs. Quite the task in front of him as he completely blinded by the flashbang. And Falls does it all himself once again. Hits the deck on the drop shot through the blinded Valkyrie. And at the very least, it's one small step back to equality for 6 Karma.
Yeah, we knew they have a long way to go. 4-round deficit now reduced to 3 as they get their second round win here. That one is especially impressive given the pace they were moving at on the attacking side. Now that exciting play from the Valkyrie down below, the double impact to stop the plant and nearly kill the player putting that diffuser down, would have been a round ender had there been another minute transpiring earlier in the round. The greatest part about that for 6K was just how quickly they were able to do it, how quickly they were able to take control. So even though there was still one defender down below, I mean, there was only so much he could really do. 6 Karma, that's why time is so important, and, well, they made it work so well for them. Really only took them 90 seconds to take control of the top floor, get the kills they needed, and clear it out. Obviously starting with the Deimos, an aggressive move, one that we did not expect to work, but got the opening kill, shut down Mutombo, and really opened the door for Cruelty, rather 6K, to take that space and win it. So as we said, long way to go, but that is a good start.
A wonderful start indeed, and I think again the baits for 6 Karma doing a wonderful job, at the very least drawing the utility and overexposing Cruelty defenders to positions where they could be shot in those repels. Because while we did see 3 out of the 4 Candelas used inside of that meeting window, nobody actually repelled into the objective. It was just the Deimos pushing the top of Yellow Stairs. That was it. That was the only 6K attacker who had made their way inside the building to that point. It was a good bait, and it was a good draw out for 6 Karma to make Cruelty overreact. We're going to see them attempt to run it back CEO side. A little more focus on the admin side for both teams. Reinforcements onto the break room walls. Also many repels coming out from 6 Karma as they continue to tick away through the windows on the admin side. And a complete change up in terms of the operator composition on the attacking side as well. Foregoing the Ying, foregoing the Deimos. No shields at the opportunity to bring, mostly because of Cruelty's bans, but also 6 Karma tagging in there to remove shields from play, make life a little more troublesome for attackers trying to walk in and take space for free, and they will do so this time on the admin side.
Well, in the building, good start. They got some utility in their way, though, in the form of those Kiba barriers from Ivan. No swings yet from Cruelty. We've talked so much about how Cruelty's defensive tactics on Cafe and Bank have been so successful when they've just gotten in the face of 6 Karma, when they've forced them to clear out the map. Going to this top floor site doesn't exactly do that. And that's been a concern for Cruelty. They didn't seem to recognize that when they themselves played Bank. And they're going to reattempt the same thing here. Not sure how I feel about that, but Ivan will make it clear that this defense is definitely here to play. Dante the same, taking the fight onto Skimzy and winning it. So 2 attackers already down, but Kurtz, who is lighting the scoreboard up last round, is going to do so again. Good kill onto Mutombo, but Cruelty, the back and forth continues.
They completely avoided Pyrox, who has stayed in this corner. He has not moved from this corner inside of meeting towards the long desk hallway. Just sat still. It'd be held in place by the last Lion EOD and the Grimbees, flooding the area around him, but he's still in the power position to lock down any attempts to walk into meeting itself. Instead, 6 Karma opting to flood towards the top of Spiral Stairs, not picking up the flank. The Nitro Cell, a little preemptive there, but running straight back in as Pyrox's gun up is going to lead to the demise of 6 Karma on the plant attempt. It's now match point and series point in favor of Cruelty.
Well, they knew they'd get here eventually. You can tell this is a team that is ready to close this out. As we've said, 6 Karma taking that time out so early. Unfortunately, do not have a chance to regroup here, talk things over on the attack before they get things done. So Cruelty, they could do it now. They could do it the next round, the round after that, the round after that. They've got a lot of time here, a lot of cushion to play with. No matter what Kurt seems to do on the attack, he is trying his absolute hardest to put this team over the line, but he is just not able to do enough. You see him, he's quickly worked himself to 7 kills, falls with 8. But it seems like 6 Karma, they keep having this problem of seeing some major contributors who usually are lighting up the scoreboard absent from the map. Swag took him a while to get on the scoreboard. He was 0-5, now 3-8. Rayduct 0-6. Just not going to win fights. You're not going to win maps playing like this when your opponents have such depth. Ivan, Pyrox, Dante, all heavily positive. Fatal, even him, 5-4, someone we rarely see in the positive, even when his team is in a good spot. Playing that rock-solid support, always willing to give up his life in the right moments. Fatal and Mutombo, critical on support and have been this entire time. Cruelty wasn't necessarily the aggression that did it from them in the last round, but that is certainly what they're trying to do here on match point.
Yeah, Ivan really trying to slap an exclamation point on the conclusion of map number 3 here. And the run that this series has taken, as it was quite a swift victory on Kafe. Pyrox as well launches a Nitro Cell up the yellow stair skylight now, hearing the rappels. Ivan sitting on the projector balcony. He's going to run, and he's going to drop Kurtz off the rappel. The opening pick once again acquired, and like you mentioned, Kurtz, one of the top performers for 6 Karma, removed from play. Falls, immediately vaults. Following that engagement, down the yellow stair skylight, shooting as the sound cover comes in, and the immediate rappel into CEO, being caught once again by Cruelty defenders, who still station themselves topside. Explosions at the feet of 6K attackers as Skimzy tries to press his way forward, and everyone on 6 Karma trying to react with similar energy that Cruelty were bringing. The hatch gets opened up, though, as Cruelty, they look to take their one and back out of play. 6 Karma have slowed down now, unable to trade their fallen comrade. They've lost a lot of soft destruction in the process, but one defender on the side of Cruelty has yet to vacate the position. Ivan, he got the opener, and he wants to be the closer in round number 8.
Around the corner, Skimzy needs to make something happen here, but can he? Back and forth. Ivan, dangerous, flashed now, and there's the swing. Skimzy gets it done. Rayduct cleans up Dante as well. So 6 Karma very much alive in this round. Pyrox looking for his next victim. Could be out this double door to his left. But 6 Karma, most of them in the building now and ready to go. Only one player still outside VIP, but not exposed to Pyrox's position. So it's not going to be the aggression that brings this back. It's going to be the anchor ability here of Fatal and Mutombo to hold this down as 6 Karma bear on in from above. Less than 45 seconds. 6 Karma still prioritizing the soft destruction with the skeleton key from Falls. Information on their side. The flashes going well too. 25 seconds here, 6 Karma just need to find 3 more, but this diffuser, if it doesn't go down, that's going to end it in the next 15. Fatal, smoke goes out, that's going to delay things a bit. Damage taken by Rayduct, his diffuser. He's got it in hand, and now he's got to plant it. Pyrox is finished off. Great coverage from Falls. Mutombo cannot locate this. Cannot step up in time. Fatal, no chance. Vaults through and gets destroyed. Mutombo a 1v4. 6 Karma. Look like they are going to stay alive for a moment longer. Mutombo was not able to do enough there from down below. And he will get finished off there by Rayduct. 6 Karma. 3 rounds to their name. Still 3 rounds needed to make this comeback work. But they are still alive. And that's all that matters.
Cruelty, we saw this on Bank, match point, and the opportunity to close out the series in 2 was on the table. They opted to go to CEO, which you highlighted, Jonah, was a peculiar decision, to say the least. We now see a Cruelty team opting to go to split site, Tellers and Server, to try and lock things out on match point once again, and it does not go their way. Good news is you can still complete the rotation, and it looks as though Cruelty have, as they will return to the garage objective to try and lock things out. Still standing on a 6-3 scoreline. Losing that round, not the end of the world for Cruelty's side. But again, should be noted that the victor of this game, whether it be 6K or Cruelty, still has an entire best of 3 to play after this to try and qualify for the major. So extending this needlessly for Cruelty by playing sites that probably don't put you in the best position to win could be catastrophic on your hopes. Persevere with losing stamina as the night goes on. 6 Karma, though, going to be imbued with energy and confidence after being able to weather the opening pick. Kurtz was felled on the runout by Ivan onto the projector balcony, and yet, even at that loss of utility and loss of firepower that Kurtz brings, 6 Karma still able to bring that back into their favor and continue to live and fight another day. It's up to Cruelty now on the defense, this time inside a garage, to hold out and lock things out on a 7-3, lest they let 6 Karma continue to inch their way back.
6 Karma have truly come a long way, and they've survived longer than we thought they might. But here, once again, they face elimination. 3 rounds required. And Cruelty stand between them and a final to send things to the major. Wall opening here in garage. So great early progress from 6 Karma. We were complimenting Cruelty on their ability to do this on their attack, and 6 Karma will do the same. Exothermic already down, wall already open. No problem circumventing the mute jammers placed down. No other hard breach denial from Cruelty, as their focus is going to be on some intel from Mutombo. And of course, on some explosivity that Ivan brings to the table with those EDDs. They've been quite effective so far. Swag, speaking of information, had no idea that Pyrox was staring right at him, and he made that entry up above. Ivan, rather Swag, lucky to get away with his life. I do mention Ivan, though, and he is the first one to step up. Skimzy losing the Dokkaebi here. That's a blow that 6 Karma are going to have to take.
The Gara hook into admin as there were drones assessing the situation. Cruelty on this defense, opting to send 2 topside, and they are still up there. Ivan and Pyrox on the top floor. The boogie drones came out to rip up the floorboards into the objective, but Dante wants to take those fights, attempting to establish a crossfire from up above and in the objective. Falls, though, in the meantime, is able to pick up Mutombo, so the Solus will be removed from play, and ineffective in back-to-back rounds. Leaves Dante in a tricky position, trying to hold down the push through the breach into the objective, weathering the flashbangs that all come pouring in, but he hits the crucial shots onto Swag. Now Rayduct has to pour on into the garage and attempt to go for the plant right up against the red car.
He's going for it. Dante, here he comes, but Fatal. He will swing. Falls, great denial. Falls the only one left now. We got a big kill there. Allowed the diffuser to go down, but he's got to do a little bit more. Oh, and he can't win the fight against Pyrox. That's gonna be it. Cruelty, they secure the counter defuse. They secure the round win. And 6 Karma go packing their bags. Cruelty, stay alive and move on to the grand final.
Took a couple more rounds than they probably envisioned after getting that early scoreline advantage. But all the same, it's a victory in regulation yet again for Cruelty. Now they have to do the hard part, which is go through that 3-map best of 3 after their best of 1 that went to overtime. We'll bring in Korbeck to talk about their next series that they have to play through. Cruelty, still 1 best of 3 entirely away from the major.
Yep, they got a whole nother run against Alpha Team, who bested them earlier today.
Oh, there he is.
Who bested them earlier today. I mean, it's a difficult spot, and again, a spot that I don't think we anticipated them to be in. Definitely 6K, I think, extending on Bank has made this far more difficult than it needed to be. I mean, I'll be honest with you, Jonah, I feel like Team Cruelty was always the better team. I am genuinely surprised it took them 3 maps to close this out.
I am also genuinely surprised it took them 3 maps. It's not a good look for the team that we thought was the favorite coming in. It is a nice victory. It is a win, and that is really all that matters. It doesn't matter that they've faced a little adversity here, and you could look at this and say it's a good thing they faced adversity, right? They shouldn't just be able to tear through the entire region and go to the major only to get first rounded. You should have to work for it, right? You should have to put in a little effort here to know what it's like to face an opponent who is going to give you the business, who's going to make it a good fight. Because now, if you were to make it through Alpha Team and go to the international stage, might just be a little bit more prepared for that. But maybe it's just going to prepare them for this match against Alpha Team. They clearly found a way to bounce back against 6 Karma. They're going to have to bounce back against Alpha Team, who beat them just a moment ago.
You would imagine that it would be kind of within their capabilities, but I did want to ask, I mean, Flynn, I know that you have some professional playing experience under your belt. I mean, how do you kind of handle a long run like this, if you've ever been in a situation like that, or just talk to other players about it? Because it's insane they might have to play 7 maps today.
Are you asking Flynn? I thought you were going to ask him how, like a winning streak, how you respond for that. And I'm like, Flynn, winning streak? Are you kidding me? Anyway.
Oh my gosh, no. I would never. I mean, like, handling a situation like having to play 7 maps in one day at a very high level of stress and competitiveness.
Yeah, it takes a toll on you, honestly. There's plenty of situations where we've had to go 6, 7, 8 maps long in a night just because of the way the format was. And honestly, it's annoying, but it's still just what's in front of you. There's not a whole lot you can do about it. You can't control it. And the best teams will always be able to completely remove anything from mind and focus that they can't control. Cruelty had the ability to control their site location, and that's what they messed up on in this best of 3. They look to correct that in the second best of 3 against Alpha Team in a rematch, but worrying about format, worrying about, how many maps you gotta, it's the job in front of you. You gotta complete the job in front of you and just focus on what you can control. And honestly, for Alpha Team, this sets up quite, again, the interesting rematch where they've been sitting on their hands for 3 hours. Yeah. Cruelty, they've been slugging it out against 6 Karma.
Yeah. Indeed, and obviously that match coming up next, Alpha Team versus Team Cruelty. One of them is going to go to the major. Guys, I know this is your last map, your last series here in LATAM for this stage. Just wanted to get both your thoughts on, I guess, LATAM as a whole and what you think is going to play out in the grand final. Let's start with you, Joe.
I've got Cruelty winning this in 3. I think they've looked a little shaky. I think they're not going to win it in 2, but I think they have it in them to bounce back. It's so difficult to look at a team who went 10-0 all stage and say they're not going to win that final matchup. I know they had some difficulty against Alpha Team, and I haven't loved their decision making when it comes to maybe the maps they're going to play, the sites they're going to play, but they are the better team and they should win that game. It'll come down to the wire, I know, but I think they have it in them to pull it out and go to the major.
Yeah, I'm also imagining just, again, the endurance and the stamina that's necessary to go through this for Cruelty. Probably going to put them on their heels a little bit, and they're not going to be as fresh as they could have been, as fresh as an Alpha Team that's coming in rested after 1 map. But I do think Cruelty is the better team on paper. I think that Alpha Team are going to give them one hell of a run for their money, but I do think Cruelty is going to clinch it. We'll see what happens, though. It's been the stage of upsets globally.
It has been.
And it would just be yet another upset for Alpha Team to overthrow Cruelty and follow suit with just about every region globally this stage.
Well, it's been a pleasure to work with the two of you here on LATAM. You guys have done a great job for the region, as always. Thank you for all your hard work this stage. We'll be back with 2 new casters after this. Alpha Team versus Team Cruelty. One is going to the major. Find out who in just a few.
Happy birthday.
Well, we're back. For the grand finals of LATAM, one of these teams will be representing this entire region here at the major. It has taken 10 play days, multiple days of playoffs to get us to this point. Team Cruelty versus Alpha Team, the best in the north versus the best in the south, and I am joined by two wonderful casters to make it all happen. It's Gibson and Whippet pulling a late shift here, gentlemen. I believe it's like 1 o'clock in the morning for you guys, or is it even later than that?
4. It's 4.
4.
We've been.
Oh, wow, that's a lot later than I thought.
We've been in the call since 1 a.m. ready to go.
Well, let's look. I'm glad that you guys are so awake, honestly, because if I was you, I couldn't handle this. Speaking of people who need to be awake, though, obviously, Team Cruelty, they need to be awake right now. I think this has been a shocking evening for Team Cruelty here, Gibson. They are not on form. I mean, they did eventually beat 6 Karma, but they lost a bank 8-6. It was an ugly game for them.
I think it's been a case of if it bleeds, we can kill it. Cruelty looked like the final boss all season long for LATAM North, and it took to this weekend for them to finally start losing maps. They've already lost to Alpha Team once. If they lose a second time, that's SI gone, that's the major gone, that is everything gone for them.
Gibby, I really want to lay on this fact. This is a team that went 10-0 during the regular season in LATAM North, and now all of a sudden we hit that Final Four stage, they suffer their first loss, it arrives to the top team of LATAM South, a storyline that a lot of people might not have saw coming. An Alpha Team done that in very strong fashion. They look really, really strong on Consulate. I think that's a massive statement piece to show how strong this team can be. Of course, that was in a best of 1 earlier on today. We've had a lot of best of 3s, and fatigue could be a factor for Cruelty going into this last match of the day.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, Alpha Team, I mean, I think there are a few teams in all of Siege, let alone LATAM, that have had the arc that Alpha Team has had in terms of their improvement from stage 1 into stage 2. They honestly look like a squad reborn. They slotted Gazpro in. They just tore it up after that. I mean, Gibson, they don't have Gazpro here today. They have Naza filling into him, but honestly, the whole team has just looked absolutely on fire so far in their playoff appearances.
It's actually insane every time Alpha Team bring in a sub or someone to replace. The levels elevate even further. This was a game that was destined to happen. I spoke to Martin at the start of the season asking about how much they've improved, where they wanted to go, and Martin's exact words were, them and Cruelty were the 2 best teams in all of LATAM. And the fact that it's these 2 teams going head to head in a straight up best of 3 to decide who goes to the major, you couldn't have wrote the script any better.
It's a perfect conclusion to LATAM for this, and after the victory against Cruelty earlier today, I messaged Martin going, congratulations, best luck in the final. His simple response was, we've made the final, Lamau. They are on cloud 9 with that one, a victory that they got. That just summarizes this team. They play to have fun, their chemistry is fantastic, they're energetic in celebrations. You'll see that when we go to this player camps when we hop in this matchup for it, but this team have brought Naza in, who's looked fantastic in their place of Gazpro, and they have a lot of energy to show, and they've had a long little break. They've seen Cruelty play, and they're going to be looking at this going, okay, there's a wounded animal in front of us, we can take this, we're a fresher team coming in this best of 3.
Yeah, they know what lays before them. I think that is actually a distinct advantage for them going into this best of 3. Now, maybe a bit of a disadvantage. I mentioned it pretty much every time we've done a little pre-show here. Map pool. For all LATAM teams, it's a bit of a weakness. But specifically for Alpha Team, they have not really played on the pro circuit. They haven't played up. So some of these maps they're going to pick here, Gibson, maybe not the biggest pool we can have. And they're going to Cafe and Clubhouse first. Those are some bread and butter maps for both these teams.
Right. There's 3 maps before this broadcast that Whippet said if we land on them, it's the greatest. Yeah. It's Whippet. You said if we get these 3 maps, it would be the greatest hits of LATAM. And
this
sure
is
enough,
a LATAM tour, Gibby. This is it. This is perfect for it. Listen, we have seen these maps played, let's just say, most of the time in every single play that we go to LATAM. Chalet's being classic. Cafe's given us some moments, especially in LATAM South and Clubhouse. Well, it's going to be a perfect map for that second in the series, Gibby. This is a perfect map pool for these teams. You know what? Cruelty going to Cafe, they've already played it once today, not against that decision from them. Clubhouse from Alpha, works with them stylistically, and Chalet. I want this to go 3 maps for a simple fact that will be a heater if we need to go there, Gibby. I'm excited for this matchup.
I could not imagine this. I mean, I know that you guys are kind of joking around, or it's like LATAM Classic or whatever. I genuinely can't imagine a slate of maps that is more definitive of LATAM, right? Like, they love these maps. They love these maps. They play them all the time. They absolutely love them. I mean, you know, an interesting perspective. Obviously, we've seen cracks in the team cruelty formula. There's way too much reliance on gunplay. Alpha Team, though, you know, Whippet, they also rely a lot on gunplay. It's just looked a little bit more controlled. Do you think this map pool favors any of these teams, given that information? Or is this just a blank slate, an even playing field?
We've seen both these teams struggle when that entry and gunplay has been shut down significantly. Think about towards the end of LATAM South, Mayhem Evolve on Chalet had a very dominant performance for the shutdown Alpha Team. We've seen the entry struggle for cruelty here on LAN at the Final Four. So both these teams' weaknesses are pretty similar, so whoever can play the best game on the day when they load into the map, I think has a distinct advantage.
First map's definitely going to come down to who can frag the best in concentration levels, and let's be real. These guys at Cruelty, they've been sat at their desk for what, 4 hours now? Like, their concentration levels will be tested.
Well, we're going to see if Team Cruelty can do it, or if Alpha Team can pull off yet another upset here. It's the grand finals of LATAM, and I know you boys are raring to go, so I'll turn it over to you for Kafe.
Thank you, Corbeck, and this is it. The beginning of the final best of 3, which will determine the final team to be going to Montreal. The best team in the north taking on the best team in the south inside of LATAM. Whippet, this one should be special.
This is what you love to see. The two top teams from the respective regions going all out for a best of 3 in this one, and bans begin to roll out, and no surprise with them so far. Ying, Monty, Valkyrie, the first 3 to go. Gibson, predictions for what will be our 4th defender taken away.
Oof. You know what? I'm going to say Azami, just because it's Kafe and the impact Azami can have. It's going to be Mira. Okay. They listen to me and they says, yeah, Gibson, you're wrong. You know, you got to prove us wrong every single night. But we spoke about it in the pregame just a little bit. Cruelty are the only team in LATAM with a genuine opportunity to qualify for SI. They've been to EWC recently. They were at the last major. They didn't really win any games at either. But if they want to appear at SI, they need to win this best of 3. I feel there is so much pressure on their shoulders than there is on Team Alpha's.
There is. For Alpha Team, this is a dizzying heights for them. It's their first appearance on LAN to my record books, and Alpha Team have played with a level of energy and confidence that would be, you know, reminding you the fact that there's not a lot of pressure on their shoulders going into this one. For Cruelty, they've had Dante picked up during that summer window. Of course, they attended EWC. They went to the previous major. They didn't get victories at either of those at international events, but of course, going to international events, you get to scrim teams from across the world. You gain that experience, and via osmosis, just being around some of the best players, support staff in the world, you can pick up a thing or two. So, a very storied roster here in LATAM for a very short reign they've had as this 5 in addition to Dante during the summer window. But Alpha Team, upset Merchants. If they can get this one done, imagine the storyline that's written. I can already see the headlines, Gibson, in the morning. If Cruelty fall to Alpha Team from this, and everyone from LATAM South, all the teams that have failed to get here so far, from Knights to Mayhem Evolve to Malvinas to Vasco, are cheering these guys on because they understand the battle between LATAM North and South. They want their region on top, and they want to be represented at the next major in Montreal.
They want to be there. They know what this means to them and their futures inside of the game. Even more importantly, Alpha Team, they'll be fresh. They've had a couple of hours off. You've got Team Cruelty, who've been basically sat at their desks for 4 hours, and they go straight onto the attack on Kafe. If anything is going to give you an indictment of what a team's energy levels is like, Whippet, it's going to be attacking first on a map like Kafe.
Kafe, intrinsically a difficult map to attack. Your entry points are fairly limited. You're going to be kind of funneled into these significant choke points. Deimos down below, relying on verticality to find that opening pick. The mark's going to be deployed on towards Sliders, who's on that Solus utility, but he's going to be safe, tucked inside of Train. We see Naza taking some early damage. That will be your mute, left with 54 health points remaining at this stage. Nades tossed out, and the defense from Alpha Team so far proving to be a difficult nut to crack down below. Of course, Reading Room and dying the very first sight here, and the opening pick goes for Ivan. Cruelty find it, and that Slider's off the board. Look to find a second to Pillar. That's going to be Naza on that mute, but a Flurry Pyrox Fatal pop this off. Going to be a 5 versus 2 at Alpha Team on the back foot early. Can they find a miracle to save this one? As it's going to be Bastion Martin left standing, and no, Matumbo Pyrox shot that down just like that. And that's the opening Cruelty need. They've been sat at these desks for a long time. That was a long best of 3. They've just survived, and that's a great insight to how they might start this game off.
2 sides of the coin. One side is You're sat at the desk a long time, fatigue could be setting in. The other side of the coin is you're warmed up, you're ready to go. I genuinely feel that Alpha Team were probably coming into this game, like we've just seen, a little bit slower with it, because you've been away for 3 hours. You know, we don't know what the situation was for them, getting warmed up, getting ready to play. So it's not really a surprise to see them lose the opening round either. You're going to get caught cold a little bit on the first map of a best of 3 when your opponents are coming straight off the back of one.
Yeah, I mean, also, let's be fair, it's not going to be like it's going to be a blowout either way. Alpha Team and Cruelty, this is going to be a close matchup no matter who the victor is. At least on paper it seems that way, if we're going to judge the best of 1 that we saw earlier between these two teams. Alpha Team, though, again, didn't really show us a lot in that round. We'll go downstairs to kitchen dining now, as that's going to be the next site. And I want to see them have something to show in that round. Cruelty took their time. They have that Deimos down below, had a solid drone network, established everything they needed to make an execution work, and then went for it. We see a Deimos Grim combination brought out with that blitz as well, an aggressive run out there, an attempt trying to catch by NASA on that Echo. You want to keep those Yokai drones alive for the late game. One found with it, but Grim Deimos combination be very difficult to deal with. Is implying, so a hard counter is in effect, but I'm sure how effective that will be against both of them in play.
Yeah, the only operator that was at risk at the run out was the Ram, which would have been an incredible pick for Alpha Team to get when you look at the lineup that's being brought by Cruelty. Plain and simple, they want to establish vertical control, then they want to force Blitzen, most likely through that bakery side. Deimos getting information on the player inside of Piano, trying to hunt down to find that opening kill once more. And Martin is in real trouble, but he's managed to just dip far enough away to be out of sight. And not only that, he'll find the opening kill of the round. Matumbo falls, but Dante with a quick double on the blitz, and he's already taken full control of Wedding.
This makes that retake nearly impossible now for the side of Martin. However, that case going cold means he can play for control with it as him and Ragnar is there, but Dante doesn't look deep enough towards the site. And Naza gets himself an absolute freebie. They're going to be kicking themselves for that one. The blitz will be a massive win condition for this side, no longer applicable. Ace is still cold. No bodies stacked up from Alpha Team holding it just yet. Verticality will now get opened up at the hands of the Buck. We hear that buggy drone off in the distance, tuning through those floorboards, giving them enough of an angle to make things difficult, but it is going to be a kitchen hold, so everyone from the defensive Alpha Team will likely be external from the map, out towards Prep and Bakery, holding power positions. Martin finds himself a second. That will be picked up on towards Fatal. Advantage with Alpha Team, 3 versus 4, just over a minute left in this round. What do Cruelty have left to figure this one out?
Minute on the round, and you've got Deimos alive working with Buck. If communication is on point, Deimos and Buck can work together perfectly to get themselves back on level numbers. But there is pressure on VIP. The smoke using those toxic canisters to slow down the push down through White, and you've got Martina on the cover as well. Oh, you've got the draw hatch. There's Ivan. He's going to push aggressively through, but he gets caught out by the shotgun of Ragnar. 3 versus 1 in the middle of sight is Pyrox. He will win one. Gets rid of the mute jammer, but there's still 42 seconds to go. Case is not in his hands. This is almost an unwinnable situation, but Pyrox weapon, he's a player more than capable of doing it.
Oh, well, just like that, Gibson finding himself a second one. Looks for, are you kidding me? Finding 3, and that's the worst case scenario now for Alpha Team. They look guaranteed to coast that round. The victory. Ragnar caught napping in the middle of VIP. Teammate slain as well, Bastion. And just like that, Cruelty win a round that they were on the cusp of losing. Alpha Team let that one slip, and that is the foothold you do not want Cruelty to get. So much hard work done by the shotgun player inside of VIP. Martin finding 2, dropping that case. The blitz getting caught in Bakery as well by that Echo. And all that hard work caught out just like that in the space of 2 seconds by overpeaking on that Buck and unraveling that round. Ivan caught out by that shotgun. And look at this. Martin overextends and couldn't get the job done. Ragnar shut down, and Cruelty find themselves a second. And worst case scenario now, and this is what I love about these teams. They're face to face with each other essentially in this studio, and they can hear that verbal. You know that trash talk's getting through. But upstairs we go between these sides, and Cruelty 2-0 lead here on Kafe.
Pyrox not usually the most animated player either, so see him giving it over towards Alpha Team is a great sight. Well, but it's as simple as this. It was a 3v1, but the 1 was Pyrox, so it's never going to be as simple as a done deal. Alpha Team find themselves in a bit of a hole now, 2-0 down on their opening defense here on Kafe, and really, you feel like they let that round get away. A huge play was able to level the sides at 3 players apiece after falling down to the double from Dante. Oh, this is the way Siege ebbs and flows. Round 3, site change once more. They're going to the top floor. The attacking lineup. Well, but I'm always a fan of seeing Zofia being brought, particularly whenever there is an Azami in play. Because it's Zofia, not only can you get rid of those Kiba barriers, but you've also got the extra stun utility to bring as well.
Those grizz mods can be incredibly useful for just gathering information as well. You have that proximity detonation, so you can check if an angle is clear. Think about towards Pixel and Piano. You can get that clear with a little bit of utility burnt away, and of course clearing with that soft destruction any Kiba barriers that you will guarantee to be seeing set up in Piano. Invert Repel here. Dante is looking to find himself a freebie. Our job is set up to cover him. Matumbo on the Nomad for that one. Player up by that Skylight, and the combination of that Capital and everyone getting ready on those cocktail windows. Seems like they're going to try and bait to find a pick here, get control of Cocktail or even via Heaven, but Alpha are cautiously aware of that threat. Some detonations go off towards over towards Cigar. A drop there, and it's going to be a great read. Ivan finds himself one, but Bastion, an all-important trade. Early damage done though. Traded off with that nano boost, advantage neutralized, 4 versus 4. And 35, and Cruelty have to find a way in.
You can see the repositioning, getting control. That new balcony seems to be a key part of the plan for Cruelty. Dante thought about going on the rappel, but sits off for a second. Still 2 players, one on Cocktail window, one on White Stairs window, and it still seems this is the push that they want to go for. C4 tossed off into the ether, no damage found, but a nade or a bit of stun utility will be put back the other way. You can see the blue silhouette on White Stairs. Slater's missing the opportunity to find the kill. However, there's still 4 players up for both sides. Make that 3v4. Dante finds one. Opportunity missed here. Pyrox needs to hit those shots, but it doesn't matter when Matumbo and Fatal will combine. And just like that, Cruelty steamrolling to a 3-0 lead.
A complete shutdown of Alpha Team's 3-site rotation here on Kafe, and that looked to be a surgical, clinical, and calculated destruction and dissection of everything Alpha Team tried to bring out for it. And this is going to be a moment where I'm going to look at this side going, right, Alpha Team looked in not complete domination, but a very strong side on Consulate against Cruelty. They've looked dominant on this map throughout LATAM South as well. And now they're being tested, and that's a little bit of a worrisome sign. So, as we see some communications with the coach at this moment, so unsure if it's a pausa technica or a pausa tactica, but we'll see. Gibson, what one do you think it is?
It's definitely a tactica. Look at the coach. He's telling them he was saying something about the number 2 and something about the number 3. That's all I could tell based on what he was doing with the hand signals. But here's the thing that you really got to remember if you're a fan of LATAM, if you're a fan of Siege. Best of ones are, how do you put it this way? Very random when it comes to results, right? It's not always the best team that'll win a best of 1, because anything can happen in a best of 1. Over the course of the season, despite it being the fact that anybody can win a best of 1, Team Cruelty went 10-1. The only best of 1 they lost all season was earlier on tonight against Alpha Team. This is a best of 3. The best team will always win a best of 3. And I feel like for Team Cruelty, having lost that game against Alpha earlier, having gotten really locked back in that previous game against 6 Karma, they have got to be the heavy favourites going into this game. But Alpha Team, they know they can beat this team. They know that they've can beat Cruelty once. They need to do it twice.
Gibson, we often talk about when we get to these best of 3s, the team that, if it's a replay, the team that loses the opening match tends to be able to bounce back and learn from their mistakes. That's a tale as old as time. Alpha Team will likely know that and will be a little bit worried about that. Cruelty have seen, experienced this side already. Now, it is going to be Cruelty's map pick here, so expect to be a little bit of bias towards them succeeding early in this stage, but I just got to worry a little bit for Alpha Team if they can't find some early rounds. An attempted spawn peek by Dante this time, by Naza this time again, and Dante once again on that blitz, that's what I was here to mention. Bus stop peek, and the player is prone behind it. Boss G hits incredibly hard if you can hit those shots, and they're cautious of a spawn peek, but they'll go the other way, they should be safe from it. And well, you know what, I'm going to say this, an aggressive play, not against it, and misses the shot, just in that factor of timing. That player will escape with their life until I believe that was Ivan on that lion. You'll be thankful for that one, hearing that Boss G rattle off from that window. So unsure if Gibson has despawned from the face of the earth, but I guess I'll keep waffling away for you guys now as flashbangs arrive and verticality established. Upside all the way to deny access in code check. The Blitz has already taken that control, leaving Naza in essentially an unwinnable position. Dante will find that one for absolute free, and Pyrock's going to storm in. Control of Bakery is there, and it's just going to be a flurry as Sliders need to win. It's 1 to finding 2. Massive shots deep with that Vector. A huge play from him individually. Lionscan goes out, and unfortunately with that nade in hand, can't capitalize on that player crossing, but an 80 cents good to shut down Sliders. He'll pop those Goyo counters, leaving the side of Alpha Team a little bit hamstrung here for Utility to work with at this stage. So try and get some control, and well, Mutombo catches that, and that's the certified Mutombo classic, waiting to find that one player and shuts it down. That's going to be a 4th consecutive round now for the side of Cruelty.
That was a really good round from Cruelty, and they have started this game on fire. Whippet, would it be a LATAM broadcast without even a pause technica for one of the casters? That was...
What happened there, Gibson?
I'll tell you what happened. My nondescript broadband provider appears to do a quick router reset around this time every night, and I've just found out about it there now.
Well, that is tremendous. And you're back,
isn't it?
Which is...
I'm so back.
Did you see that round? Because if you're an Alpha Team fan, I wouldn't advise watching it back, because it was pretty brutal. The Tombo Classic holding the flank at the end of the day. And we do find ourselves on a 4-0 advantage for Cruelty. Gibson Alpha Team need to win this round, otherwise it might be a very, very, very quick trip to Kafe.
The thing is, Cruelty need this to be quick. We spoke about the fatigue factor so many times already in this short while we've been on the broadcast. For them, they want these maps to be as quick as possible. One of these games, if they can get it over and done with, you know, you're looking at maybe a 7-2, a 7-3, and you move on. It certainly puts them in a really good position. The setup that we're seeing Alpha go for this time on the defense is a pretty strong one. When you castle off that door between Piano and Cigar, it tells you that a player is going to play inside of Humidor. If you're watching this broadcast and you don't know what Humidor is, or you're wondering what we mean, it's the little room inside of Cigar Shop with the hatch that you can drop towards the middle of red stairs. The castle barricade means that Bastion can play in this position. He's got the C4, so once the hatch opens, if a player drops of it, he can throw the C4 through the hatch. He can pick up a kill, but this position's only tenable as long as you control that castle barricade and Piano.
Going to be a difficult juggle of Utility out towards that red stairs, and that castle barrier means that you're essentially safe at this moment. Until that's cleared away.
You getting a tricky beat, or is it just me?
That is, well, honestly, Gibson, tension, you know what, tension begins to build in this round as the music seemingly hits as well. Stacked up on Red Hatch on the roof, trying to find something to get control. Gridlock and Ash stacked up together for it, and dynamic shot for them. Is this an
advertisement for a movie? Is this like, is this the trailer for a movie?
Gibson, we made it 5 rounds and we've been LATAM'd. Anyway, invert repel, Dante will find Martin. That's Martin's rank duo as well, just slaying him in one of the most important games of these players' careers. Minute 30 remaining on the clock, Gibson. Take it away.
Take it away. The music's gone. Okay, we're good. We're so back. We're so back. Still, shotgun in the position. C4 still in the back pocket. This is what we expected from Bastion. As long as he can hold this position, life is good. Everything is great. The gridlocks being thrown, those track stingers to prevent the player inside Humidor moving over towards a new bulk drop. But with a minute to go and a lion scan, you expect that as the signal for a little bit of movement. And that's what happens. The hatch drop did occur. Little bit of damage dealt, but no kills found just yet. There's the second hatch drop. Dante gets the kill on the Bastion. Humidor is now clear. And now you can really focus on getting rid of the players on Pixel. Getting rid of the players inside a bathroom. A sneaky little snake play from Ivan as he crosses his way on over. A player in Freezer spotted, but it doesn't matter. Naza's there to get one. Fatal will flood through red now as well. 30 seconds to go. Ragnar through the eye of the needle will take down Fatal with it, but Slaters brings it back. It's a 3v2, making it 3v1 double for Ragnar. And Mutombo, anticlimactic as it is just going to take an impromptu timeout.
That's an unfortunate one there. The team is just going to be a little bit anticlimactic about that one, Gibby, and that is not a Mutombo classic, unfortunately, for us there. So, as we see, it's going to be a little bit of an anticlimax to that round, but Alpha Team fought their way back perfectly. They lose that extension, that control out towards Cigar Shop and Piano. They get that victory locked in, And it is that kind of transition phase when they try to get control in towards bar itself, those long angles set up. Great shots by Ragnar in particular, as you mentioned, threading the needle for that one. And they couldn't win the ones after that opening phase of it, so unfortunately for the side of Cruelty, their undefeated streak here on Kafe has come to an end. Now they still lead by 3 rounds, and for Alpha Team, this next round is going to be very, very important for them going into it. They cannot essentially lose this one. They need a 4-2 split, moving on the offense, as you'd want to bank as many defenses as possible, as that's the favourite side here on Kafe. However, I'll raise you this, Gibby. It is LATAM, so anything can happen. So I wouldn't be surprised if Alpha Team come out swinging here in the offense.
The fact that you said anything can happen on LATAM, for anyone who's just joined us, it's actually true. We have witnessed some
plays, moments. Yeah. All I'm going to say, Gibson, I'm going to say this quite simply. Go back, 6K versus Cruelty, best of 3 on Bank. Might have been the greatest map of Rainbow Six Siege ever played, and I genuinely mean that with my heart and soul. If Jesse were to break that one down, I think he'd have a tremendous time, and everyone should, I think encourage him to do so, because, one of these teams is going to make the major. You have to break that one down. See how that went. Yeah. But Paul's Technica, I think there's something wrong with it with my Tumbo, as he was stuck on that rooftop by himself. So as things get sorted out here, Gibson, what do Alpha Team need to do to amend what's been a pretty less than stellar start for them?
Lock in, wake up, all the things you shout at me whenever we're playing ranked together is what they need to do. I genuinely think they've been caught cold. And it's as simple as this. Cruelty have been, as I pointed out already, they've been at these desks for 4 hours now, playing. Yeah, at some point fatigue will step in, but they are so warmed up. And for Alpha Team, as real as it is, when you take 3 hours away, having played a competitive game, a high tempo, yeah, I heard that roar too, a high tempo competitive game, and then all of a sudden you take a 3-hour break, it's going to take you a little bit of time to warm into the game. And I feel that round was them warming up. They still need to get a couple of more rounds together before we can really consider them coming back here on Kafe. But that was a good start.
Couldn't agree more with you, Gibson, and this is going to be a very important one for them now. It's going to be down below. I believe it's going to be reading and dining the side of choice. So a similar storyline for defensive structure for what we want to see from this team. They want to really hold on to Cocktail as best as possible. And again, for Cruelty, the objective is to get that control established for it and put pressure directly on them. Open up the hatch in red, the double C4 play here. I think this might be the most LATAM play we've seen in a very long time. So, the pilgrimage to the roof, up by red, hatch begins for Cruelty. Will a single player be caught by that C4 over the top? And, well, no one's even in the same postal code. Alas, not even in the same continent from that one. Twitch show will clear utility away, will get compromised from that, and Cruelty begin the work in opening the remaining hatches to get that control. Fighting for this bar, fighting for piano, fighting for vert control is so important for this team. Alpha Team, statement 1, objective A1, hold on to this control as long as possible.
White stairs being held as it stands by Slaters, going 3 and 4. Woke up a little bit in the last round, but once again we've got a very direct lineup of attack for Cruelty. Lion and Dokkaebi. At some point you'll see the Lion scans go off and those logic bombs will be deployed. All to free up space, and there is that first logic bomb. As you can see, every single defender's position is now either going to be known because they're in earshot or not known. And as I always say, but even if you don't find anybody or hear anything, it gives you the information that that space is free. So even a logic bomb where you don't get information, you technically are getting information.
Of course, though, with Mute in play, it's not going to be a guaranteed level of information. Those Mute jammers will deny the likes of Grim, which is very popular. Not in play this time, and Mute is going to be left in DBNO. Shouldn't be finished off by that Twitch stream, but Fatal will find himself a freebie. Playing out by 90, and control of the site's been accessed now from Cruelty. Bastion finds himself an important 2-piece by White Stairs and needs to win this next one. Back to a 3 versus 3. Pistol in hand and just millimeters away from finding enough damage to get the job done, unfortunately. Lion's still in this fight, and the pressure now descending via red stairs, and while site control completely in control now for the side of Cruelty, Dante pops up, finds Martinez, duo slain once again, and now this is going to be a little mad scramble to try and fight back for control. Verticality going to be a key factor. That case does go down. Ragnar trades off with the planter, leaving us in a retake position, and that DMR hits hard. Both players wounded, Dante and Pyrox left on 50 HP, but Dante finding himself his second now as Bastion falls, and Gibson, it looks like Ragnar got a lot to work with now.
Yeah, awesome game sense there from Dante to rotate all the way around and retake that 90 corridor. And he's going to get another kill there on the Ragnar. It's a 5-1 attacking half on Kafe here from Cruelty. This has been dominant. This has been devastating. And they are showing why they were the heavy favorites going into this matchup. But just a reminder, 10-0 in the regular season. The only best of one they lost all season was the first game of the Final Four, which in reality didn't mean anything, because if you lost, you didn't go home. You went into the lower bracket run. This team is something else. Yeah, that was a bit tragic there for Slaters with a Twitch drone getting the knock, but Whip It, it's just great. You can just see where the little bit of international experience that Cruelty had was showing in that round.
The thing that the easiest way to put this is Cruelty are a much more well-rounded team coming into it. Now, we're going to be a little bit biased, I feel. We covered LATAM South for basically, actually, every single player of the regular stage until Final Four and playoffs coming into it. Alpha Team are a side that has a lot of raw potential. We talk about the players like Bastion, Slaters, Martine, Gaspro during the regular season, now replaced by Naza for this Final Four. They all have that raw potential. They've got incredible energy and mechanics behind it, but we haven't seen them have the best of structure. Teams that play strat heavy, play around significant structure, have been able to slow them down. I'll always dawn to that. I think Play Day 8, Mayhem Evolve, made them really struggle on a map like Chalet, for example, where they played reserve and didn't take gunfights. And Cruelty, they're winning their fights, they're not playing that reserve Alpha Team. Hot, cold, and haven't found the way to warm up just yet.
Martine is the X factor. He's the engine that drives the machine that is Alpha Team, and he's going 2-6. He's not got activated at all, so
hey,
the
Gibson,
attack...
I'm just saying, Redux on 6k, went huge on Bank, and finished like 4-12. So, not all about the numbers in the KD. You can have a huge impact without that. He is playing high impact operators, though.
He's having an impact with Deimos.
Yeah?
Well, we'll find out what sort of an impact he does have in this round pretty soon. The first one of those scans have not gone up yet. The Death Note not being utilized. Scopos always able to rotate around the map rather quickly, as well. As you can see, pressure on the ground floor by Dante. Playing on the Vigil. We saw him use this operator on Bank. If you didn't see it, it's worth watching back. But you can just see all the pressure that is being put by Alpha Team Whip It is all focused on this cocktail side. And it looks like Cruelty are more than aware of this.
Oh, great use of utility from Nazza on the roof. The nade in combination, they'll get that pick as well. That's all the way from Skylight and a great combination. Dante, deep run out, caught by Bastion. And Alpha Team set a trap, and Cruelty landed perfectly into it. Now, opening 2 picks, Gibby, that's all well and good, but what do you do now from this transition to getting the opening picks at a mid-game? You now have to plan your execution, find any relocation of these defenders, and deal with power positions. Martine sends that death mark out, and we're hunting this player down. Now, the big thing about this is you can't get caught out from bathroom. There's no verticality on that position, so Fatal is completely safe. That's a wasted death mark drone. Martine has no impact with that, so he can reposition, and he reveals his position, meaning they'll know exactly where that Deimos is likely to attack from. 2 players still on this window repel, over just under a minute left to work with from this team.
But this is actually genius. You see Ivan constantly going back and forth between the Scopos in 2 positions that can stop either one of these executes from Team Cruelty. It's really clever. It might work out. There's the first kill from Fatal. Focuses towards White. You can see the flames doing some damage on the Bastion. Z steps in. Another double dip there, but Bastion will get his one from the White. Naza gets another. And it's all down to the Scopos. Does a little bit of damage onto the first player, but Naza catches him out, and that's a round won by Alpha Team.
Much better from Alpha Team and much better structure from them. Great use of that utility combination with the fire dart from Naza, the grenade from the player on the cocktail window. Easy freebie to player playing middle of that position, and then they were able to get the rest of the picks very well done from it. Nice, simple execute. They didn't rely on having anyone be that shining star to find 2 to 3 entries. They got the job done, and that's going to be a nice basic round to get them back into it. So they get themselves 1 round back. Is that a foundation where they can begin to build from it going into these latter stages, Gibby? And again, not very Alpha Team from LATAM South. We're seeing that's a very well-rounded, more structured approach to things from this team. So I think they're taking this a little bit more serious than we always. Not they were unserious, but I think they understand the levity of this matchup.
Well, when you look at the rounds that some of the rounds they've lost, you think about the basement attack or basement defense where they were in a 3v1 and they lost it. That could easily be 3-4. You think about maybe 2 rounds ago on the top floor where they lost. That could have easily been, an extra round. So, apart from maybe 1 or 2 dominant rounds from Cruelty, this game has been a lot tighter than the scoreline would suggest. Cruelty on the defense. Their setup, nothing too spectacular, nothing that's going to change the world. But the reason why teams will do stuff that's structured like that is because it works. It is all down to Alpha Team to break it down. Deimos will be able to use all the information that you can garner with those death marks to find where those defenders are. The big one for me, Whippet, is that Tubrao really going to have much of an impact? Because you look at the attacking lineup, there is no hard breach, so the only real utility that Tubrao will be able to get off his, secondary is maybe finding footsteps and slowing down the push.
I think slowing down the push might be the intention here. Tubrao positioned right now by wide stairs. You can play basically throwing one of those solar canisters on this corner. You have a Nitro Cell deny that window pressure as well. And you can throw that. And it's going to be a great jump out here from Cruelty. Ivan finds one. And it's going to be a great cover. Martin by Ice Cream does get that trade. So a 1-for-1. You lose your Fenrir for Gridlock. So again, those track stingers can be great to cause chaos in the midst of an execution. So more of a loss for Alpha Team so far. Those FNAC gadgets can't get cycled though. Again, could be a loss of utility for the defensive side of Cruelty. Nade goes in, that's going to be a perfect nade, tossed to buy some space. C4 though, from Dante down below, will be tossed up, and he's now 3-0 against Martin so far. Shuts him down against that man advantage for Cruelty yet again. 3 versus 4, and the Lion Scan goes out. Control of Cocktail, desperate effort now, they spot the player prone. And Nazo will find that. Caught sprinting, and Dante will find that. Freebie collects him up nicely. And no trade, he's dropped the hatch. Caught by Pyrox, rotating around in Freezer. And leaving us all down the Ragnar alone. He'll drop in, but likely only to his own demise. And this setup proving too difficult to break down. Pyrox finds one more. And it will be map point here for Cruelty.
What a round again. And you think about it. You said it was a great run out by Ivan. The idea was great, and he got the kill. We'll not talk about the execution of getting the kill. Traded back, but instantly, you put Alpha Team on the back foot. And the reason that's important, that allowed Dante to then play the position he did, where he got the C4 kill. That then allowed Dante to retake planks, which meant that whenever you did eventually get the kill onto the player on C1, there was a player there to trade. Every single kill has a monumental impact. It's that domino effect of everything that happens on a round that leads to the conclusion. Whippet. This is, as you said, it's map point. This is Cruelty's map pick, so it's not the end of the world if Alpha Team lose. But there's definitely something to be said about how you lose a game.
Yeah, listen, you'd rather lose a 7-5 or a 15-rounder in overtime than go out in a 7-2 fashion here. Alpha Team, let's be fair, they're an emotional side. They play with their hearts on their sleeve, as many teams do in this region, and momentum is a massive factor in this game. And I think taking a 7-2 loss after what was an energetic victory against this team earlier in the day could be a massive blow to morale. But of course, we will look on towards this series, as it does look almost a formality that Cruelty get this one done sooner rather than later here on Kafe. Clubhouse, a map that I do feel that Alpha Team don't necessarily have the advantage on, but might be a little bit more comfortable on. Of course, throwing our mind back that Vasco got shut down by Alpha Team on this map during LATAM South. Played exceptional for that. We need a little bit more of that magic. Naza on the blitz, trying to find that opening. Combination with that Tachanka upstairs and a roaming Scopos to gain some map control across the place. Dorn sending out some shots as well, just in desperation, but no bodies stacked up in Bakery itself, giving that for free control and relying on verticality to hold anyone walking in via prep.
And Bakery wall completely soft as well, and the Tachanka above will be able to use those canisters to slow down the push. Now Pyrox will be the first player to make someone fall, as Team Cruelty take the numerical advantage. Dante rotating up as well. Oh, he hears the footsteps on the outside, but Pyrox finds another. There's Blitz. He's able to trade one back, but Whippet 4 versus 3. Scopos, where are you? Right, Martin will get that kill free, but what were you doing, Scopos?
Scopos goes for that jump out, playing by that AC balcony, and tries so desperately to get that pick. Gets that pick while detected for basically 10 years, and now leaving us advantage with Cruelty. 6-2 the scoreline, on the precipice, so shutting down Alpha Team on Cruelty's map pick here in a dominant and honestly embarrassing fashion for Alpha Team. From Bliss, upstairs control still held, Legions on that pressure, Naza walks in, but the LMG of the Chonka simply just chews through him, and it's going to be down to this. Martin, alone, against 3, makes it 2, stuck in by 3 goo mines back to back to back. He'll take a chunk of damage from this one, but there's one player from Alpha Team you want still fighting in a moment like this. It's going to be Martin. He knows that player was there, just too late on the draw, doesn't find the headshot, and that's the Chonka back to site. With players here, Gibby, it's going to be a difficult one. He does have some verticality to work with. He might be able to find a freebie, but Siege timing strikes again. I don't think he's got much of an option here. Has to fight that Tachanka. So Mika Launchers can burn his time. He does a rifle to do all the work. Martin finds one. Gibson, this is looking likely now. Martin's all fired up. He's up against the LMG, who's found 3 of his teammates so far. He rotates a double door, and this is going to be the fight that he needs to win. Para can't pre-fire for too long. Fire dart shuts off one position. He needs to peek this wide. Sends in a second one. Don't get caught with utility in hand. He has time to work with. He peeks deep out by Ramsey, but no, Fatal shuts it down. Cruelty, in a very dominant fashion, win their map choice, and they take Kafe. 7-2 against Alpha Team, leading series by 1, Gibby. Dominant, as we expected.
It was dominant, but that round came down so close. It was all down to the Chanka with the dinner plate in the kitchen, serving up a victory for Cruelty in map 1. They are now 1 round away from the 1 map away from the major, and not only that, Whippet, they are potentially 1 map away from SI, depending on how many points they're able to garner when they get there. So you never know. It's certainly in their own hands now.
It is certainly in their own hands, of course. Again, Cruelty, we mentioned a little bit the storyline going through. They need to make it to Montreal to have a chance going to the 6th Invitational. So, unlike some teams, like Furia, for example, they have that in their own hands, so they can make that deep run, Gibby. But dominant victory on Kafe, and that makes things very difficult going into the next map. But we'll break that one down after a quick little break as we get ready for Clubhouse next up.
Well, we were wondering if Team Cruelty was up to the challenge there of a long day of Rainbow Six Siege, and they obviously were. Welcome back here to the grand finals of LATAM. I'm Corbeck, alongside me, Gibson, Whippet. I mean, a bit of a disappointing Kafe, let's be honest with ourselves. A bit of a disappointing Kafe. I think we were all expecting to see more of a game here, especially considering Alpha Team beat Team Cruelty in a best of one earlier today, but it was kind of just the same old Team Cruelty, same old Alpha Team. Team Cruelty, Gibson, they're just getting the kills. They're just clicking heads.
Yeah, that was the regular season version of Team Cruelty we had on full display.
Yep.
I questioned... I genuinely thought that they would win the opening round or two just because they'd be warmed up, and it would take Alpha Team a little bit of time to warm up. But they just never did, and it was just dominant from basically round one all the way through. It was all one way.
It's tough for Alpha Team in this moment for them. Like, they're a team I mentioned on the cast. They do wear their kind of heart on their sleeve a little bit, and that's a tough loss to take, 7-2. When we look towards Clubhouse, I don't see a team that has a particular favorite here. It's a litmus test map, and it is going to be who plays a more solid game. It's going to be a very boring analytic point to say, oh, whoever plays the best is, but it's how this map works realistically. It's going to come down to entry games realistically for both these sides. I think the strats will be pretty default expected. It's all down to entry games. Dante and Martin, that's going to be a duel. All went for Dante on Kafe. Martin needs to have a little bit more firepower. Sladers, Naza, a little bit quiet from this team as well. They need something, and they need someone to stand up tall to have a chance to force us to map 3.
Well, it sounds like we're ready to jump into Clubhouse already. They don't want to wait over there in the LATAM land stage, so I'll turn it over to you guys for our next map.
Thank you very much, Corbeck, for that one. And Gibson, as we get ready for what could be the very last map here of the regional leagues here in Stage 2, a factoid for you that even the greatest Reddit detectives might not be able to figure out. Myself and you opened up Blast R6 Regional League system with the very first cast of this system back in South Korea in Stage 1 in 2023, and we can wrap things up as a new ecosystem is just around the corner, and we are here to close out the regional leagues for this in Stage 2. Gibby, any better way to do it here than LATAM? I don't think so.
Look, the two craziest leagues that, at that time, the Korean League was crazy, and now it's LATAM that close things out. It's been an honor and a privilege to do this so far. But here's hoping this is not the last map in LATAM. You and I both want this to go all the way to 3. It's 5 a.m. There's no point in ending now.
It's not 5 a.m. yet. It's 6 minutes until we hit the 5 a.m. mark. But listen, Gibson, I've often been in rank stacks that have been from 9 p.m. to 7 a.m. Don't want to talk about the elo gain and loss for those ones, but we've got past the 1 a.m. hump. We've hit the 3 a.m. hump, and now we're back for it, Gibby, and hopefully Alpha Team can get a little bit of that energy we still have coursing through our veins to make this go the distance. Maverick, Ying, Mira, Tubarao, all by the way here on Clubhouse. Map pick by Alpha Team, and they need this to be a strong one, otherwise their hopes of making a miracle run to Montreal end right here, right now.
And as we said, Team Cruelty, if they win this map, they're in with a massive chance of qualifying for the 6th Invitational as well. Yes, it's not a straight cut as win this round, win this map, and you're through. No, there's a little more work to do than that. But you spoke in the pre-game of this map about how this game is going to play. And you said that whatever team plays best is going to win. Well, I'm gonna break that down a bit more. You look at the way both these teams want to play today. Alpha Team, of course, without Gaspro. They've got Naza stepping in, playing on the blitz straight away. Alpha Team's setups is all about isolating individual players and weaknesses and striking and getting the kill. Team Cruelty are shock and awe. They're on about big plays at certain moments in rounds. You'll see them try to force a big play in the early stages, and then they'll usually be able to force a huge play in the end. They strike in waves. So, for Alpha Team, a map like Clubhouse, it can, at times up at this map, can be very difficult to isolate 1v1s when you think about the positions, because you look over in this section of the map, it might look like Pyrox is all by himself, but in reality, he's got some cover, and he's on a very extended roam, which is playing exactly into how Alpha Team are going to attack this.
What I want to see from Alpha Team is to basically play a lovely basic game and vaulting on in straight towards the scope post, and Sladers is there to get the opening pick on the Pyrox as well. They've opened up CC wall, and this is going to be huge for them. The little bit early on that blitz jump in, but they'll try and get control of blue, and Mutombo gets shut down by Martin and Gibson. Well, this is what I want to see from Alpha Team. Absolute breakneck siege. They're going to try and dive themselves straight into the site, and then they're going to slow themselves down. They're going to force the roamers to give up that power position, so they've dropped the Moto hatch, they've fallen in, and this extended roam is very vulnerable to direct site hits. However, Dante still remains up in kitchen. He'll walk in the freezer, look to find some control, and he now plays a very important game of staying undetected or in this position as long as possible. His job is to eat drones, eat time, eat utility, and unfortunately for Alpha Team, if they get caught lacking, eat them alive.
Naza, though, is the battering ram of this attack. However, that battering ram is more than splintered on 2 HP. There are Goyo canisters, there are Legion, those goo mines, all in position, which can shut him down. But Dante is genius. He sits, he waits, he gets the DBNO, he flees the scene of the crime, and he's going to reposition. There's Ivan to pull one back. Dante confirms out his kill. You've lost your fulcrum, you've lost your battering ram. It's all down to the Thatcher and the Ash. These year 1 operators will now need to work in a tandem to clear out a map that's been in this game for as long as everyone can remember. Whip it. 2v3.
Or, that was a Dante classic. A moment to trigger discipline. Unravels the round. Ivan upstairs retakes that control, and the Legion still upstairs. Undetected on remaining. Both players on full HP to work with, but that's something. But that's only a consolation prize. Legion has made the rotation to main stairs, and he's going to try and catch a freebie. Both players drop, but that backstab's going to be a nightmare. And that Legion's waiting for Ivan and Dante finding one apiece. A Dante masterclass here on moment to trigger a split. They knew he was inside a kitchen, but they didn't expect the patience. A big swing from him, a massive play, and well, Cruelty play that perfectly. And for Alpha Team, that is a blow that you have to try and forget about as soon as possible. That round looked almost guaranteed, and the mental toll that will take on this team is insane. What a moment from Cruelty, showing just how good they are, how good Dante is as well.
It was an incredible play from Dante. The sheer, I want to say, game sense, the sheer patience to pull off that play when he did was incredible. I think you can maybe question Alpha Team. They droned him out whenever he was inside of kitchen. You know at that point there's a very real chance that you could come across that engagement by the chain's door. They fell asleep to that possibility, and you cannot sleep on Dante. He's going to get the kills. Cruelty won the opening round, but that's a mental breaker. Round 1 here on Clubhouse, you were in a 5v3. You had everything where it needed to be, and you lose the round. Those are the rounds that can certainly cause it. And Whip it, might I just... Is this the point where the inexperience, you know, the lack of LAN play for this Alpha Team and the pressure of being in a best of 3 to qualify for a major has just forced them to make little mistakes that they didn't make for most of the season?
Genius, by the way. That's what we just witnessed there. Dante, brave for a spawn peak, prone on that balcony. A Kiba barrier thrown on that wall to give him a moment of a bulletproof barrier, meaning that reinforcement is a freebie. Again, that's just going to be an example. Give you a phrase I love to say. There are levels to this game, and we just seen that here. Alpha Team find themselves in a position where they have to get themselves through this wall. It's going to be vulnerable to a bandit trick, and, well, Dante might be able to hold this one, hopefully. Doesn't pull off a Dinez that we saw in LATAM himself. Double stacked off, and this should be a freebie for that. And actually going to allow both of them to open up, and that's going to be a little bit of a double-edged coin for them. Both angles open up, meaning playing on that balcony is going to be a little bit more vulnerable to the player who might get aggressive from that 90 peak up on rafters. Now, that does work both ways, but will be something to have to play in the mind of Alpha Team going forward in this round.
Now's the next question. Phase 2 of this attack. Get control of rafters. You've got Zofia, you've got Capital, you've got Monty. That is the perfect mix of operators to clear the space. The Zofia can use her secondary utility to get rid of these Kiba barriers. The Monty will take control of the space. There's impacts being used only. 22 damage has been found. You've now gotten right up on top of rafters. You've basically cut off the retreat here of the player, but Ivan's able to flank. He gets one. Ragnar will eventually take control of rafters with that kill. Whip it, it's a 4 versus 4. You've got the breach. Can you now execute phase 3? And that is the actual execute in the plant.
No pressure from construction side, so it's going to be a main breach and rafters take. The diffuser stuck on Naza on that Monty, so he's going to have to vault and lower that shield to get himself access in the site, meaning he's going to be vulnerable. A double stack of goo mines now as Ace will walk up and they'll tick away. Take a chucking damage from that barbed wire as well, left with 12 health to work this round out. Naza is going to be vulnerable. This fire will burn away, choking out that potential, trying to get themselves early access. And lowering your shield to vault this window dangerous. You need control of lobby, and a player of Alpha is down there to do that. But you need to win your ones. You don't want an 8-player execution to arrive at this moment. Just under 30 seconds and posturing up from both these teams. Smoke canisters goes out, and this is where indecision might just be the bane for Alpha Team. Flashbang sent Shamika launcher as well, but he has to follow this one up aggressively and does so. Martin finds one. This is going to be the linchpin. He needs to win every fight on the way. Ragnar's good for it, and Martin gets control, but Alpha Team have to make a dive in the site, have to make something work here. Case can't go down yet, and Dante is still in this fight. Cover has to be perfect. Dante shut down, but no, Legion finds it, forcing Bastion into a 1 versus 1, but he gets it done, bringing us level. Alpha Team still have a pulse, and that's so important to win for this team.
Well, it was. I said that they got phase 1 down, they got phase 2. I didn't know that phase 3 was panic, but they got through phase 3 into phase 4, which was the execute, and they were able to pull it off. But with it, I worried. I was so worried when I saw that there was a few toxic canisters left, when I saw there was 20 seconds left on the clock. I thought, oh no. I thought that there was no way they were able to pull it off, but this is the thing, and I want to talk about it now. That play from Martin to step through the Sumika flames, to not sit and wait, to get on the front foot, won them that round. Because if you didn't push off the back of that, you don't get those kills. The smoke can focus on the execute, and it's a completely different tale. That's the one problem with the Sumika. Those flames whip it do not do enough damage to prevent a player from making that push.
They don't do enough damage, and they're inconsistent upon positioning as well. You're relying on the perfect bounce, and that's going to be sometimes difficult, and it's not desirable in a moment where you want consistency and control of that situation. That invites Martin to buy that pressure on red stairs, and that creates a oh my god, what's happening moment, and Alpha Team take full advantage of that chaos. And well, greatness can often come from chaos, as Ivan gets himself in freezer. Let's see what Cruelty try this time around. Gym and bedroom will be our site of choice for this one. An attempted run out via freezer. He'll wait for an audio cue, or perhaps a camera being shot out. One player lurking for this, and this could be a disaster if Cruelty or Alpha Team allow this to happen and upset their rhythm before it even starts, but they're cautious of it, and this is the aggression of Cruelty working for them, but being read into. A free rotation, he'll get himself to the basement and will be a nuisance for the rest of this round.
And he can just teleport back to site if needs be, reposition, get your Scopos in a position, whether it be Titus, whether it be Colossus, get it in a position that you can rotate back to site. But look at this from Pyrox, he'll find Martin, down falls the engine once more, but can they still freewheel? Can they find any momentum to win the round? There's the breach opened up. Here comes the blitz push, rotating around, forcing those defenders further back. A ton of damage dealt, and there's Ivan getting the kill with the Scopos. Dante will fell Naza, and just like that, another round is coming to a stall. 5v2, Cruelty, they held their ground.
That opening engagement though with Martin, you gotta feel that was a little bit mistimed for his entryway. They knew someone was in CC, they were planning on opening up that wall and charging with the blitz, and I think just a mistimed or a miscommunication there unravels this round. So they'll open up this wall into towards construction, and at this point it's gonna be an act of desperation to find something to get back in this round. A member of Cruelty needs to make basically a massive mistake. The keeper barrier is gonna give so much cover, make this very difficult to work with. Pyrox drops prone. Let's try and find this angle in Alpha Team. Somewhat knocking at a brick wall. No easy way in for this one. They ran themselves, and the problem not the problem here on Clubhouse, and we've only seen 2 rounds played out to completion. Minute left to work with, so not out of the realms of possibility, but so much work to do to get this one back.
55 seconds for the attacking side to work with in a 2 versus 5. You've got a little bit of utility, but it's not that offensive. You got a couple of stuns that you could...
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, there's a C4. Yeah, that was so rude, Cruelty. I was building up a massive potential of a clutch, and Fatal was like, nah, we move. We get on. Great C4, round
Silly
1.
you, Gibson, thinking there was a potential of a clutch in that one. The wheels just falling off for Alpha Team here, and again, uncharacteristic from them. I mean, normally we see this team being sharp, playing off reactions. Martin stuck on rafters, no one's there for the trade. That's your race, your secondary hard breach. They didn't even opt to go for a split take, opening up Jacuzzi, funneling in, completely committed towards that take in CC. And, well, that is going to be a frustrator, Gibson. And listen, I'm coming to this one as I'm a massive Cruelty fan, as you know. I think we both are. But I'm also got a little bit of bias for Alpha Team, as we did cover them all stage long. And this is not the side that we saw. This is very uncharacteristically from them. And I have a feeling that if they were caught cold on the opening map, they still haven't found themselves warmed up yet.
Yeah, and they need to warm up soon. Remember, they need to win this map if they want to get a chance of going through to Montreal. They lose this map, it is all over. And I want to take this little moment to show some appreciation to these two teams, because yes, we have a lot of love for Cruelty. Cruelty have gone from strength to strength. They took the best player in the South last stage to Dante, added them to their numbers, and they have looked incredible. Alpha Team have made changes of their own. Martin has stepped this game up. This whole team have basically earned the right to be the best team in the South. They've gotten better stage over stage, and at the end of the day, that's what this system was about. That's what these regional leagues are for, to develop talent. And that's what we've seen. Players developing, and let's just hope that these players can continue to improve.
Some early damage done to Dante, and he's had a massive performance so far. Unsure where we are there, and I think maybe that might be a little bit of an analogy, as that was the kennels outside this map, and Alpha Team might just be locked up in a kennel themselves by Cruelty so far. We have 2 minutes remaining, only a chip of damage done to Dante, 5-1 so far, looks to make that 6, but Martin finally slays his duo and gets that opening that this team so desperately need. But we've seen time and time again, Cruelty don't really care for the numbers game. They will fight back no matter what the odds, and oh, Ivan so close to finding another freebie. Another member of Alpha Team could have been caught napping. The drop from Moto Hatch will be there. Retreats back to site, but Ivan will commit to this roam upstairs. Remains undetected and remains a threat for the latter stage of this round. Monty knocking on that door. Well, ooh, that C4 finds a lot of damage onto that Monty, leaving him with 42 health left to work with in this round, and an unideal opening for him.
The doors pop though with that C4, which means that, as you like to say, the Monty can just stand there menacingly now for a little while until they get the hatch open. Uh-oh. Fatal, you did not have to do that. Slaters is going to get destroyed inside a dirt, but do not despair. It's still a 4v4. You've still got control of Dirt Tunnel. You've got a Habana above to open up that hatch, but let's not sleep on Ivan. He can stop those Kairos pellets from detonating. Or not! Bastion, you beast!
What? Bastion just dives in the site. Martin finds one within their chaos, and well, Alpha Team didn't wait for a 3-2-1 execution. They just went for it right now, Martin! They dive bombed the site in the last few moments of that round, and I think they caught Cruelty absolutely napping. A massive pick on the right. Oh, Ivan upstairs shuts down that verticality, and they don't even wait. They didn't even skip a beat. They dive straight to site, win their ones, and well, Cruelty, well, that's shock and awe, and Gibson, that brings us level 2 rounds apiece.
But Whippet, what the hell was Bastion doing? How do you win that gunfight? Like,
simply better, Gibby.
Look, there's a shot and a half. That was like, okay, it's not going to get better than that. There's the push on through. You can see in the kill feed that kill happened above. But I just love the aggression there from Alpha, and they're able to win the round. Martin, who's been maining the Deimos all day on attack, is switching over to Flores for a gym, or for a, not a gym bedroom attack, but for an attack over towards CCTV cache, Whippet.
Yep.
And you're bringing the Blitz as well.
You know what I always see when I see an entry player going onto the Flores, Gibson? I'm always going to be struck by, I don't remember who said it to us at an event before, but it was a simple phrase back when TSM were competing. It says, why is Bolo on the Flores? And I think that might be a moment here. I think Martin, the player, better suited for a more active role in this round, but those Rotero drones are an incredible piece of utility to bring to the fray. I'll have to see how they have an impact. And Dante, 5-2 now, still having a huge impact in this round. Naza, singing his praise earlier for his step-in role for this team, as Gaspro couldn't travel to this event. He's yet to find himself on the scoreboard. Difficult day in the office, but the Blitz is more of a shock and awe operator. You want to rely on your teammates behind you to make things work. So, CC and Cash, and the big thing for me is I don't want to see a one-dimensional take from Alpha Team. I want to see them open up this wall, rotate the construction, and try and put more pressure. A clash up on Rafters is not going to be easy to clear, and Dante gets both of them.
No way.
Oh, still not easy. That's going to be half the job done for that bandit trick. Only a small opening made, so no entryway via that main balcony wall, and that's going to be unfortunate. The platform is, well, just an angle at this stage, and everything will be funneled via construction.
It's not the end of the world, though. Just that being open creates the angle towards Rafters, which means that you can still try to force that player back if you need to. But Naza's just going to sprint up the red stairs. Why not? There's the blitz, there's the Vulcan. Suddenly, you get a little bit too far ahead of the rest of the attack, and that's what's going to happen. Fatal will manage to land the fatal blow onto the blitz. Still at 3 versus 3. Running into sight is Martin. Player inside of Rafters, but Pyrox will get one, Matumbo another, and there's a bit of timing there. Fatal missing the chance to get Slaters, who's there to pull it back. Ton of damage done onto the smoke. 20 HP left to work with, but there's no way the Zofia can push into the building with 5 HP. If the Zofia goes up against the wall, it'll be enough to see the kill come through. And you've literally put Slaters in a 1v1, and he's going to win his 1v1. And here's the push up red. Here's the push on the other side. Slaters gets the kill. Alpha Team will manage to get another round in the bank. And whip it, they have definitely woken up now.
Gibson, I think Alpha Team simply went with the statement, you know what, this whole thing about strats and trying to play methodically, nah. What we're gonna do is we're gonna simply dive bomb the site time and time again, and it works. Now, again, this blitz is so far forward there, smacks Dante in the mouth with that shield, can't get that confirmation onto the Valkyrie, but at that stage, everything is just a moment of panic. They created a pocket of chaos, and they took full advantage of it. They dive bomb in when everybody's in a sporadic moment. You know, comms are full of the shields in sight. There's a player up on platform, someone's vaulted in the window, pressure from every angle. Alpha Team get themselves their 3rd round, and more importantly, for the very first time in this series, they lead against Cruelty. So this is a big gain for them in terms of morale for this side.
Well, but you're talking about comms. I think the only comm in that round was Vamos Arriba. That's all it was. Just push hard and fast. Give it a go. See what happens. But Whip It, I want to talk about a comment you made before that round. Just while we have a little bit of second. You spoke about the biggest crime that was ever committed in tier 1 Siege. Bolo and Flores.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is, for anyone watching in chat, I wiped that from my memory. I purposefully said to myself, let's not remember when TSM put the best fragger they had in their team on Flores for 6 months straight and thought that was a good idea. And then you questioned why TSM went the way it did. Yeah, there's your answer. Anyways, end of the round. Dante's not going to be able to trick nothing this time. That wall's open.
That is Dante left with no options, no hope there. So the bandit trick, not even in his mindset, in his vocabulary, and that was going to be platform opened up and established for an angle to hold on. That meaning you're going to have a little bit more safety for control via those bedroom windows later on. Monty knocking on that door via the window, but the difficult thing about this is your Monty loses all that advantage the moment you lower that shield, the vault in that window, because you become vulnerable. So I think he needs a little bit of help here, a little bit alone. Is your Monty. Naza finding himself very isolated. C4 goes in. Does give himself maybe an avenue to get himself in the server room.
Yeah, has that C4 just opened up? And
Yep.
It has. The Monty will step through the C4 and be able to push in closer towards Cash. Frost will fall back now alongside Pyrox. Pyrox, who's not quite hit the heights that he had in the previous map or the previous game against 6 Karma. 5 versus 5. Minute and 25 to go. Thermite now should work on getting the breach open, and Whip It, they've completely reinforced off logistics now. And that means that all that Fatal has to do... Yeah, there's a mute jammer there. All Fatal has to do is worry about the Logi hatch drop, because they don't really have enough explosive utility to pick and choose what they open up at this point.
Trying to find that angle for anyone revealing themselves via this bedroom window. No one opened up for Martin just yet. Just waiting patiently. Backing up by Logi, and that's going to be a double reinforcement. That band wire means that's going to be in play, or that could be a Caillou trap set up, and some damage taken from that window, and Dante is stuck behind the weight rack. Not a lot of movement he can work with. He will escape towards bathroom, but 3 players stacked up in close proximity. Every one of them now needs to win their one, as they have limited space to work with. But with 30 seconds left to go, they need to dive in. Grimby's buy space towards that middle of sight. Ivan finds one. That's that Monty cover denied. All relying on the player from that window, but construction rotates are locked off via those reinforcements, meaning this case should go down. Martin's good for that cover as he vaults in via Jim. Needs to win his next fight against that Frost of Ivan, but this case should go down. Martin and Slater's good for the cover. Slater's finding 2, and while Cruelty, they're falling down to 1 player. Fatal needs to find a miracle to save this one. 80 HP, but the pre-fire too good for Martin, and Alpha Team beginning to find their ground as they've woken up here in Clubhouse, getting themselves their 3rd round here.
And I'm just going to say it. Whenever I saw all 3 defenders inside of bathroom and 1 in Logi, and I saw that Logi wall was reinforced, there is virtually no way that Cruelty could have won that round. Because you can't get the flank off into construction, so all Martin has to do in gym is watch the corridor, and all the player on the window has got to do is keep an eye on that bathroom door, and the Monty can look the other way. That is as simple a plant as Alpha Team are going to get all game long. And yes, the Logi reinforcement worked momentarily, but the problem is the Monty, because Monty could just walk into sight.
Biggest thing for me, Gibson, in this moment is the moment we see that pick behind that Monty fall. That's going to be that direct cover. That forces Martin to dive deep in the site to fight deeper angles, as well as being vulnerable to that take via Jacuzzi hallway. He has to fight so many angles, and he does so very proficiently getting into that. So big plays for Martin individually, a 4-2 advantage for Alpha Team as they move towards their defensive half, showing maybe that it was more of a story where it was going to be Cruelty's map pick than Alpha's map pick. However, Cruelty, look at the lineup that they've brought here, Gibson. They clearly have something very, very well orchestrated planned.
You don't really see Glass all too often on basement attacks, do you? It's not...
Unless you're cooking something up that's going to be massive, and they need that to work perfectly.
Whip it. I think it's going to be the Glass on the bottom of main stairs.
Perfect cover, yeah, I think so. Gibson, you're going to smoke that hallway, push deep, and do they have a sledge to make that work with? No, they don't, so they can't do that plant where they rush. Oh my god, Naza, what have you just done to Dante? Alright, retire that man right now. Naza, what a shot! Finding the opening and Cruelty. Their main entry shut down and silenced early here in the offensive half.
Down goes Dante. Pyrox still stands though, but that is a massive blow. The ace goes away. Selmas have been removed. Now, yes, it takes 2 of them to open up hatches, but that's not what they were for. The Selmas were for opening up that church wall. That was the whole purpose of bringing double hard breach. That changes the plan. Now there's going to have to be a change of the situation. They're going to open up dirt to create a little bit of pressure. And because of that change whip, you can see there's almost a full flip of intentions. Now they're opening up over by blue side. Now they're considering going for that blue dirt push a little later on. So they need to slow down. They need to find that explosive push that we know that they can do all so well. IQ will start getting rid of utility, which I think is a good time to do so. But 1:20 left on the round. 4 versus 5. This is an uphill battle they're climbing. And this could be a big chance to get a kill, and they're going to miss it.
I'm sorry though, Martin, the bravery to peek that, knowing that verticality held from main stairs is often going to be a death sentence to peek that, and, well, 4 versus 5, advantage with Alpha Team. Only a minute left to work in this round. They have the hatch open in kitchen, they can walk via main stairs, but look at the utility still to pick up for the defense. They have, well, 1 nitro cell still to work with, a player deep in armory, a shotgun close to hold on the moto, and control of dirt tunnel. This is a very difficult defensive power position structure to break down from Cruelty. They've got smoke grenades to make this work with the glass to cut off long lines of sight, flash blinds to try and buy themselves some space, and it will blind the player of Martin back of armory, but they have to find a way to get that key utility. They have a thermal scope of Ivan, and they might want to try and make a smoke execution work via cover, but Matumbo decides to pivot going via that main stairs. Early damage done, Ragnar reduced to 14 HP, tosses out that toxic canister, and Fatal finds the opening with that bailiff, and this could be a disaster now as blue falls to the hands of the offensive side. What a great cover there from Martin. Everything collapses from Cruelty, leaving Matumbo alone. 4 versus 1. It's going to be a 4 versus 3 when he gets his one confirmed, but no, Matumbo Classic will be guaranteed. Shut down by Martin with that deagle in hand, and Alpha Team have found their momentum. They're howling with success as they move one step closer to getting us to Chalet.
They lost the worst player you could possibly lose. That ace was all about opening up that church wall to execute the plant. You saw Hibana did not have enough pellets left to open up that wall fully, and because of it, you could only open up footholds. And just like that, the round is over. Because what they wanted to do was get control of the hatch, use the hatch to keep the player on AKs and on boxes busy, while the rest of the team goes for the execute inside of church. The glass holds the long angle with the smoke, and it just didn't work the way they planned. Alpha Team have been phenomenal this time around. Is it fatigue setting in, or is it just a case of both of these teams incredibly confident on their map picks? Cruelty.
A little bit of both, Gibby.
Yeah.
A little bit of both, Gibby, as a pause tactica has been called. Tactical timeout for the side of Cruelty. They need this because this is not the side that we saw on Kafe. They've been flustered. They've been put under severe pressure from an aggressive play from Alpha Team. That offensive round unraveled by the loss of the ace early with a massive pick from Naza on towards Dante. And now Alpha Team have all the momentum on their side. And considering on the defense here in Clubhouse, the more favorable side for these teams, that's what I like to see. But Gibby, more importantly, the mental factor from this. And I want to point out the fact that we saw Martin, the rest of his teammates, a little bit animated there. They were clearly shouting across the studio towards their opposition of Cruelty. Now, obviously, all in good faith, of course, as they were told even to calm down, quiet down just a little bit, guys. You're a little bit too rowdy for it. That means that any perhaps worries of a team that has broken morale or a little bit downtrodden after a difficult result on Kafe, absolutely smashed for me. This team is back and they've warmed up, and while Martin has found his groove, 10-4 so far. Huge performance here on Clubhouse, and that's what we need to see from this team, coming alive in the late stages of this best of 3.
Well, but we've heard some of these players in the flesh roaring abuse at EWC. I don't think I can ever describe to viewers at home what it's like casting at a LAN when you can hear the players screaming from another matchup in the background, and hearing the players from the Brazilian teams, hearing Cruelty roar when they want
loud.
to
Cruelty, but Dante is loud as well. He's a quiet person in normal character when you speak to him, but trust me, when he gets in that server and finds some plays, he definitely gets himself nice and loud for it, Gibby. But 5-2 scoreline here, and this is going to be a position for Alpha Team where we've just had a timeout for Cruelty. This round, if they win, this is going to be a break of the serve realistically for them. And defense down all the way. Move towards basement, no, Gibson. Actually, it's going to be in bar, I think it is. Extension held out towards CC as well, making them realistically fight for every inch of this map. No pressure in Strip Club, though. Might be a vulnerability found later on for this side. And chat, I think Gibson has vanished yet again. So it's time to lock in for this one. Stuck with me alone the rest of this round, unfortunately. Strip Club left vulnerable from the side. The defensive structure of Alpha Team. And the opening pick could be also critical for this moment. But I think they spotted the weakness here. They can dive in via stage. The moment they detect this, they got control of stock. They can open up this wall. The castle barrier's being removed. And Alpha Team need to have their information be solid. Dante finds the opening, but traded away. And Bastion goes huge, finding 2. Nazza pops up for Fatal. And it's going to be a perfect defense. But that case can go down in the midst of that chaos and a plume of smoke. Matumbo gets it done. But the Alda fires away and shutting down 1, leaving Monty to fend for himself up against 3 members. And the pack goes hunting. And Nazza gets the kill. Alpha Team find themselves on map point here, and this will change the way the landscape of this best of 3 completely now. Map point for Alpha Team here on Club.
They are so close to map 3. Now, is it a classic 45 rounder? No, it is not. It was a 7-2 on map 1, and it looks like that scoreline might just repeat on map 2. You know that Alpha have woken up. They are ready to go, and they want to take this to Chalet. And let's be real, Chalet is the home of LATAM South. That's where you go in LATAM South when you want to prove that you're better than the other team. And I think it'll be a really good matchup if we get there. Cruelty are not done yet in this map. Remember, for the viewers at home, the winner of this best of 3 will become the final team to qualify for Montreal. This is the final league game. We're going to call it a league game because it's the final four and we don't have LCQs in LATAM.
It is a league game,
Yep.
Gibson. It's not an LCQ. This is... Remember, here in LATAM, we don't have an LCQ. This is it. These teams all stage have been battling for this moment. We have had 2 groups of 8 teams go absolutely through the gauntlet of 10 best of ones. Then a series of playoffs to get to the final 4. They've been flown out to Mexico to get this done. But Gibson, I think you mentioned this a little bit towards it. This is not over yet. Cruelty are still in this. In a game like Rainbow Six, it's not over till it's over. Just remember, FaZe fumbled the bag in Sao Paulo against W7M, now Furia. So, anything is possible.
Well, but this is what I'm saying. This is the final game of Stage 2. Like, this is the last league game that's going to be played this year. And we want one more. And certainly, Alpha Team want that one more as well. 2 picks go. It's a 4 versus 3. Azami will use the Kiba barrier to allow Ragnar to fall back, but the damage may just be done. The Ashe has fallen. The Ace is gone. You've still got the Thermite who can open up those walls, but that might be a problem for a little bit earlier. EMP utilized to get the drone into the next step. Little fade away camera action there with it. Usually we see the fade away with a bullet. This time it's getting on the drones. A minute and 55 seconds to work with. You've got all of the top floor still to clear your way across, essentially. Alpha Team should have this job done.
Only if they play this perfectly. At this stage around, Alpha Team need to fall back and use their defensive structure, play off each other, and trade their way to victory. This should be an easy day in the office, but remember, you're up against players like Dante, Pyrox, and Matumbo, all very deadly with the ends of their rifles, so it is going to be still a chance to have this round be an upset. Kiba barriers proving to be a pesky thing to deal with for this team. Flashing it away, taking their time with that one, not wanting to waste a lead for that. Minute 20. They have to use these remaining drones carefully, as much information as possible. Mute jammers might starve this team for information. EMPs go out, might buy them a pocket to gather a little bit more. And a player caught napping, that's Matumbo. And that's Nazda off the board, Gibby. 3 versus 3, advantage now gone.
Advantage gone, but still you've got the Azami. You can still put up those barricades. I think all the barricades have now actually been utilized in this round. Solace can still be used from below to prevent the plant if they go for that execute, which means they'll have to get up on top of the bed if they want to make it happen. Ragnar, taking matters into his own hand, gets one. Solace will find another. Bastion and Slaters do it. Alpha Team force a 3rd map. A little Vamos across the way. Martin talking his trash, but we're going to map 3.
This is what Alpha Team and the fans of this side need so desperately. They keep themselves alive, Gibby, but you remember a little stat line that we like to keep bringing up. The team that wins the 2nd map in a best of 3 is often the side that you'd back to be able to take the whole thing, Gibby. They have played far less maps at this stage, and now this all comes down to one map. That's Chalet, and you gotta think Cruelty have played a hell of a lot of Siege on this day so far. Fatigue in the later stages could be a factor, but Alpha Team, momentum on their side, and they're looking great so far.
They are looking great, and if any of you guys need some hopium going into map 3, neither of these 2 teams have ever lost a major in Montreal. So we'll find out which team will be going there after this break.
Welcome back, viewers. Well, the Lobitos from LATAM South there showing their teeth here to Team Cruelty, picking up a 7-2 of their own in response on Clubhouse. I did not expect it, frankly, that Alpha Team would snap right back into it like this, guys. It all comes down to Chalet. I mean, whip it. It's a wild comeback for Alpha Team. Suddenly, they were just alive.
They woke up towards the middle stage of that one, and honestly, they gave up on playing, I think, a default style of play. They went to play like Alpha Team, the one, the side we know from LATAM South. The thing that scares me about this, though, is what we saw Mayhem Evolve do during the regular season to Alpha Team on this map of Chalet. They shut them down with heavy strategic play, didn't play for gunfights at all, and they struggled. Cruelty have the capability to do that if they've done their homework, and I'm sure they have.
Yeah, big opportunity for both these teams now to qualify for a major. It's as simple as this. It is now just a best of one. Whoever wins this next map will be packing their bags to join the best teams in the world at the upcoming major. This is going to be exciting. Will it be Cruelty going once more, or will we see Alpha Team for the very first time going to play at a major international LAN?
It would be a wild outcome to see Alpha Team make it. I mean, Team Cruelty certainly has made a case for why it's their spot. It's also going to be the 4th time that these guys have played a map against each other today, which is wild when you really think about it, and kind of long-term getting to know your opponents and what have you. I mean, I want to break this down into some sort of like observation here, but honestly, Gibson, it feels like a lot of it has just been getting kills. I mean, I do think Team Cruelty has been making some errors, especially on Clubhouse, and Alpha Team is exploiting them, but you could say the same about, going the opposite direction.
Yeah, I think that Cruelty's win on Kafe was about explosive plays, really explosive, and then for Alpha Team, they just did an incredible job of isolating individual solo players and just crowding them out with numbers.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, I'm thinking more on like Clubhouse when you look at the round that I believe it was Gym Bedroom Whip It, where we just saw Team Cruelty collapse back. There were 3 of them in Bathroom on Gym Bedroom side. It was such an odd transition, but it sounds like the game is ready to go. They want to get going. This is the last match of the LAN, last match of LATAM Stage 2. I'm going to turn it over to you guys. Take us to Clubhouse.
Thank you very much for the very last time for this one, Gibby. The last game of the regional leagues in Stage 2 comes down to this. Chalet between Alpha Team and Cruelty and Gibson. It is a perfect matchup for this. Both teams take their respective map choices in dominant 7-2 fashion, and it is time to finish the story. Can we see Alpha Team make their very first international LAN event, or will Cruelty maintain their spot as the representatives from this region yet again? Bans rolling out. Ying, Dokkaebi, Tubarao. Thoughts on this so far?
Thoughts on this, on the ban phase or the series overall? I want to comment on both, to be honest.
Everything, go for it, shoot, man.
The ban phase makes perfect sense. Ying can cause chaos this map. We know how good Dokkaebi is, and you gotta get rid of Azami. I think removing the Tubarao says there's going to be a heavy focus on opening breaches early on in these rounds for both of these teams, but it's going to be fun. But on the series Whip It, this is giving me flashbacks, and I know the two teams aren't at the same level yet. Do you remember Jönköping? When we saw that liquid game against FaZe.
Unfortunately, I do remember Jönköping.
We're not going to the final. I believe FaZe won the first map 7-1, and then Liquid managed to win the second map 7-0, and then take the whole series. We've seen 2 similarly dominant games by either side so far. And as I said before, Chalet is the most tried and tested map for most teams in the South all this year. Now, don't fact check me on it. It just feels like LATAM South, they love a little bit of Chalet. I feel like that alone, it'll give Alpha Team confidence, but it also gives Cruelty a lot of VODs that they could have looked at going into this weekend, because they would have been prepared to play Alpha Team.
Third time mentioning at this point, Gibson, but in the regular season, towards the latter half of the second round, it was down to Maycam Evolve and Alpha Team, and a matchup that we all thought was almost guaranteed to be an Alpha Team victory with what we had seen in that regular season so far. Maycam Evolve shut them down with a 7-2 victory on this map. The thing that scares me is that if Cruelty on their defense play reserved, risk-adverse, and don't take gunfights, it can be a long day for Alpha Team. An aggressive peek here by Naza, looking to get the opening pick early. He'll fall back, but already knocking on the door of sight, and Amaru in play the hands of Ivan, unsure where that's going to arrive and play into this factor, but a lot of smoke grenades, glass in effect, and everybody knocking on the door of sight. Ragnar finds the opening. It's going to be go time as well. Sends wall sent in, but Ragnar finds himself a second. That C4 is good for it. The Claymore does collect one, and Pyrox should get this case down. There's no glass to cover, but a player from that window, and they can't get it done. Slaters finds it, and the pocket strategy from Cruelty seemingly falling apart at the seam. Was 4 versus 2. Not over yet, though, but advantage heavily with Alpha Team. Even more so now. Oh, well, it's done. They've won.
Yeah.
They've done. They've done.
Yeah. Milliseconds away from getting the case down, but it just goes to show how quickly things can change. Ragnar, you gotta say it, Ragnar won that round. Getting the entry pick and getting the C4 to prevent the second player from coming through won them that round. It forced Cruelty to try to stick their plan with only 3 players up, and it was never going to work. Whippet, I want to ask you a question, though. Will you grant me one wish on the final regional playday of the year?
Okay, Gibson, this scares me, but sure, you get one wish. You can ask me anything you want in the world.
I wish for 15 rounds and a Dante Martin 1v1 in the final round to see who goes to Montreal.
Gibson, that is going to be a heartbreaker either way, no matter what happens. Why have you even put that into the space? No, Gibson, no, that's the last thing I want. I want 15 rounds. No, I want 15 rounds. I want a max overtime. I want this to be the tightest matchup possible, a good showing for both these sides, and for both of them to truly earn their spot at the Montreal Major. However, don't make it be Martin and Dante, the duo, going head to head. See what team goes there. I like both the guys too much. I couldn't watch it.
That's why. They're the 2 players that you and I fell in love with in stage 1, because you and I were always looking to see who the most talented players from LATAM South could be. But we move into round 2. Alpha Team playing aggressive on the defense in Chalet. This is what they do whenever they're playing confident, when they're playing free, when they're playing aggressive. A run out here from Martin, firing towards the stairs, but you'd like to hope at this level nobody is climbing up that ladder on the other side, because it's a free pick for a talented player. But no early opening picks for Alpha Team, and that's a good sign for Cruelty.
Gold economy is good so far in this late stage. 4 bodies stacked up towards Games Room and Library. Likely to be the entry point for this stage. 1 out towards Mezzanine Balcony opening pick. There'll be Pyrox on towards Ragnar. Oh my god.
Night night.
Right, that was a body shot as well, but sure, okay. No, that was the what?
It was 2 body shots. It was night night. They went bang bang. He dead.
Okay.
It's good though. Good kill opening pick for Team Cruelty. Forcing the fallback. Whip it, as you can see. It's a full vertical setup for the defensive side. In essence, what they want the attackers to do is feed their way through the map, get that breach open to remove Martin from playing inside of office. Mutombo with the case is still humming and hawing about what to do on top of that balcony, waiting for the rest of the team to catch up with him to make him force that next phase of the push. For Martin, it's about not overextending. Remember what we talk about, that itchy feet syndrome the players get sometimes with it when they don't see action for too long? Martin's got to make sure that he does not do that.
Big thing for me, though, at this stage, minute 19, minute 10 left on the clock, and they've not gained themselves access. Mutombo will open this up, and Martin will find himself in a difficult position. Can't maintain vertical control, forced to fall back and play from afar. Now, for Cruelty, they can put someone on this main staircase and completely deny access of office. They've opened up the B-bomb chassis wall, meaning that they can now get this plant down if verticality is denied, forcing both Bastion and Martin into a potential retake position. Walking in is Dante, and he holds this control. If anyone overextends, he should be guaranteed a freebie. Holds an angle through that espresso machine and see if he can pull himself a miracle shot. Can't get it done, as Martin Martin pops up and finds his head. Clutch Drone will try and find some utility late in this round, but verticality is the key for this site, and it's still held, but Mutombo finds Slaters and gets the man advantage now for his side. Play the trade to the victory meta for this one. Martin concedes control and is explained by Pyrox, but a retake, I don't think they're aware. The Valkyrie upstairs, but he's going to be left alone now, all down the Bastion. A standout player, addition over the summer break, finds some damage, but not enough to confirm that pick. Left to play around this hatch, and it's going to be a dance with the devil. He knows someone's there, but Mutombo sticks it, and Fatal's cover is good, and it's going to be a round back for Cruelty. Played that perfectly, but a narrow margin at the end, and to bring us level after 2.
Whippet, he was one bullet away from stopping the case going down, and that would have been the round 1. That is how close the margins are going to be here on Chalet. 1 round apiece. Opening blow dealt by Alpha Team, responded in kind by Cruelty. Chat, if you're watching this and you're wondering what you'd expect to see on a map like Chalet, 3-3 is a very, very common scoreline. So being real, 1-1 after 2 rounds is no surprise at all. Site location changed up. This time we're going to basement. The shield in that position means the player playing on blue can play a little bit safer, take that a little bit more aggressively, and keep more pressure on that door, using the barbed wire to buy even more time for whenever the push comes through.
You okay there, Gibby? Barbed wire got you acting up there, Gibbs, it sounds like.
You know what happened?
What is it?
As I was speaking, my body went, yeah, you need to yawn. I was like, nah fam, and I lost.
Are you breaking the
win.
illusion, Gibson? By the way, for everybody in chat going, it is nearly 6 a.m. for myself and Gibson.
Demon
We have been watching every game of the day so far, since they started, so we've been locked in. Gibson's a day job. He has to be a normal human in a few hours' time.
2 hours. My day job starts in 2 hours, by the way. So I want 15 rounds.
Anyway, Fatal finds the opening pick. That's going to be a fatal flaw for Naz's plan to get aggressive with it. Shut down, and that's going to be your Elo off the board. Up-close brawler no longer applicable for this, and yet again, the combination play with the Glads, and they're likely going to try and send this deep. Smoke grenades will go out, the Blitz will try and wreak chaos with this moment, and the Glads can cover with that thermal optic. All relying, though, on the hold now by Slaters. The goggles are perfect for this, and the EMP, if you Fatal sends an EMP in here, it's going to be a masterclass, but no, there's no MP to cover it, so it's going to be a freebie, but in charge is the Blitz. He needs to win this one and gets the job done. 3 versus 3, and that shield bears down so much pressure. But Martin, good for 1. Ragnar as well for a second. Drops prone. Martin finds it. And a massive room and repelling an aggressive play from that breach. And Alpha Team get themselves back in the lead here on Chalet.
And that was huge. Even the little wait from the Warden to see if another player follows it up before he fires the first shots is so clever. Blitz did get the trade, but Warden won that round. Much the same way that we saw the huge play from Ragnar in round 1. Individual brilliance winning a round for Alpha Team. Fatal, that was a great opening pick, but from there, here we go. Look, he waits a second, lines up the headshot, nobody else comes in. That is it, round 1. But
Gibson, I want to jump in with this one for a moment, right? Let's say you make a play like this, right? And you've seen this in a lot of regions, Brazil, North America, Europe, I mean, even probably Oceania have tried it. When you go for a play like this, where you're relying on planting in the smoke, no matter if you go deep on site or not, I think Dark Zero do it perfectly in their matchups. I think
did you just compliment an NA team?
Oh, it's late, Gibson. I'm sorry. I'm breaking my heel persona towards North America for a moment. But Dark Zero, last stage, played an execution on border where they were able to use an EMP to disrupt the Warden goggles, forcing him to not be able to deny a plant while going for an alt position. Similar to that, they didn't plant behind the bin, so not a default position where you expect a C4 to go tossed in. They had a Thatcher. You can send an EMP by that bomb chassis, and Warden becomes completely null and void in that round. One bit of utility could have been the difference maker between that round and victory, and well, they didn't use it, so Alpha Team get that one, but Cruelty, a misplay from them, a mismanagement of utility.
I did say though, this would be a game that will be won by fine margins. Spray from Martin up towards the roof, hoping to catch one of the attackers sleeping in these early stages. Remember, Team Cruelty, they've been essentially sat at their desks at this point for, 6 hours. They've been locked in all night. Alpha Team, they had a best of 3 break. FNAT goes off. That'll reveal the position of the Blitz, but Blitz should be fine, provided He doesn't do anything silly. He doesn't go leaning like we saw some plays from a Fuse and a Monty a little bit earlier in LATAM this season. 2 minutes to go. Starting to get control of the top row, but you've still got a long ways to go. You think about this player on blue, but this is the crutch. Slaters is the most important defender at this moment in time for this lineup.
Needs to hold his ground here. Real question though. With that shield in play, do they rotate that to try and find position? They can charge him up from basement stairs, vault him in the window, but the Saria gate gets itself reactivated, meaning you have to burn that away yet again. Minute 30. No picks yet for either side, and a lot of utility burnt away from the side of Cruelty. They need to find themselves early access at this stage, and Ivan in a great position. Out by Jungle. Plays that rotation. Martin and Fireplace might find himself vulnerable. The drone detects him, and Ivan and Martin are going to be bound to clash sooner rather than later, and Ivan finds that pick. That's the opening that they need. Martin shut down, and that blitz can now rain chaos upstairs by Mezzanine.
There's that gunfight kicking off. 2 defenders inside of Library. One of them will fall, and down goes the Doc. Martin, or Bastion, sorry, will drop through the hatch now in a 3 versus 5 as Cruelty look to bounce back. Slater's hyper aggressive, playing the hatch. Bastion will find his one though, but will get put into DBNO. Through 2 versus 4 at this point. Moving down the stairs. A lot of damage dealt, but you can see this Whippet. Slater's 20 HP does not have a lot to work with. More damage being spread across. Down goes the Aruni, and just like that Whippet, that should be a round 1, and it is.
A flashbang goes off, blinds that last remaining player stuck inside of security or in supply, and that will be us drawn level yet again. Gibson Cruelty were tested in this round with extended utility presence from Alpha Team. They had a lot to clear, but a lot of that round's going to come down to a single opening pick, and that was Ivan in jungle. Martin, not aware of that player's position. Nobody from Alpha Team holding out towards dining. Nobody holding that control horizontally, meaning that his cutoff, his rotation was held. So unfortunately for him, he's first to fall in that moment, and it is going to be a round that cascades off of that, especially considering when you have a blitz on the board, you want to have that man advantage if that blitz is still standing in the latter stages of that round. Pyrox going huge there, great shot deep, and again, flashbang works perfectly. Both players blinded, but that pistol, quick draw enough, and Pyrox shuts down Ragnar. Round 4 goes Cruelty's way, and after 4, we're level at 2.
Whip it.
Yes, sir.
I think this is going to be one of those games where whichever team can eke out a 2-round advantage will go on to win. It's 2-2. We've seen games like this over and over again in the past, where each team trades rounds back and back. No team gets more than a 1-round advantage. I think this is going to be one of those games. It's going to be overtime, or a team gets a 2-round lead.
Gibson, this is going to be one of those moments where I'm just going to say this. This is the tension that I live for. I've been following both these teams. Their ups or downs. Well, for Cruelty, most of the ups so far. 10-0 in regular season. For Alpha Team, a story of inconsistency for them in the latter stage of the regular season. Both teams have risen to the challenge and shown just why this league is so good. Players developing, finding their mojo. Now all down to this. 5 rounds deep here on Chalet. And this is all for everything that these players want. For Alpha Team, the dream of making an international event is so close. For Cruelty, going to maintain their top spot in this region. So, this site yet again, kitchen in play. Importance of that verticality, we saw it previously. But they're not going so directly for it, looking to catch someone early. By pressure by Jukebox, out by Jungle, but no one's there as Ivan gets that controlled pretty early.
These players do it for the love of the game, and the love of the game will hopefully see them qualify for Montreal. As you said, we're 5 rounds in. Dante on the ace wants to get the wall open, but the mute jammer in that position is causing problems. Martin locked in situ, playing aggressively on the head holes. Everybody stacking up from Team Cruelty on the other side of this wall. They know how important it is to clear this position. They saw it the last time they went for this push. Dante will see the breach get opened as Thermite was able to push on up, and all of a sudden Martin's got a decision to make, and that decision looks like it might just be violence. Main breach open towards side as well, and violence is the answer this time around as Dante will fall. 5 versus 4, and IQ tossing the nade inside, but Whip It opening blood drawn by Alpha Team, and they still hold the top floor.
In a position, oh my god, Slayers, you gotta peek this. Ivan has no idea, this should be a freebie, the man advantage should be grown even further, and Slayers gets that confirmation. Now, you know a Valkyrie is roaming loose down below. Do they pop up West Main, fireplace stairs, or go upstairs to the retake? They don't know, but knocking on the door as Martin finds a second, as Pyrox's next to go, and now it's all down to this. Matumbo needs to find a Matumbo classic for this one. Locking to try and find something, a moment of magic, anything but Alpha Team in complete control, verticality held, and that's the win condition for this one. Unless things go biblically wrong, this should be 3-2 advantage for Alpha Team. Should be. Verticality is going to surely unravel this round, and it will do. Fatal will get one, but only consolation prize on a Martine, and Alpha Team retake the lead once again. 3-2 our score after 5.
The question is, you've got the 3-2 lead. Can you make it 4-2, or is this when the pressure starts to get too much? Remember, it's a tactical timeout for Cruelty with 1 round left on the attack. This is what remember what I said before the last round. Neither of these teams can afford to let the other team get a 2-round lead. That's why this timeout's being called. They know how important it is to win this round. They want to extend this rally of knocking rounds back and forward, all the way through to their defensive half. But as I was just saying, Whippet, is the pressure going to be too much for Alpha Team? Is the inexperience going to hit them? Cruelty have been here. They've won this position before. They've been to a major. They've qualified for EWC. They know how this feels. Alpha Team, this is all uncharted territory for them.
But Gibson, here's the thing, I'm going to look at this one from this. We have been seeing these teams, I believe it's a 6-hour stint at the desk, realistically, even kind of 4 to 5, 6 hours for Cruelty sitting at that desk for this matchup going into it. That is a massive factor. Now, consider this for everybody in chat. Imagine you go on a ranked marathon during the weekend. You play all day, 6 hours. You're going to be fatigued. You're going to be tired. These players are playing with everything on the line. Everything they've worked for countless months, years even, coming down to this moment. Pressure is going to be felt for the side of Cruelty because they had a difficult game against 6K to get to this grand final. A loss suffered earlier against Alpha Team in a best of 1. So you gotta wonder, so many maps deep, and the 4th against Alpha Team just today. Maybe the deeper this goes, it might begin to fade later and later on to it. Upstairs we go. Bedroom and office, a side of choice for this one in Cruelty. They need to make this work, but the thing that scares me, once again, it's going to be another play revolving around that Blitz, revolving around that Glaz. They have got complementary operators like that Blitz coming in, and we've imagined that Striker will bring utility to have so much extra smoke grenades to work with, actually bringing out 3 flashbangs to work with. And I don't know if this is the play, Gibby. I don't know if these Glaz-based executes have been working for this side. Not one of them has hit so far.
Well, they spoke about it. They've been cooking it up. They've got a plan. You spoke about a 6-hour session. If you're playing ranked and you're 6 hours in, mate, you're just getting warmed up. And that's what Cruelty are going to try to do. Blitz, keeping an eye inside of games. You cannot afford to give up the opening pick because this setup, this attacking lineup that they have, requires all 5 players to do a specific job, to have an impact. Brava, to steal that utility, to work on getting those Valve cams, stop those FNATs from slowing down and blinding the push. On the other side of the coin, Whippet, Nomad's there for the flank watch and probably to get the plant off. But as you said, the most important player is probably that Glaz. If you're bringing a Glaz, you have a very specific role to do.
However, Gibson, they have the perfect counterplay to this setup. They've got the Warden in effect as Naza. Naza, only 1 in 4 so far, but the one pick Naza's got so far has been incredibly impactful, and we'll hear those smoke grenades raining out now. There are no EMPs to work with, so these goggles will be undisrupted for this play, and one smoke grenade's fallen deep via that hatch. Blinded by fear outside is the Brava, and things are beginning to fall away. Entryway from this Blitz, down inside of West Main, should find a freebie on the Ragnar, and does so, but the trade is there from Bastion, roaming around. This double stack in dining is perfect to shut this down. Early advantage, neutralized. Alpha Team bring this back level, aware there's going to be a threat, and I think this play has fallen flat. The missed throw of that smoke grenade, perhaps I even might say a North American smoke grenade, tossed deep down the hatch, and well, the plan's fallen flat.
There you are, back to your normal self. Cruelty looking to get back to themselves as well. 1 minute left in the round.
Gibby, Gibby, look at the utility burn, by the way. Cruelty have nothing left. Nothing. They've burned it all. It's all gone.
They have guns, though. They have guns, and that's what guns can do. Fatal will get the kill on the Bastion. Advantage once more. Martin, the window is calling him. The call of the void. Vault out, but I think this time his willpower will win out. He won't make the jump just yet, but maybe a peek through this window will find himself a kill. You can see the silhouette over by the barricade. The gunshots will reinforce the idea that there's a player in this position. But where do you go? There's a player coming up, rotating through. Slaters gets the kill. We're back to a 3v3. Naz is there as well. Down falls Matumbo, and it's a 3v1. Make it a 3v-none. Alpha team take a 2-round advantage, a 4-2 half, and they are just 3 rounds away from Montreal. 3 attacks, and they are getting on a flight. Their passports will be signed, ready, and stamped, and they'll be competing with the greatest teams in the game for a chance to win a major.
This is a monumental moment for LATAM South. Of course, remember, if you've not watched LATAM in our regular season, it's divided between North and South. The teams from South have not had a representative at an international LAN event since the Knights, all the way back at the Atlanta Major. This would be huge. Cruelty have been the only LATAM representation in international play for 2 events back-to-back. If Alpha Team upset this flow, a side that were floundering in Stage 1, didn't have an ideal, they brought Gaspro in from that coaching role to a player. He ignited this team. They had a change of coaching staff, and now they look to be a fully fledged roster, so close to glory. However, Gibby, they will swap to the offense, and this is where we've seen a little bit of a shakiness from them on this map in particular. A side that can play a strat-heavy defense, play recessed back in a way, and risk adverse and not give up opening picks might be enough to slow down this momentum and crush any hopes Alpha had of making it to Montreal. So Cruelty, let's see what they can do here as the round gets underway. Lion Scan goes out, but only preliminary information at that point. 2 players detected from that, and that was Pyrox and Matumbo. Castle and Echo, respectfully.
And just remember, 1 slip, 1 mistake could be all that it takes to see Cruelty not make it all the way. Timeout has been used by Cruelty already, so unless Alpha Team take a timeout of their own, their coach will have no more impact in what can happen for the remainder of this game. It is all down to the players following the plans that were set in place all the way through 2024 and beyond. Oh, yeah, Nadrone. Yeah.
That's tough.
Go again. Give it a go.
Sliders, do not do a repeat of that one. I want a good, crisp LATAM drone that flies perfectly through that window and goes where you need it to. So, a little bit of a time delay, but not too critical for this. And Alpha Team just need to get themselves in the building. Just need to get themselves that opening engagement. And on a map like Chalet, there are a significant amount of cutoff angles that you can hold from these external balconies. Of course, you leave yourself vulnerable from positions like display if you play in the balcony itself, and deep angle held out towards Solarium. No one's in there, though. Not aware of that yet. They want to walk a Monty up and try and pressure out. That's what they'll do. No one's really in position to respond from that one, but the first of 3 toxic counters lobbed from backside, and that will slow things down considerably for the side of Alpha.
Smoke's being used, but being used early. And that's the thing. That's the sort of utility that you need to draw out from the defenders as early as possible. The cap can traps, you gotta be careful. You can't have Monty get tripped up and find himself DBNO at any point. Nade will be thrown to clear a bit of position, to clear some utility and buy space for the vault in. That's why the nade was thrown, to give him the time that he needed to get inside a Solarium. Camera's gone, 50 seconds to go, and Alpha have got themselves a footing. An opponent will run on out. Valk can't get the kill on the Ragnar, who drops below, and that might be a big opportunity lost, but Pyrox will find the opener.
That's so important now. Martin's being slain, but this case is going to go down. Naza and Pyrox will see this going down. Yokai John will stun him, and this is going to be a critical moment now. Naza can't do too much. So Monty needs to win his one up close and personal, but he walks to a kill box, and it's going to be bound to a near flawless round. Ragnar finding one, but a consolation prize, and Cruelty fire back a near flawless round. And Alpha Team ran out of options real quick there, and their lead has been reduced to a single round here on Chalet.
And I love Cruelty's aggression. The one thing that is the signature of this team is they play on the front foot. when you're trailing, whenever you're on a map to qualify for a major and things aren't going your way, it's very easy to forget the plan, to change things up, to not follow the recipe that got you to this position. And they're stuck to their, they remembered their identity. They stuck to who they were, and they've got themselves back within one round. Whip it. Body language. You talk about it all the time. I'm going to say it. Alpha Team look locked in.
Gibby, I'm actually going to hit you with a counter there. Look at Martin's chair. Back of that shaking. That means one thing to me. His leg is tapping up and down now. This is either going to be a sign of nerves or a little bit of anticipation wanting to dive back into this one. But I'm going to play and set the scene for you as we go into a small pause here between these sides. For Cruelty, the pressure for them is the fact of trying to maintain their position as the top dogs. A position that is notoriously hard to do inside of Rainbow Six Siege. How many people labelled Furia as a dynasty, only for them to fall flat, not winning in Manchester, slain by Liquid, not making it to Montreal, and not even having a clear guaranteed spot to make it to the Invitational, forced to rely on other teams falling short, or even open qualifiers for Brazil. For the side of Alpha Team, they've not been here before. This is completely unknown territory for them. We've hyped these players up. We know how good they are, but can they put it together in the final moments, Gibby? I don't know if it's possible. This is to me, right? This is the dream position for these teams. We're going to see this go back to a position where we're going to be trading blows back and forth. They're locked in, ready to dive back into it. I don't know who's going to win this, Gibby. I just don't.
Oh, my heart's going to be broken either way. I want both of these teams to make their way to Montreal, but things don't go that way. And to put it into perspective, Whip it, you're talking about the season of transition, the season of change that we've just had. You said it. Furia, your reigning SI champions, are not going to Montreal. Your reigning major champions in C9 Beast Coast are not going to Montreal. The best team for so long in OCE, in GG, are not going to Montreal. Cruelty are the best team all year round inside of LATAM. Are they about to find themselves joining those other behemoths of their regions and not go to Montreal? This question is simple. They need to win 4 more rounds in regulation to get there, or at least 3 to guarantee that overtime.
Gibson, what a storyline it would be though for Alpha Team. Again, a side that's risen from somewhat obscurity. And you think about the storylines we've seen from Montreal so far, the teams that made it, and nothing quite trumps the storyline of North America. CL for life making that deep run. All the way to that, beating out some of the best teams that North America has to offer. See if Alpha Team can topple the kings of LATAM. Round 8 underway here. And this is where I get a little bit concerned for this side. Their offensive structure has been a little bit wobbly from time to time. Need to find this opening pick. Need someone to stand up tall and get the job done.
There's the lion scan. That's the first stage of this attack. Usually when they go off, you'll see the attackers taking some space, and that's exactly what Martin is going to do on the knock, because he just walks up West Main, but Fatal is there. And now there'll be another attempt to push through West Main. A blue silhouette once more. This time, they know exactly where Fatal is, but still the domino stands. Matumbo will find one on the Bastion and reposition as well, and there could be a potential kill here. All Naza's got to do is hold the cutoff. The smoke allows the West Main player to push on up. Slaters will walk directly into sight now, and Fatal should fall, but he doesn't. It's a 3v3, but sight control is being held up, but at some point, they will go to get the case down. I love the way Alpha Team have not gone the way the Cruelty would expect them to on this attack.
The thing that makes it difficult though, getting that case down with all these angles open up, means you're going to be at an innate advantage. That TCSG hits hard, but you got a moment. Here is the chaos opened up, the shotgun rains through. This might be a window to get the case down, and Ragnar should stick it, and he does so. We have 40 seconds, so that case goes critical, and Ragnar finds his second. And this is going to be a disaster moment now for Cruelty. They had all the verticality established, but now they have to drop to the lion's nest, and they'll be picked off one by one as the wolves are hunting in a pack yet again, and there's blood all around the forest as Ragnar Naza shut this down. Alpha Team's 2-round advantage is restored.
Not only that, but the work that Alpha Team have done has the deposit that they've put in the bank means that they have guaranteed, at a bare minimum, the worst case scenario for them is now every single round in regulation by getting that one. They're 5 rounds up the 5 rounds secured, and they're 2 rounds to the good once more. Team Cruelty, backs to the wall. This is where champions stand up. This is where you need character. This is where you need belief. And once more, I want to remind the viewers at home with it, the tactical timeout that they called on the final round in attack did not reap the rewards they wanted, and it's also an investment, which means that they cannot take another timeout in this phase. I'm going to ask you a question. If you're Alpha Team,
another question.
Unless this goes to 5-4 or 5-5, surely, and I mean surely, Alpha Team don't want to call that timeout because you don't want to give Cruelty's coach an opportunity to talk to the team.
For me, Alpha Team should not use their timeout until overtime hits. I think that after the first round of overtime, that's when they should deploy. I know that's going to be a late call and maybe a controversial one, but if they maintain momentum and if they keep the pressure on, they remain close rounds, they should use it later on if they have to break that momentum. However, look at the lineup, Gibson, with the Blitz, Grim, and Amaru. You gotta look at this and realize that this might be yet again another LATAM special, an aggressive, site-direct hit, that Route 1 style of play. And that could be disastrous if Cruelty aren't aware for it. They tried it a lot on their offense. I'm just wondering if it'll work for them this time for Alpha. Down below, that's going to be Ivan on that Valkyrie. Those cameras will create a net of information that will gather every step of Alpha Team across the map and help direct where they can put their resources for these late rounds. Blinded by fear will be that Blitz, and Naza will be first to fall. That's your shield gone, and that's a massive blow. Looking for a second one is that Valkyrie, and Ivan will take a beating from that one, reduced to 60 HP. But at this point, he should be able to escape and, well, get back to his rest of his team.
Yeah, get your hand out of the cookie jar, Ivan. You got your first one. Don't be going for another one. Pressure being put on the trench, but still, Ivan is playing the position. His tail is up, the momentum is there, but you don't want to run too hot, and I think Ivan's made the right decision. Fall back, use that Valkamli, but you've wasted a minute and a half of time already. You've got your opening pick. Things starting to look a little bit grim for Alpha, the team on this attack, but let's not rule them out just yet. Verticality is being held. And Whip It, this could be dangerous. If that player on the wall above and top of fireplace stairs decides to look down, there's a very angry Sledge looking the other way.
I don't think he will be inclined to peek that deep unless the Bees force Dante to that position. He should be free to make that rotation, but the mezzanine balcony does hold him in place. Again, the Bees are great for gathering information and putting players under pressure, but they don't do damage. They don't physically displace someone. You have to make that action yourself, and you're so vulnerable to losing that fight. One player tucked by fireplace as Ivan finds a second. Martine's been slain, and Cruelty in the driver's seat for this round. Damage done to Dante is significant. The player outside the main lobby might find themselves in a difficult duel, but Ragnar does win it, and that means back in touching distance yet again, but Pyrox very swiftly trades off Bastion, giving advantage to 4 versus 2. Malusi escapes up Ivy stairs just in time. The wrath of the power isn't felt this time around, but again, Amaru, Brava, not the operators you want in this position, leaving it all down to Brava, and that Para, not the best dueling weapon to work with. Mutombo shuts it down. Round 9 goes for Cruelty, and yet again, they bring the deficit to a single round.
This is getting tense. These players, I would love to see their heart rates. They are battling every single round. You're 1 round behind Alpha Team now. If you win this next round, Cruelty, you guarantee every round in regulation. Alpha Team win this round, they secure themselves 2 attempts to qualify for Montreal before we hit overtime. This is do or die. Alpha Team not quite looking as confident as they did a little while ago. Cruelty, you know what? Cruelty aren't smiling the way they were with it, but they're not looking overly worried either. They look like they are really locked in on winning this game. I feel this is a pivotal round in this matchup that we are about to witness. And Cruelty deploying the double trap operators. You bring in Capcan, you're bringing Frost, you've got Fenrir to boot. You are hoping that this time-slowing utility, this potential lethal utility that you're bringing to the party will be able to be the key to stopping this attack from pushing in.
Gibson, dare I say, this is a must-win position for Alpha Team. If Cruelty bring themselves all the way back, that's going to be a massive morale boost for them, meaning it will be a very critical moment for who gains map and series point advantage in round number 11. For Alpha Team, press the advantage that you have. try and get yourselves to that fabled position. All down to this. Look at the lineup getting brought out yet again. I do like this. It's been a pivot away from that aggressive Route 1 style. Martin back on that Deimos, and considering how much of the map is destructible via verticality, those death marks could have a massive impact for these teams. So I wonder if we'll see that played out this time around. Pressure held on Ivy Stairs by that Fenrir, and of course, as you mentioned, an abundance of trap operators placed around that map, meaning movement will be a delicate dance between life and death for Cruelty, for Alpha Team. Let's see how they can play, and realistically, we need to get the opening pick.
And there may be an opportunity for that engagement. Dante pushing right up, staring death in the face, and manages to find the kill on the Bastion, and as quick as that, will get himself out of danger once more. 4 versus 5. Now you've really put the attackers under pressure. Selma charge utilized, opening up the space. C4 dealt by Ivan, but nobody's there to receive the cards that he's thrown on out. 1 minute and 30 seconds to work with. Dante still in this position. The question is, are Alpha Team still aware? Do they think that Dante has fled the scene of the crime? It looks like they're ready. I don't think they're fully confident that Dante's there, but I think that he could still have a huge say again in this round.
You have an abundance of drones. Just stick a drone in this position. He shoots it, you know he's there. And finally they do it. Hopefully, okay, he will shoot off his gun, meaning he gives away that position. The drone survives, it chases him deep and buys them a little bit of space. However, you are one player down at this stage, and the roamer has done their job, trying to catch someone napping by piano, but no one's there. And I'm looking at this from Alpha Team and thinking that they're running out of ideas. They've opened up lobby. The big thing is now that they have to try and put that pressure on to deny office control for verticality. Dante finds himself a second, Ragnar's being slain, and Alpha Team are completely out of control here. They need to find someone to lock them back in, but I just think Cruelty, they've got everything working perfectly for them, and Martin needs to win this one.
Martin, the sort of player, though, whenever you send out the call, when you need a 1 to be won, he's usually the one to answer the call. But Dante, those two players, they get each other. You see the little bit of BM there. Pyrox finds another, and we are about to go level with it, and we do. Every round in regulation, at the minimum, will be required to separate these two sides.
Gibson, we are here at round number 11 between these sides. The advantage Alpha Team held has been completely neutralized at this stage, and for me, a deep down fan of this roster, my worst fears have come true. This side have ran into a brick wall of the defense of Cruelty. They can't find openings, and the fact Cruelty are playing patient and reserved and behind their strategy means that they're not getting overextended and forcing Alpha Team to use utility and positioning to try and win these ones. And they're not winning them when presented with the opportunity, and when Dante can run around the map as free as he did, you know it's going to be a difficult day in the office. Tactical pause has been called now, and this is going to be a moment for Alpha Team to reset and figure things out from this position. And they don't look completely dejected now, but a few heads down and a little bit of worrisome positions. They run over their notes and trying to figure things out. Gibby, what are your adjustments for Alpha Team from your position?
I think it's settled down. It's be ready for early game engagements from Cruelty on the flank. It happened in the last 2 rounds. We saw Valken Basement picking up the blitz when there was a blind spot. In the last round, we saw Dante working through the blind spot. This call will be, guys, we need to stop having blind spots and giving away early picks. This is our destiny. We need to win 2 rounds to secure our way to a major. Whip it. I felt like this was the time they were going to do it, but now's the question. Which of these teams is going to get the opportunity to win this in regulation?
Gibson, is a difficult thing you've just asked me. I love both these teams. I've been watching every match that Alpha's had. I've casted majority of them this season, bar for 2. And you know what, Gibby? I'm going to say this straight up. I think for match point in this round, it's going to go to Cruelty. They played fantastic to battle back against a dominant defense from Alpha, and I just feel that they have the edge in terms of experience to get job done. Now, I am all up for being proven wrong in that moment, but Cruelty, they've looked so good, and Alpha Team, I think they almost need a miracle to get themselves an advantage like match point.
And Cruelty are playing into the style that saw them find success. Extensive roam again on Chalet. trying to slow down the attack, looking for blind spots in the drone network and opportunities to find opening kills. Solus can feed all the information below. Is there a player on their Pel? Are they droning correctly? What's the plan here for the attacking side? Whippet, I'm looking at this plan and I'm watching NASA, and this is a position that you see. If you sneak up to this door on K9 and you do it at the right time, you can nearly always secure yourself a kill onto a player playing inside of piano or office. There is a blue silhouette there, but I'm still worried. Like, Dante is still on the roam very late into this round, and Legion is as well.
You just feel the tension building, Gibby. In a moment like this, I'm so scared for either of these teams. All the work put into this moment, and well, Finca Boost goes out, and that might be the execution moment for this side, diving in to try and find control, and Neza will get that opening. Matumbo has been slain, but Dante pops up to find one. Ivan gets Slaters, and Bastion and Slaters off the board early. They need to find a clap back sooner rather than later. One player wounded, that's going to be Ivan. Ivan in, the Frostmat catches him, but Martin's there to save the day. Fatal fault, they don't look deep enough to the double window of Piano, and Ivan gets free reign, he walks back in, and Alpha Team down the one. All down to Martin, and he's going to be surrounded, shut down like that, and Gibson, just like this. Cruelty are one round away from Montreal. For Alpha Team, the miracle run comes down to a simple statement: overtime or bust. Chalet, will it be a tomb of Alpha Team or a celebration party house for Cruelty? One more round in regulation, that's all we have.
Both teams have used their timeouts. Neither team have cashed in the check that usually allows them to do. Cruelty are now one round away from a major, their second of the year. Alpha Team need 2 rounds to force overtime. Sorry, they need 1 round to force overtime in order to give themselves a chance to make their way north towards Canada to Montreal to compete with the best teams in the world. The final sight that we'll see on defense and regulation is Bar Games. I wonder if we're going to see Doc in Coffin Corner. What a surprise it would be if that's where that player will play. But as I always say, the player that plays on blue stairs is the most important player in this whole defense, because if you control that corridor from blue stairs to office, you can control Mez, you can control library, you can control so much of the ground.
2 minutes and 50 seconds that might decide the very future for these young players stepping up for this one. Monumental moment it would be to make Montreal for either of these sides. It could come down to one single round here on Chalet. A galleon journey across LATAM North and South has led us to this moment, Gibson. And the breach down below in Snowmobile's been the first to go. Alpha Team get that first mark on their checklist established. But the roam presence has been so good from Cruelty, they need to shut that down. Fatal does get marked by that Lion scan, but he's all the way tucked up on Ivy Stairs. He's safe for now. And the Monty might be so important to buy them critical space. Looking to get control, and early damage taken as Pyrox reduced to 5 HP. Doc nowhere nearby, so they can't get that res, and Ragnar finds one. Ivan first to fall, and Gibson Alpha Team looks so strong in the opening stages, but can they get the job done as they move towards the mid stage of this round?
Doc gets Pyrox back up to full HP. Well, as we said, opening blood drawn by Alpha Team. Monty alive in this situation gives you such an advantage. The nade will clear the space, but only momentarily. Look, yeah, I was saying that earlier. Doc got the stim off to the Legion, but Whippet, you gotta be careful. Twitch is on only 13 HP. One goo mine could be a problem. You see the FNAT going off, revealing even more information. But time is of the essence. A minute and 20 seconds left for your dream to qualify for a major. And it's all down to the attackers. But every decision they make from this second on, it could be the difference.
Pressure all on the weights of these young shoulders of Alpha Team now. One player on that invert repel, and Dante brings us level. He slays his duo. Martin is off the boards. The player that we put so much prestige on this entire stage has been removed from action. And the Monty charging down. He might be able to find a free, but yeah, does so. Dante has been slain. Naza, the stand-in for Gaspro, has been exceptional so far. And he might have a moment to stand tall yet again. The Legion, who's been healed by that Dark Force back. The hatching bar opened up, and no presence for the defense out by Dining. Everyone cooped up in bar, stuck together with no space to work with at this stage. Gibson, 25 seconds, and Legion takes the beating. Is overtime calling? Well, Pyrox tries to deny that one, finding that pick to Ragnar Gibson, but Bastion's good for that denial. Monty plays such a key role, but the flank up by Fatal could unravel the hopes and dreams of Alpha Team. A tricky fight, but no! Overtime is summoned! We can't do it in regulation, and the hopes and dreams of Alpha Team and LATAM South are still standing strong on Chalet.
There is 3 rounds left in this game, at the most, 2 at the minimum. And one of these teams at the end is going to Montreal. Alpha Team, they didn't win that round pretty. You saw Cruelty. They tied it back twice. But it's going to require overtime to separate the 2 best teams. Dante, he just extended his welcome a little bit too long. The hatch was there, the opportunity to give up the space, but he didn't go for it. He stayed in the fight, and it cost him and maybe his team that round. Will it cost them Montreal? We are yet to find it out. Cruelty starting on the attack, so Alpha Team have what you would call the advantage going into this overtime. 2 defenses. They can lose their attack as long as they win their 2 defenses. They are all good. You look at the line. What I love most with it about this lineup from Alpha Team, it's a team effort. Naza 6 kills, Bastion 7, Martin 8, Ragnar 10, Slater 7. They're all having an impact. And you look at the other side, Ivan, huge performance. Fatal, huge. Dante, big. Pyrox, 11 kills. Mutombo needs to step his game up if they want to get all the way to Montreal.
All of this comes down to a 3-round shootout on Chalet. Cinema, Gibson. Nothing else to describe this moment. Alpha Team start the overtime with the defense. The side they have been so strong on here on Chalet. And Cruelty break the line to find that opening that they also desperately need. Oh, Gibby. This is it. One of these teams make the major. The other, hopes and dreams of a hard-fought stage, crushed. Just like that.
And look at the ground that Cruelty have taken already. They've got control of basement. They've opened up the wall into stock. They're putting pressure. That's that position cleared. The defenders can no longer fall back to that position if they need to later on in the round. Blitz is clearing all the top floor, but we can see there's not a silhouette anywhere in that area. But you're not going to complain. Dante doing this is for the benefit. It's an investment into the future of the round. It's an investment into your potential future at a major. Silence will descend for just a little while here on Chalet. But whip it with 1 minute and 30 seconds to go on the round. It will just take one spark to ignite the fuse. And this could be it, about to kick off right now.
Dante is going to be left in DB&O. Ivan will find one, the Ragnar, but this should be that blitz confirmation. They know someone's on Ivy stairs, but Ivan's good for 2. And they can't recover this blitz, so a technical 3 versus 4 at this moment. Ivan looking to find even more pressure walking up. The opening's being made inside of stock, but Naza's good to find that trade. Martin gets 1 more as well. Mutombo needs to save the day and bring Dante back to life, and that's what he'll do. 50 seconds. Now all Alpha Team need to do to get themselves a major qualification point is just play the trade game. Flores drones go out to try and clear what limited utility is left on the board. But look at this, Dante. Wounded, 20 HP. That blitz shield can't dive in as aggressively as he would have wanted, but this cast opening on this wall might unravel this round. Are they aware of this one? So desperately close to that one, but that goo mine slows down Dante. He can't take much more of a beating, but the elbow, he can't just see it yet. He knows he has to make a cross, and more goo mine slow this down. Give me 20 seconds. Can Cruelty get the job done? Can Alpha hold on?
It's another goon mine, and this time it's Pyrox, but there's the shot and the stock, but the toes of Valk will be found. Naza, another huge pick. Bastion with one of his own. Martin gets the kill, and Alpha Team are 1 round away from Montreal. Cruelty need to win their defense, or their season, maybe even their year, will end here on Chalet.
Oh, you could not write this, Gibson. Both teams earlier on in this series take their maps in dominant 7-2 fashion. We go to our tiebreaker, our third map, the last map of LATAM here in Stage 2, and we need overtime. These teams have both been exceptionally strong on that defense. Alpha Team, though, have found slightly more success on the offense, but Cruelty need to get this one done. They are hoping for a 15-round miracle here on Chalet, as Alpha Team are only 3 minutes away from Montreal if they get the job done right here, right now.
Palms will be sweaty. Heart rates will be escalating, going through the roof. The pressure is on. You think the pressure is on Cruelty. Every bit as much is on Alpha Team right now. The job's not done. They know that. They know that they need to win a round. And a round on attack here on Chalet would be the perfect way to send them there. Cruelty, we've said it before. Tons of international experience in 2024. They've been the most dominant team in the region, but they're fighting against the up-and-coming dominant team from the south. Early pressure from Alpha, and you can tell Ivan is getting all this information, but Whippet, he's not talking, he's not feeding this information to the rest of his team just yet, but it doesn't matter. He gets the opener. It's a 5v4, and that might just calm the heart rates a little bit.
This is the disaster of an opening. Alpha Team did not need this nor want it in the slightest. However, they have to work this one back. Naza has been very good on these shields so far. They need to try and get that player advantage neutralized as we say hello to Valkyrie. They need to find this. That air jab make things difficult, and well, he can clear it. It's on a soft wall, so air jab, that flank watch is denied. They know where Ivan is precisely, and they're going to try and collapse on him. Deagle in hand, and he should be shut down here. He's dueling with it. Pressure found, but no! He's going to slay Naza and force pressure. That repeat from the Nomad. Bastion gets the job done, but the Roamer has done their intention, finding 2 and burning time. Gibson. Cruelty leading the driver's seat now. Round 15 might be calling our names.
Your Monty is gone, though. That is the most important attacker in a lineup when you bring him. He's not going to be able to walk up from Ivy anymore. He's not going to be able to put pressure on. Martin will find a kill, though. It's a 3 versus 3. Alpha on the precipice now of qualifying, but they've still got to get the case down or find 3 more kills. They've got an avenue towards sight. The breach is open. Dante has now fallen back. They've given up the rest of the map to get ready to repel the rest of this push. 3 silhouettes, and Whippet, they're doing the right thing. They're droning. They're working out. They're getting information. They're not going into this one blind, because a blind path is usually not the right one. 54 seconds to go.
That Valkyrie camera relays so much information, and Martin will take one more breath of those toxic fumes, reduced to 40. They need this execution to be perfect. The Grim Bees have bought them space. They have pressure via that main breach, and Martin on that mezzanine balcony door. But this might be the killer. Dante has dropped below. He can deny this case going down, and they have no idea he's there. 24 seconds, and he's free rotation in the lobby. Gibby, you mentioned it perfectly. They need to hunt him down, but do they know? Only 15 seconds. Can Alpha Team get to the major right here, right now? But that player hunting down below is enough. Martini to make this work with yokai drones might spell disaster. A 000 is dawning. Can they deny that yokai drone? Matumbo's been downed. Solace isn't there, and the case goes down. Martin goes huge. Cruelty down to 1 versus 1. It's Dante and Martin. The but Martin shuts him down, and Alpha Team have made it to Montreal. They've only gone and done it, and look how much this means.
It is a cruel world, but it's not cruelties. Alpha will qualify. Martin versus Dante. We put a wish, we sent up a prayer that these two would have a 1 versus 1 to determine who would go to Montreal. And that's what happens. We have a new rising star in LATAM. Alpha Team are going to a major. Cruelty will not be going to SI. But Whippet, we saw this team grow. We were there the whole way through the development from stage 1 to stage 2, and Alpha Team have slayed the Kings.
I honestly cannot believe what I've seen. Martin and Dante, they have each other in their Twitter bios for it. Gibby, what a moment that was. But I think we have to bring some cooler heads in. Corbic's ready to come back and break this down, but cinema.
I'm not
absolute
cool.
cinema.
I'm not cool-headed. Hell yeah. That was, I nearly swore. That was amazing. What the heck happened in the last round? I don't know how Alpha Team won that. They got the plant down. They had the drone lined up on them. That was insane.
Oh, I'll tell you how. The Echo fell. The Echo got put into DBNO. The win condition just dropped. And then it was Dante against Martin. Oh man, this is why I love this. This is why
bless us.
I love LATAM. And if this, what a way to round out a year for Whippet now. Oh my, oh.
That is honestly the one of the greatest moments that we've seen Alpha Team. Again, their story from stage 1 to now, a team that
it's amazing.
Needed to make a last-minute change of their coach coming in stage 1 to step up to the mark, and this team have went strength from strength, and look at them now. They're making a major in Montreal, and you know what? Honestly, I hope they can do LATAM proud for that one, but what a journey it's been for this team.
I mean, I hope that they can do LATAM proud. Irregardless, that was one of the... First of all, another upset, by the way. That's Brazil LCQ, NAL LCQ. Now you got a huge upset here because a 10-0 team coming out of group stage was just beaten by Alpha Team, who I think I had 6 wins on the course of the stage. So amazing for them to go to the major. I mean, the only disappointment here tonight is that Gaspro wasn't there with them. I think that's actually the saddest part of this, is that they couldn't sell it. They had his jersey. I know they had his jersey, but man, that is wild. And a well-deserved win for Alpha Team as well. I mean, just crazy stuff. The recoveries they were pulling in some of those late rounds are just beyond my comprehension, honestly. Love to see it. All the drama and passion of LATAM right there. The final set for the bracket, I don't think anybody would have called this at the beginning of the season. You guys mentioned the storyline here, Alpha Team on the rise. I don't think any of us thought, though, Gibson, that Alpha Team was going to go to a major.
They did. I spoke to Martin at the start of the season, and he said them and Cruelty were the best teams in this region. In stage 1, Martin stepped up as one to watch. In stage 2, I genuinely think that Martin has become a star in this region. This is a player who I have been banging the drum of all season long, that he could play at a much higher level. And isn't it just perfect that he is the player that gets 2 of the most important kills of the whole season for Alpha Team? They're going to a major. They've invested a lot in the team. They've invested a lot in the background. Their org owner watches every single game, and this means so much to them. And that's what these developmental regions, that is what LATAM is all about.
I could not be happier for this team of Alpha, but you know what? I'm going to give roses the Cruelty as well. They made a massive pickup for Dante in this summer season. 10-0 in the regular, a deep run, a hard-fought battle against 6K, and almost needing 15 rounds. But a 14-round marathon on Chalet to get the job done. They should be proud of their achievement. I know it will be a tough day for them, and defeat
Definitely
always stings, but they have been a fantastic roster, and they have been a great representation for LATAM and international events, and they've handed that towards Alpha Team, who I think can do just as good as a job.
Yeah, no, they definitely have. And I mean, we have to admire them for the sheer, I think, determination of pulling through this day to bring it so close. That was 7 maps of Siege played here today, which is a remarkable feat for any team. We talked about it plenty, and they were within, you know, a hair's breadth of also making it to the major. It almost makes you wish that they could both go, frankly. But Alpha Team, they got their win, and they are the last team here in all of Rainbow Six Siege. The major now filled out. They were it. That's the last slot filled. I mean, Unfortunately, that means that we're at the end of LATAM Stage 2 here in 2024, the end of LATAM as a region for this year. I want to give each of you boys a chance. I know you stayed up super late to cast this. I know the passion is there. I'll start with you, Gibson. I want to give you a chance to share your thoughts on LATAM, this stage this year.
Look, LATAM has been an absolute joy to work. Working Tier 1 Siege for me personally is something that I love getting the opportunity to do. I want to say working with you, Corbek, all year has been phenomenal. You've been incredible as a host. Obviously, a massive thank you to your other hosts this stage. You know, people like Jacob filled in. We had Milosh for a day. Massive shout out to Flynn and Jonah, who are incredible. And obviously to Devon, our producer as well. A lot of people don't get to interact with him all the way through the stage, but Devon has been a brilliant producer to work with. He's kept the vibes high, even late at night, because I know Flynn and Jonah usually are the ones on the graveyard shift. But look, I'm just grateful, and here's to the future.
I'll try not to repeat as many points as Gibson, but all those still stand. I mean, listen, it's been an honor to be here in LATAM, and I've loved every second of this region. And we mentioned it going into map 2, but me and Gibson were on the very first broadcast day of this new ecosystem when Blast touched talking, and it's almost a fitting bookend as we wrap up the last game of Stage 2 here in 2024, as we look towards a new horizon of a new ecosystem that will be announced in Montreal. We're here to wrap things up, and honestly, no better crew to do that than here in LATAM. And to all the LATAM loyals in chat, you've been fantastic so far, and it's been an honor to be here to share these games.
It has been an absolute pleasure to have all of you following along with us. Obviously, huge congratulations to Alpha Team. The best wishes of everyone who's followed LATAM go with you guys. We hope that all of you who have been joining us for LATAM broadcasts across these 2 stages have loved all the action we've been able to bring you from this exciting, this proud, this full-hearted region, which really is just so enjoyable to watch. Really Siege at its purest, oftentimes most chaotic form. And so, for the last time, a big thank you to everyone Gibson thanked, our producer, all the talent that have worked on this broadcast, the LATAM Spanish broadcast for letting us be a part of their wonderful region, and of course, to all of you, thank you so much for watching. We will see you in Montreal on November 7th. Have a wonderful evening.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave! And I think he might just find it!